Well, hello. How is everybody this wonderful Wednesday? What you up to? How's everybody doing? Gypsy, thank you so much for becoming a member. Music City Mom, thank you for renewing. Summer Girl Mama, thank you for renewing. And Summer Girl Mama, thank you for 5 gifted memberships. Before we even get going, thank you guys for the memberships and renewing. Appreciate you guys. She's not the only one, it doesn't seem, Christina. I mean, it seems like neither one of them learned lessons. Hey, JC, Pika. Oh, my Lanta. People yawn when they're tired? No. Hey, S, Mercedes girl, Loose Lucy. How's everybody doing? Tebow Michelle. Loose Lucy. Yeah, I did see that. Oh, my Lanta. 40 some years later, and the one suspect has already passed away. That's a sad situation, but at least they're getting somewhere. Hey, Ginger Rocks. Janice in accounting. Tara. Fred Dorfma. Nobody would if you're talking about Julie and BJ. Dazed and Amazed. Abilla. Kat. Funsicle. Akira. Kat. Tracy M. Jewel Ann. Kay. Sasha. If it gets really windy out here, I'll go in, but let me know. Hey, Note to Self. Deep, Dark, and Disturbing. RLA. Ronnie. Lazy Wolf. Fit and Curvy. Lynn's. Aisha. Hannah. Bulldog. Sassy Hound. Beach Life. I haven't seen you guys in a day, so hey, Amber. LFT. Hope y'all are having a good one. Glad you're reviewing. Listen today and curious to see if you noted a few things as well. It was interesting. We'll see. Thank you for the support. Hey, Strutter. Can't say as though I have the best attitude about this. Just setting the record straight. Hey, Haley Star. Hey, Crimson. But she should have had this. Let Lazy Wolf, can we just say, first of all, this should have been tossed. Should have been. That was one of my predictions. If they had their shit together, it would have been tossed. But obviously, people don't have their shit together. So it is what it is. But there would have been zero mediation. I wouldn't have gone that far. Hell no. But hey, now we've got, well, I'll just wait to get into it. Because I got a lot of opinions. Hey, Proud Fur Mom. Socks too. Remy. The space launch. You guys watching that? That's cool. Hey, Cat's Eye. I'm sure I'll watch it with Kyle later. Simplify. Gamma. Yeah, I'm glad to hear something changing there. Hey, Banana Pug. Mammy04. T. Guzzler. Coco. Bree. 5-year-old. April Fool. I apparently pooped a chicken out of my face. Don't ask. What? Bree, what? You did what? Never mind. I'm not asking. You said don't ask. I'm not asking. Far Q, thank you so much for the continued support. Hey, Too Much. Hey, Sheila. Ley. Hartley. Tia. Sassy Hound, thank you. I appreciate the support. Hey, Chico. Chico just talked me down a little bit and calmed my ready to rip people to shreds attitude. She recentered me. Hey, Packwalker Sue. Mama Loves. No Pinocchios. All right. Hey, Down Under dude. Let's go. Hey, Deborah. Let's get into this shit so I can talk my shit.
Express myself with a devil's stare. I tell you. Who's a bad girl now? Who's a bad girl now? Who's a bad girl now? I'm such a bad, bad girl.
Hey, everybody, thank you for joining me. I'm not going to get through everybody else because there's just too much. Oh, Cooper's here to talk his shit. For all you whiny assholes, Coop's in the house and ready to talk his shit. Here he goes. Akira, thank you so much for being a member for 16 months. He thinks Hank is smuggling stuff in his cheeks, and he's not. Coco, thank you for being a member for 5 months. And Alma, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the Cabana. Thank you all for the gifted memberships and the renewals and everything right off the bat. The support. You guys are amazing. Let's start out this way.
Welcome to the jungle. We got fun and games.
But to do this in right, we're going to do it right. We're going to open this appropriately because I can. Let me take this off the screen.
List, I gotta pull up my leggings. Making my dreams come true right now. Pretending I'm a solid gold dancer, just like I did when I was a kid, because I always wanted to be a solid gold dancer. Should I get on the floor? It'd probably be better if I'm on the floor. Can you see me on the floor? Here? Oh, yes, I can get on the floor. Hold on. Let me get on the floor. You guys can see me? Okay, wait, let me turn up to this side because this shoulder's not so good. Okay, wait. First they crawl. Okay, they crawl. They're going to have the leg out, and they're going to do a crawl like this. And it's going to be like real, like sexy, like. Men or women, doesn't matter who. Man or woman, same outfit. Unitard, going like this, right? Like this. They would put their leg out like this. Hold on. Like this. Not voguing, but like more flowy, like solid gold. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Solid gold. Here, wait, hold on. Solid gold. Do-do-do. Da-na. Solid. And then they would always like end with da-na-na-na-na. Oh, shit, that was a bad move. Solid gold, like with some stupid showy thing at the end. Or like that lady with her leg out like this and her neck out. Clip this shit. Clip this. Right? Oh my God. Look at how I had to get up.
I love you, Chico. Solid gold. All right. I'm going to tell you right now, I'm probably going to have a lot to say about stuff that you might not agree with me, and that's okay. But I've been really clear on where my stance is, and sounds like there might be some more that we're going to talk about. More cases that are going on. That's to come.
This is my.
Can I just say, bless this man's heart? Can we start off by saying this man deserves an edible arrangement? Oh, body it. I'll text you. I'll email you because I got questions. And I might need your actual advice on something. But this man deserves an edible arrangement. The police department deserves an edible arrangement, and this guy deserves an edible arrangement and a fucking raise. He's a county prosecutor, okay? He's a district attorney. They don't get paid enough for this shit. They really don't. They're on salary. They don't get paid enough to deal with Julie and BJ.
Her attorney. Julie, are you there?
Edibles would probably be the best.
Okay, Miss Skolnick.
Which personality are we getting today? Oh, the side ponytail with the big old fucking glasses.
This case involves Miss Jackson. We don't have Miss Jackson on yet. So, but I want you to make a note.
Yes, I'm
Uh,
here.
You have my contact.
I'm here. I'm
Okay.
Brittany Jackson.
Oh, okay.
Okay, can I first ask, what the fuck is the red light district about? Why the fuck are we in the red light district, BJ? Like, you have court and you got the fucking mood lighting going on. I'm disgusted by both of these fuckers. Let me just be very clear. And anybody else fucking clapping for either one of them, you make me gross. You make me disgusted. I find this to be such an incredible spit in victims' faces. This shit is taking up so much time and so many resources that should be going to actual victims. Let me be very clear. Anybody cheering on either one of these fools, weaponizing our court systems, misusing our court system, I'm embarrassed for you, first off. Secondly, I'm disgusted. This is such a fucking waste of our court time and resources.
I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to change the
I'm gonna
Okay.
change it for you right now. So hold on one second, Ms. Skolnick, hold on one second. Let me just do one thing at a time here. Rename.
Yep. Chico 40, we'll get into it too. We'll talk about it.
ITT. Brittany Jackson.
I also got to give this man compliments. At least he's not trying to rock a comb over like so many other people we know. And are we having a swoop off here? Who can swoop it better? I'm sorry, but if I'm in my 50s and we're rocking a side ponytail, fucking tell me. Chico, Pika, Revival, T, one of you, smack me, please, thanks. Terry, Sheila, Janice, smack me.
Okay, Brittany. Look now, I put Brittany Jackson and Julie Skolnick so that when this goes in before the judge, he knows to have both of you present. Okay, do either of you have an attorney?
Lip locked. I tried it. Mal, Tia, LFT, and myself did a swoop off one night. And I had to use product to get my hair to do that. I'm telling you, it's a little harder than it looks to get that swoop like that. But when you're missing half your scalp above because you fried it off with bleach, let me just hit the button. By the way, it's Wednesday. Wackadoo Wednesday. Here they are.
Because if you do, I'm not allowed to.
Real quick, Andrew Coletta and
In the corner here?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll be with them in a minute.
Okay.
All right? Yeah, just have them sitting there and I'll come and get them in a minute.
All right.
Because if you're represented, then I can't speak to either of you. So
Shocking. Neither one of them have attorneys. I thought Julie's mom was hiring her an attorney, and I thought Brittany and Craig had an attorney representing them. Shocking. Hence the reason why it's not tossed. It should have been tossed, but, when you have the tendency of being irresponsible.
I know what's going on here. What our court rules provide in the case of civilian complaints like this is mandatory mediation. Now, Miss Jackson, are you you're in Carolinas or where are you?
Yes, sir. I'm currently and I reside in North Carolina. Yes, sir.
Are you ever
At least she's respectful. I'll give Brittany that. She was respectful. Earth, thank you so much for your continued support and being a member for 15 months.
ever have occasion to come to New Jersey?
No,
No.
no, sir.
Why didn't you say, I'm sorry, I'm just going to say this, but why the fuck did you not say, no, sir, I've never been to New Jersey? Have you ever been to New Jersey, world traveler? I know you think Georgia's like another country and shit, so you're a world traveler of sorts. But why did you not say, no, I've never been to New Jersey, and New Jersey does not have jurisdiction over me? Oh, wait, never mind, because that's what you don't know.
Okay, and Miss Skolnick, you live in North Haven. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so this is preliminary.
And whoever did this, here, hold on. I forgot to do that. Quick shout out to Mr. Docket, dude. So to be quite honest with you guys, I was not expecting this in my email today. We had plans of getting it. We knew we could get the audio from this hearing, but I did not expect it this fast or today. So this person dropped this in my email, emailed it to Queen and myself in an email randomly. And I have no idea who this person is, nothing, but thank you to Mr. Docket, dude. I dropped the link for it in the chat, whoever you are, because you got liar on top of liar. So this kind of takes that out.
This is the first hearing date on this. I'm going to send you before the judge. He's probably going to discuss with you mediation. When it's civilian complainants like this, we have court-appointed trained mediators, and our court rules provide that you should be you should participate in that process because it eliminates the criminal justice process.
Okay, I'm going to back that up really quick. We'll probably watch this a couple times.
And our court rules provide that you should be you should participate in that process because it eliminates the criminal justice process. So
because the criminal justice process is bogged down. Let me remind you why this private citizens complaint through municipal courts was established in New Jersey. It's because the courts are so bogged down that they tried to streamline some of these petty complaints to not take up so much time in Superior Court. That's why this was established to begin with. This is why these cases go to mediation. Like I said, my opinion, it should have been tossed, but without legal representation, Brittany doesn't have a fucking clue what she's doing, per usual, which is what we expected, but based on the law, should have been fucking tossed.
this seems to be an appropriate case for that. So let me just.
This seems to be an appropriate case for that, meaning mediation. Okay? Put that in the back of your mind.
Let me just send you in before the judge, both of you together.
Can I ask a question, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Prosecutor LaSalle.
Yeah.
Let me send you before the judge. This man hasn't even collected evidence from the defendant yet.
What is this chart? The initial criminal complaint was for cyber harassment,
Right.
and my understanding was sent down to municipal as simple harassment, disorderly persons.
Right.
My understanding, which you misrepresented over and over and over again to your audience repeatedly. We've been screaming about your intentional, in my opinion, misrepresentation, and you knew exactly what had happened. You knew that the charges that you had hoped for had been downgraded. You won't tell me 1 second that you weren't aware of what was happening here, that they had been downgraded, because you had to fill out the private citizen's complaint on January 8th. You misrepresented intentionally over and over again to your audience that they were being charged with cyber harassment. You know, the code. And by the way, the docket has not updated. So this did get sent to the court before the judge after this ends. I don't know what the judge said, but this prosecutor states very clearly it's mandatory mediation. Now, if one party completely, which we'll talk about more, declines and refuses to participate in mediation, who knows what's going to go. But it was very clear. Oh, yeah, we're going to get into that. 2C, 334C is what the charge was. Petty disorderly persons. And you continued to misrepresent that he was being charged with cyber harassment. Right? The police were the ones who decided what the charge would be, not me. The police wrote the police reports, not me.
Prosecutor LaSalle.
Yeah.
What is this the initial criminal complaint was for cyber harassment,
Right,
and my understanding was sent down to municipal as simple harassment, disorderly persons,
right,
so a lesser charge.
right.
This poor guy.
But the original complaint was a criminal cyber harassment, which would have
The original charge. Really? Where's this original charge? Because there is nothing, not a damn thing that says there was an original charge. And yeah, I'm going to be doing this back and forth. Listen to what she says.
but the original complaint was a criminal cyber harassment, which would
The original complaint,
would have been a felony for.
which would have been a felony for. She was trying to get this man charged with a felony. A felony. I don't give a shit how much you dislike Craig or Brittany. Trying to hem somebody up with a fucking felony over some words that you not only engaged with, did a tit for tat with, provoked, poked, willfully. You wanted him charged with a fucking felony. She wanted them both charged, Bubbles, all day. This is, you'll hear when Craig gets mentioned and brought into this too. In her statements that she, all of this, all along, she has been talking about how they both independently, two different things. They're not being held accountable for each other's words, but she was filing on both of them. So how she told everybody was that she was doing this to both of them. Felony charges over this. No, she's been very clear. If you haven't watched what Julie's been saying, she wanted this on both Craig and Brittany, not just one.
Level 4.
Right, but it's been downgraded. So,
So,
But it's been downgraded.
So
in
what I'm
that
saying,
case, hold on,
what I'm
hold on.
saying is it,
Hold on, ladies. Let me finish answering Ms. Skolnick. So in that case, with civilian complainants, at this level, these cases go to mediation by court rule.
These cases go to mediation by court rule.
All right, Ms. Jackson, you wanted to say something?
yes, sir. In regards to, I'm perfectly fine with the whole mediation thing, but I need to, because I'm not familiar with any of this.
Dipshit should have invested in fucking legal counsel.
But I need to know who I need to speak with to send over evidence, because I have an abundance.
You have not made the effort up until this point to contact somebody and get on this already.
Of evidence to prove that Miss Skolnick has blatantly lied on my name and my fiance's.
Okay,
Should have probably phrased it as Miss Skolnick has blatantly lied to the court in these complaints. But, you know, you're so concerned about your name. Ma'am, your reputation has been tarnished by yourself.
okay, so look on the bottom of your screen. I'm going
Okay.
to give you my email.
Okay.
Of course, hold on one second. Sal at northhillmanNJ.com.
Okay.
That's not the case, Sheila, though. That's not. This is a standard, typical procedure. This is a non-indictable charge. This was never an indictable charge. The private citizen's complaint, this is not an indictable. So this is just formalities. These are just, he's still collecting evidence and sending it to mediation. This guy is involved as a formality, and he represents the person who fills it out. It's not like people are thinking like a prosecuting attorney goes in and fights the battles. This is a really different situation with all of this, of how it goes. Yes, he represents the plaintiff in this, but it's not to the degree that people think. This is more of a formality of the process of how these non-indictable private citizen complaints work.
Also put my cell phone number in there. Okay. So everybody should have my email and my cell phone number available.
The prosecutor isn't the one Julie is the one taking out private citizens complaint, and the prosecutor and the judge, it's a formality in the whole process. Technically, we'll see what even happens with the mediation, if they even go to mediation, because Julie's already saying that she's can't.
You can send that to me. Again, if either of you hire an attorney, then your attorney should contact me. And for today's purposes, which are just very preliminary.
No, Midwest, and we'll talk about all that, because this man oversees, like, he is the court-appointed person to oversee these complaints. He's like the middleman that kind of shuffles everything around, gathers this from the plaintiff and from the defendant. It's a really strange process, an extremely strange process, but because they declined to charge him with criminal charges, Julie went in and filed private citizens complaint for this petty disorderly persons, because they didn't find enough to charge him with the felony that she wanted.
I'm going to send you before the judge. Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Yes, I have one more. My fiance, he is currently he is represented. He's currently in litigation with Miss Skolnick regarding her. She's got a temporary protection order, and
Okay.
they have to have a court hearing on that.
It's his work phone. This is what this man does. Unfortunately, that's why I said they don't get paid enough for this shit at all. This is such a waste of fucking taxpayer time. And I want to remind you, this isn't costing anybody anything except the taxpayers. Neither one of these fools is paying for this. The taxpayers are.
8. So he is represented by an attorney.
Where is that case pending? On the 8th, where?
Miss Skolnick can answer that.
That's in Passaic County. That's in Passaic County.
Okay, so there's
Superior
something
Court.
pending.
Yes, Body, I was reading on that too. Mediation should cost them. Which good. I'm glad that they'll have to pay fees when it comes to that. They both deserve that. What a waste of time. CJK, this is just the municipal court portion. Craig's hearing for the next hearing for the temporary order of protection comes up on the 8th. That's in Superior Court. This is just in regards to the private citizens complaint.
In Passaic County Family Court?
That is for her domestic partner, Roger Craig Black. It's a separate.
Oh, okay.
It's
Hold
not
on
the
one
same.
second.
It's two
Thank you.
different people.
Yes, I understand that. And thank you for just reminding me, because I have his.
Yeah, she filed a VASPA, which is what she filled out. She filled out and filed for a VASPA through Superior Court. We went over all of that a few days ago.
Documents here. So now I'm going to send everything in together. Let's see. Roger still at St. John's Church Road?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And I have Brittany and I have Julie.
That's because she has stated, Bog, that she also filed a private citizen's complaint against Craig. Now, I think that could be what he is grabbing. I don't know where this is going to be, if they're going to mix them together. I have no idea. But she has stated that she also filed a private citizen's complaint against Craig. So is that true? We haven't seen anything on the docket yet. I checked again today to see if there's something. The docket has not been updated, even in regards to Brittany and Julie's case. So I don't know if she did file something with him. Initially, they were on the one form together, but then she states that they had to separate them out. I don't know, outside of the RO, if she just decided to go with the RO. You've got two dishonest narrators of a situation. So I don't know.
Hold on one second.
Yeah,
Okay.
fucking crazy.
All right, good. Thank you for telling me that. So somebody should let us know. Everything should either go to our court administrator or to me. I'm the prosecutor. Again, unless you have an attorney. And then I'll help
Everything should go to the court administrator or to him.
you guys sort everything out.
And he's, like I said, kind of like the go-between, the helper that kind of oversees this to figure out what's going on and help them both through the process.
So any other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it typical in a civilian criminal complaint for the plaintiff to be represented by an attorney?
I want to know if it's typical. Right now, I'm your attorney.
Right. So my attorney
I'm
would be
sorry.
the prosecutor.
Yeah, but now that there's cross complaints, I can't represent both of you. So
Well, but nothing's been filed against me. We only
Oh, I'm
have.
sorry. I can't represent. Is there any cross complaints between Roger Craig?
So it's kind of basically whoever files first. Whoever becomes the plaintiff is represented by the prosecutor.
Black and Brittany Jackson, or no?
No,
Okay.
they're
So
separate.
since nothing's been filed against you, then yes, I would be representing Julie Skolnick, and then Miss Jackson.
What she's trying to do is she's trying to give a performance out here that it's the state. The state is bringing these charges against Brittany, not her. That's what she's trying to bring to light, in my opinion. She's trying to make it look like the state picked this up. She didn't do this. This is what the state has done. That is my opinion based on what we've heard her say up to this point.
And then Mr. Craig Black have the.
And I'm talking previous videos too, because that was a huge stick for her was, I'm represented by the state. It's the state of New Jersey. This is just a formality again. It's not like, it's fucking a quasi. It's not even that big of a deal.
The opportunity to hire your own lawyers if they want.
Right.
Any
And
other questions?
based on what Ms. Jackson just said, she said Mr. Black is represented by an attorney for the case in Superior Court.
Right. We don't have any.
Right. And that has nothing to
in
do
this
with this
court.
case. And in my case,
I don't know anything. I don't know anything about that
Right.
case until
so
somebody
So-
sends me information.
the reason I was saying is that I would have,
That
if
part, Rosebuzz.
I was under the understanding in a criminal complaint that I was represented by the prosecutor.
Tattoos, to my understanding, no. So I thought it should have been tossed, but this is like the first hearing of the entire thing, and it gets sent to like the procedure for all of this is really strange with these private citizens complaint. They go through like an evidentiary stage because now the defendant will have the right to submit evidence with the allegations. It's a fucking weird situation, all of it. They're non-indictable. I don't know. We don't know what the judge said ultimately either. Mandatory mediation is what this guy says, but I don't know if he has the ability, this guy here, to toss it. I don't know if that would be up to the judge or not.
You're going to be represented by me,
Right.
or okay. Anything
Yes.
else before I send this
Yes.
into the judge?
So, in regards to the information,
I think the judge can. I think Tattoos, if I'm following this correctly, this would be up to the judge to toss. Like the judge could make the determination to toss this.
that you provided, I took a screenshot of your contact. I can start sending evidence over to you as early as today. Would that be okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
I will be sure to do that. And can you clarify something for me? Because I know Miss Skolnick,
Yep.
she goes live on her channel and she tells her, subscribers and stuff. There's a lot of people, there's a lot of harassment.
There's multiple different options for that. I've detailed all of the different options with the Proud for Mom, with the indictable versus the non-indictable. Some of them are sent up to the county prosecutor. If they don't do anything with it, like they don't approve or deny, then it's sent back to the court administrator, and the judge or the court administrator, whoever is over that, has to determine if they're like, they have to have an evidentiary hearing. And then from there, a lot of them are tossed. It's It's the strangest fucking process, and it's a Hail Mary to try and get somebody hemmed up. Period, point blank, end of story.
Happening against me by some of her friends, and she'll go live and tell everybody that the prosecutor has picked up this case and that it's basically, is it the state of New Jersey?
How fucking embarrassing. How embarrassing that because they fucking know it's YouTube content. They fucking are sitting here arguing over what it's going to be put out here, whether it's going to be the state of New Jersey versus Brittany. It don't fucking matter. That's a formality of this whole thing. This guy is coordinating this process. That's it. That's all. He's not really representing Julie. Julie filed a private citizen's complaint, is making these allegations against them. If her evidence doesn't back it up, now BJ gets to send in evidence. This is such a fucking waste of time and court resources. It is absolutely a slap in the face to actual victims.
Jersey versus Brittany Nicole Jackson, or is it a citizen complaint?
It's a private citizen's complaint that, oh my God.
It's, the title of to answer your question,
man.
These complaints are filed under New Jersey state law.
Okay.
So these are New Jersey state statutes. So the title of the case is State of New Jersey against Robert Craig Black II and State of New Jersey against Brittany N. Jackson. These are still civilian complaints.
So he just listed Craig right there. So I don't know if there's an additional complaint that he added in or if he's reading it as it was written on that private citizen's complaint, because both names are included. She did say she had to cross one out and do them separately, so that'll be to be seen. Crime Chronicles, thank you so much for being a member for 10 months. Midwest, I think you just renewed. Thank you for renewing. And Bree, this hearing is a car wreck that got hit by a train, then picked up by a tornado and tossed in a volcano. Yeah, pretty much. That sums it up. Thank you, Bree. In other words, it's a fucking waste of court time for a fucking production on YouTube to pander to a bunch of fucking people. It's gross. It's fucking gross.
The complainants are Ms. Skolnick.
Okay.
And I am the prosecutor in this court. So these are my cases to handle. These are in New Jersey, we have 6 levels of criminal offenses.
Pay attention to what he's going to explain here. This is the interesting part for one of them.
First degree criminal, that's like murder, first degree kidnapping. Second degree, less serious. Third degree, less serious. Fourth degree, less serious. Then we have disorderly persons complaints and petty disorderly persons complaints. Those are the bottom 2 of the 6. Below that, we have municipal ordinances like not getting your dog license or things of that nature. So these complaints let's see how these are written. These are petty disorderly or disorderly persons complaints. So they're bottom 2 level. So technically, I don't want to get too technical with you, but you asked me if these are.
I don't want to get too technical with you because neither one of you have a fucking brain cell. And I told you 5 minutes ago, I was sending you before the judge because this isn't even how this shit goes. I was here to do the fucking paperwork, bitches. And look, I'm not fucking entertaining your shit. I hand you off to the judge and then you send me the evidence and you go to mediation. Shut the fuck up, host. That's basically what he's saying. I'll just say it for him. Ninja Girl, thank you for being a member for 6 months. Oh, please do not talk about pregnancy at all. I just want to, that whole thing. What, are we going to have another one come out for attention and say that she's knocked up now too? I mean, fucking miracles happen, right? Janice in accounting behind. Would it be accurate for me to say that BJ did not seem to use anything nonsense as said in the last month? Would it be out of line for us to recognize that BJ clearly didn't prepare? I mean, the second part, BJ never prepares for anything, so we knew that. The first part, we haven't even gotten to the stage. Like, she hasn't sent anything in yet. Not a goddamn thing. So could she still use things that we laid out? Yeah, absolutely she could. But her mods and friends have been tracking all this for months. I mean, there was direct back and forth between BJ and Julie's people, and yeah, so it's kind of irrelevant. But thank you, Janice in Accounting Midwest. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you for the support. I mean, look. This poor guy. This poor man.
Criminal complaints,
Yeah.
the way the law describes them as quasi-criminal complaints.
Yeah.
Right, and state of New Jersey versus Brittany Jackson.
Evidence
May I
applied.
Look at this fucking arrogant bitch. I'm sorry. In the state of New Jersey against Brittany Jackson. She wanted that in the transcript or in any audio. So again, she can come out here and perform. Whoever got this, Mr. Docket dude, fucking spot on. Because you put him in a position where neither one of them can come out here and lie about this. This is all Julie, once again, pandering for her fucking YouTube friends. It don't fucking matter. It could say the federal district of blah, blah, blah. It's not that fucking deep, Julie. It's not that deep. You're trying to pander to your buddies. The biggest piece of this that people miss, one of them, is this was downgraded. You wanted felony fucking charges. You were expecting felony charges. You intentionally misrepresented over and over again that this was cyber harassment, criminal cyber harassment. Repeatedly for months, you misrepresented that. And now you're trying to push that it's the state versus, it doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter.
The
question?
criminal burden of proof on it. Right. Yeah, but we got to
May I
kind
ask
of wrap this
another
up. You both
question?
can call me to
Yeah, I just want to say one thing.
wrap this
These-
up because I have like 40 other people waiting.
Bitch,
But
this is the last
yeah.
question I have.
What selfish bitches. We have 40 other people waiting. They have 40 other people waiting. 40. And these two selfish bitches are sitting in here wasting this man's time over something that's basically the lowest misdemeanor you could possibly ever be charged with, that won't even be a slap on the wrist, is mandatory mediation. And they're sitting in here pandering because they fucking don't give a shit about anything but YouTube content. Unbelievable. Embarrassment. You should be ashamed.
Due to the
Random
fact
guy.
that there's been
No shade to this young man, because I think he's just probably the next case and was present and accounted for. But somebody said earlier they thought she called Tyrone. No, that's not Tyrone. Let's not do that guy that way.
there's serious complaints about here in this
Possibly.
case about serious harassment of myself and my family members, and including facilitating threats
Brittany's up there shaking her fucking head.
of violence against me, and
Serious threats of violence against you.
harassment of my autistic son.
Harassment of my autistic son. Anybody? What do you think about that? What do you feel about the fact that Julie just did exactly what BJ has been doing? And we know, if you've been paying attention, we know that there has been zero harassment by Brittany and Craig to either one of her children. That should make everybody fucking sick.
So I'm not sure that this
This young man is like, what the hell is happening with these weirdos?
case is appropriate for mediation because of the seriousness of
I don't think this case is appropriate for mediation. Once again, Julie shows her Karen ass that she thinks she is above. Listen, bitch. Listen, Julie. They already downgraded this. You were wanting criminal charges, felony criminal charges. It's already been downgraded. You know how that on-call prosecutor in the police reports denied to violate him, and then the charges you had hoped for were downgraded? Yeah. Fucking unreal.
the threats.
Tell that to the judge in a minute when I send you in front of the judge.
She thinks she's, It's too serious for her to go to mandatory mediation.
Okay, sounds good. That was it.
All right, anything
you.
else?
Nope.
Okay, so I'm going to ask both of you, look on your screen. Let's see, I'll do Ms. Skolnick first. Ms. Skolnick, you'll see something on your screen. It's going to say join main session. Click on join main session. You'll be with
Those transcripts from the Superior Court hearings are going to be fucking incredible because I guarantee they've both been lying.
the judge. Likewise, Ms. Jackson, right now you should see join main session. Click on there. You'll be with the judge.
Thank you, Mr. LaSalle. Have a blessed
Thank
day.
you.
Mr. LaSalle, his name's Sal DeLuca. I mean, good on you for actually having some manners, but can you get the fucking dude's name right? Poor Sal deserves an edible arrangement from you two fucking Karen ass bitches.
Thank you, you too. Everyone else, I'll be back to you momentarily. Please stand.
Bless you, you poor fucking soul that you have to even deal with this. Okay, I think it's appropriate for Tyrone right quick. What was that? Oh, is that the other
I
name?
need your help, Tyrone, again, I think.
I know we are strong. Come on, sing.
I got some
Oh, Bobby,
bullies.
you're right. You're right, Bobby. I got that wrong. Okay, I take that back. She might have had his name right. But still, fucking stop kissing the guy's ass. It was not Tyrone. You guys, that was another fucking plaintiff or a defendant for the next case. That is not, I don't know who this person was. That's not the guy recording either. I don't know who recorded this. Prosecutor LaSalle. Okay. All right. I'll give you that. Sal and LaSalle deserve fucking edible arrangements. All right. These Karen ass bitches.
Tyrone, I'm gonna send this to you. You saved me before. I might need your help again one day. Protect me from the bullies. Protect this community from the bullies. It's fucked up.
It's all you and the drums. I need it.
You know, Julie, I think it's a moment like this. Some people wait a lifetime. I just want to remind you right quick what this bitch tried to do. Now, this was after her and Craig's little court appearance the other day on March 22nd, 2026, but I want to throw it back here really quick. We're going to do a few throwbacks and we'll get back into that because I'll finish my thoughts on all of that. But my ultimate thoughts are fuck both of them. Wasting our court time and resources trying to get somebody hemmed up on felony charges. Some of you all need to fucking learn that X button and disconnect because you guys are an embarrassment, especially people like the two of you who claim you're true crime creators. The true crime creators who then turn around and weaponize our court systems and pretend that they have been victimized, that they are somehow the victims. While they willfully engage, Freddie is ready. Thank you so much for the support. While they willfully engage, they take court time and resources from actual victims and become the victims. I thankfully have some. Freddie is ready. Thank you so much for the support once again. I appreciate that. And here, let me do this because...
I have a feeling we're not in Kansas anymore.
No, we're in New Jersey.
I know. I will let it play out. But it's very hard, because it's actually scary when people think you don't have a restraining order when you have a restraining order. I'm like, that doesn't make me feel good. But so the police had said, it does take a long time. We've seen it take months before they make decisions. And in the meantime, if you're, in this one case, it was a pretty bad thing that was said. They said you could file for a temporary protection order until they make decisions about the criminal complaint. And they have in one
one of the two cases.
By the way, at this point in time, Julie had already been denied violations. Not once, but multiple times she had been denied violations. She was trying to get Craig violated on the order of protection before their first court appearance for the order of protection. She tried numerous times to get him violated on the order of protection after it had been served, and they denied it. The prosecutor did, and I'm assuming that's who the police talked to the second time too. And that's in the police reports. Not only that, but she lied.
And that's what I did. And that's what started this, because it was taking a very long time. And in the meantime, things were happening that I had to report. And the police advised me, you know, I thought by doing that, it might stop me being threatened, right? But it hasn't. And it's very frustrating that the way everybody operates, the bureaucracy and everything, even when there's violations, it requires people to do stuff to take action. And if I report the violations, you think, well, of course they're going to take action. But what I found is they don't. They don't take action. Even when it's a very, 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 very clear violation, right?
A very, 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 very clear violation. That never happened. There has been 0 clear violations. Akira, so excited for BJ and Craig's engagement. Will BJ put her bridal registry together tonight? Surely she didn't lie to the prosecutor right out the door. Akira, thank you for the support. I don't get caught up on stuff like that. Domestic partner is what Julie said, fiance, like the fucking man-child is what she should have said. The fucking guy I'm shacked up with so I don't have to pay room and board. My roommate. She chose fiance today. She could have chose roommate. I don't think that, and I know you're being sarcastic, but of course, they both fucking, if anybody is catching anything, neither one of these two have any concern when it comes to lying to law enforcement or to courts. That should be heavily fucking concerning to everybody. They don't give a fuck about lying to courts or police. Amy, JS asked for the manager for a felony. Sure did. Thank you for the support. Sure did.
Even if it's a threatening violation.
Sperm donor. There you go.
The reports are filed, but no action is taken. So what does this piece of paper get me? Nothing. It doesn't stop the behavior. It doesn't stop the threats. And
well, that's interesting because the entire month of January, you didn't file another police report. So December, you file police reports. Then January, you go silent. Didn't file really anything in January. So that would make me believe that something had stopped. And then February, you start again. Are we going to take some other things and twist them into statements about you?
The people who are supposed to be enforcing it don't enforce it. And that's why I felt very down yesterday. Because, we were ordered. Actually, we weren't ordered, but.
We weren't ordered. You were denied numerous times. when you tried to get him violated.
It was required.
You have intentionally misrepresented all along what you were doing and why. Dry the fuck up. It's time for you to become dehydrated because I'm sick and tired of your fucking river runs wild goddamn tears. You aren't a victim. You're a mockery to our justice system. You and BJ both are a mockery to actual victims. You both have intentionally misused our court systems for your fucking petty, pathetic games on the taxpayer dime.
Requested. Not by me and my attorney, but by the other side. Something about that they were saying that I was
Speaking on the RO, just another clarification here.
I think it was said that I was making money talking about court. I don't go live every day. I don't ask for memberships.
Let's stop fucking fronting. You gained support because you rode the fucking hate train of BJ. Period, point blank, end of story. I'm not arguing with anybody about it. That's just the facts. She gained support because of the hatred of Brittany, because of what Brittany has factually done to others. Julie rode that fucking train. She was supported and has been supported because of the hatred of Brittany, not because of what's been done to Julie.
I don't have a Cash App or PayPal or Venmo. I don't have an Amazon wish list or a registry anywhere.
Angel, are you talking about the municipal court hearing? We just watched it. Or are you talking about the actual judge hearing?
But it was said that I'm making money talking about court. And to think that only hours after court, it was what is on the temporary protection was violated, right? It was reported, but no actions taken. So nothing stops it. It made me feel like I have what am I doing? You know?
It wasn't violated.
This wasn't my initial thing I was doing. I filed cyber harassment, and cyber harassment.
Freddie is ready. Thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. And here we go with the complete misrepresentation. Again, this is after the continuance with the RO, but here she goes again.
For cyber harassment, you don't have to believe that it's different than cyber stalking, in that in cyber stalking, if somebody makes a
This is March 22nd. This is after their court date got pushed back because of something else happening in the court, and they didn't get to finish it. When Craig's attorney was there and Julie was trying to imply that I was talking to Craig's legal representation.
threat, you have to show that you believe that they're going to carry out that threat. In cyber harassment, you only have to show that whatever the action is that's harassing, that a reasonable person would feel harassed, threatened, alarmed.
Bitch, you ain't reasonable. And for anybody concerned about me being next, bring it the fuck on. I'm not gonna fucking cower to her or anybody else that is doing shit like this. People like these people, ever since I've had a channel, I've taken the risk. People like Julie, yeah, they threaten to sue everybody. Guess what? We'll handle that if it comes. I use their own words. I give my opinions. It is what it is. I'm not going to stop standing where I stand because of these LawCows mooing.
Disturbed, annoyed, whatever it is. Not necessarily. It's not as severe. It's not as serious as a crime. It doesn't carry the same penalties as like cyber stalking. It's a lesser offense. And most states don't have it. New Jersey has it. But
in other words, in most states, this would have been done, nothing. In most states, what she is telling you here is that there isn't this alternative beneath a fucking misdemeanor or low. I mean, it is classified as, but that this wouldn't even be potential. It would have been done. That's what she's saying. But because New Jersey has it,
I think that people have the right, including myself, to live their lives free of threats of violence.
body. Every time more comes out, I'm like, why the fuck do people not listen to what she's been saying? She's been intentional. Like, it is right in front of our faces, and it has been. She's been lying to people. I get the hate of BJ is severe, but this one is lying.
Or actual violence, right? People have the right to go about their business, whether it be private life or as a creator. You have the right to be on YouTube. Every creator has the right to be on YouTube and not have to put up with or deal with or somebody threatening you or harassing you.
Listen, bitch, you don't get to fucking take statements that aren't even directed at you and make a fucking go-go gadget arm reach to try and twist it about you and then say you're threatened. As you've sat there and done 25 additional videos plus since the start of you filing police reports. If you were in so much fear, then why did you continue to poke and provoke and try? Because you knew what you were doing. You were baiting for a fucking reaction. You were hoping that they would get reckless just like they do to others and have, so you could fucking continue to file reports. When that didn't happen, you escalated and continued.
Or whatever. I'm a cherry girl.
You don't get to sit on this app as a grown-ass fucking adult, provoke somebody, and then go weaponize the police and the courts. I'm sorry, we're not normalizing this shit. No, some of you might. I'm not.
Yeah, and
fuck this.
Somebody said
that's right, to you.
Another creator's channel, panel, whatever. This is Julie's plan. Julie has said she wants to take down this creator's channel.
She really did. She really thought that she could ride the hate of BJ and just fucking get her way. She's used to, here's a prime example of people like BJ and Julie that have never been held accountable for anything. And when you fucking lie to twist things to try and hold somebody accountable, that's not accountability either. Even if BJ and Craig were ultimately slapped with a protection order and this little criminal charge over here in municipal court, there's zero accountability at all that's going to be had by either one of them because they weren't doing shit to her. They have to others. To her, no, sorry.
I have said that because I felt and still feel that they routinely violate terms of services based on hateful rhetoric against protected classes of people, which is a violation of YouTube terms of services. And it's offensive
part.
personally to me,
Vengeance is not justice, period. End of.
a lot of the things. But now that, and then I heard Elevated Truth say something, I guess a couple weeks ago. He said to me, he said, you don't need a final restraining order for you to go to YouTube Legal to take down somebody's.
Right. And that's where YouTube sucks on the terms of service shit, and they're inconsistent as hell on shit. But unfortunately, although I agree on that too, they've gotten away with a lot of shit. There has been threats. Absolutely. There's been reckless, offensive craziness. But when you do something like this and you falsify reports, I'm sorry, it is what it is. I'm going to say it's falsified reports because we've sat there and listened to her words and then seen what she filed. They're lies. It's fucking lies. She's twisted shit, and she's twisted shit from what she filed to what she's told people. This is never going to be an option that is reasonable, in my opinion. She just became BJ Senior.
Channel, a temporary protection order would be enough. So I looked it up, and I think he's right.
I'll speed it up.
But the thing is now, so here I am in the position that the thing that I said I wanted to happen, I think I'm in the position to actually do that, right? But
she's talking about it. For anybody that doesn't know, she's talking about her intent the entire time was to take Brittany's channel down. That's what she wanted to do, was take the channel down.
Truly worried that if I did do that,
I go back to, if that's the way you can do it, if this suggestion that she was given about she had enough with a temporary, why does Betty have a channel? Chris and Katie have 4 protection orders. There's so many other creators that have orders of protection.
Would be retribution to me. That a retribution is a possibility. So even though I've gotten to the point where he is 100% correct, but your safety insured first is more important than anything on this app. Agreed. This is why I haven't done anything with it. I haven't gone to YouTube Legal with any of this at all, because I don't know what.
So somebody is, I don't know who it is. Somebody is suggesting that you can get a channel removed based on an order of protection.
This person who's, said things like people who've come against them are no longer alive and have access to weapons and whatever. If I were to take down their channel, this is the main.
Which she mentioned in her police reports when she filed the police report, and there was still no violation.
Source of income, and clearly very important to them. That, after being threatened, that someone would, try to take it out on me, and like in a physical way. So when you hear people say Julie's plan is to take down their channel, that's why she's doing this, it's actually the opposite. It's actually the opposite. Because
now
I've done this.
Now it's the opposite, because she got pushback.
Because I've done this, don't escape my notice. The 2 they direct their anger at most are Jewish. I haven't, that does not escape me.
That's also a misrepresentation, and I'm sorry, but that's a misrepresentation, and I'm sick and tired of it being acceptable and not for some. She weaponizes her beliefs just like Brittany and Craig do. The chat has said some unkind things to her, which she has clarified. It came from the chat. But the two most targeted by bullshit. Sorry, bullshit.
That doesn't escape.
Julie has poked and poked and poked.
Actually, the statement that was made the other night, she set Julie up to this. She set Julie up to this.
They did.
I don't know who this she is that they were saying put me up to something.
Hey, Countess.
I think it was stated before that by people that Illuminati has put me up to something. Or Grant.
Look, I've been extremely careful for how I do talk about her weaponization of her beliefs, because she will quickly use it, just like she has using her children against me, using all of this stuff. Julie has the same exact fucking tactics as BJ. And you're not going to push that on me. I'm not at all. I'm not going down that. But you absolutely weaponize your beliefs.
He has put me up to something. And I heard Illuminati's response to that, which was really very accurate. She's like, you think I put Julie up to something? She's like, let me tell you something. It would take a very, very, very strong person to put to make Julie do something or not do something. I think Julie makes her own decisions. Oh, they think it's Clue. Well, whoever they think, whether it be Clue.
I don't think anybody had to put Julie up to this. I think Julie had a plan. And I think that's very obvious. She told everybody she had a plan and she knew how to go about this. I think she was encouraged. I absolutely do. I mean, we've heard people encourage her. We've heard people in her chat, but it's not people that people want to come out and say, this person's being blamed. No, we've heard people cheering her on and supporting her bullshit. And it's, like I said, it's over the hatred of BJ. It is what it is.
It's hard to know when, because they don't put a name on it.
But the alts come flying out to support Julie for sure and gas her up, and she runs with it.
Say she. So they leave it up to people to wonder, is it Granny? Is it Clue? Like, some people thought it was Granny. Some people think it's Clue. Clue said it would take a really strong person, not to put somebody up to it, but I control Julie, or I make Julie do things, or something like that. It would take a really, really strong person to make Julie do something or not do something. And she's right. She's 1,000% right. She's like, I don't think anybody's telling Julie anything to do or not to do. And even if they did, I don't think Julie would listen. And she's right about that as well. Nobody has made me do anything. Nobody has stopped me from doing anything. I'm not an unreasonable person where I don't listen to advice from others who I think are wise. I do take people's counsel into consideration. But ultimately, everything I do is my decision. Nobody put me up to anything ever in my life.
There's no guarantee of even a fine Mercedes girl with this.
Yeah. I mean, that they would blame Clue or Granny or anybody for my actions, my decisions is, if you know me, pretty laughable. It's pretty laughable that I would, this was the problem the Green Team had with me, that I was not taking orders from people. It's because they're projecting, because there are people out there who have others do their dirty work, right? It's projection. And first of all, Illuminati, who I've gotten to know a little bit, is an extremely ethical person, extremely fair, and doesn't let others influence her. She doesn't put her finger up to the wind of what is popular opinion to say what she thinks is right. If she thinks something's right, she'll say it's right. If she thinks something's wrong, she'll say it's wrong. Doesn't matter if people agree or disagree. She's very strong. Granny's the same. And I'm the same. Nobody put me up to anything. That's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's totally ridiculous. It's the way they operate. Clue is one of those rare gems. I agree. I'm grateful that Clue has agreed with my feeling that people have the right to go on YouTube and not be threatened by other people, threatened with violence, or threaten their family members with violence. This happened, I think.
None of us have condoned people being threatened with violence. None of us have condoned that. We just think that for many of us, me speaking for myself, and the chat can speak for themselves, but I don't support anybody reaching to try and twist something into a threat about them. I could have done the same exact fucking thing you've done, but there's actual fucking threats. They actually called the police on me. She actually encouraged her people to believe that I was doing something nefarious by clipping her children. See, I wouldn't have had to lie about shit, but I would never fucking do this. Ever. You're a fucking fool. It's the fucking victimhood Olympics. Log the fuck off. You don't go poking for a further fucking reaction if you can't handle it to begin with.
To Elevated Truth's wife the other night. That there is a limit, you know, and that is the limit. But Clue didn't say that or feel that way or agree with me because.
And I'm sorry, but anybody that is so in fucking fear doesn't start filing police reports. And then a week after they file a private citizen's complaint, start reaching out to people and asking them the most invasive questions you'll ever hear. Meanwhile, she had already released all of those same details months previous. Trying to hem more people up in your fucking bullshit as you're digging and collecting on her as you had been for, what, a year? Get out of here.
Some conspiracy. It's just how she feels. She would do it if it were, she would say that if it were me or anybody else. And honestly, her saying it and saying she agrees or doesn't disagree with Julie doing, you know, saying I'm not okay with threats.
Conscious, this has been a really good reminder of what I stand for. It's been a really good recentering for myself, if I'm being honest. But I can tell you something that I really had to recognize. And like I said, it might be a character flaw of my own. But I am never, ever going to be okay with somebody attempting to falsify statements to police, to misuse our court systems when there's actual victims out there that deserve protections. This wastes our resources. Our justice system is so flawed to begin with. And this is something I'm never going to be okay with. Unfortunately, in this situation, Julie made Brittany out to be, I mean, one in the same. They're one in the fucking same. That's all that we really learned through this process is they are both LawCows who have no boundaries, no give a shit for actual victims. But both of these motherfuckers, here's another part that just irritates the piss out of me. They came in here going after parents of a missing child, making crazy allegations, blatant lies. Julie did. So did BJ and panel. Blatant lies against Chris and Katie. Julie sent people, a local, proudly to drive by their home on a holiday. And then they turn around and engage willfully in a back and forth and become the victims. Our justice system doesn't even protect victims and their families at their worst times. But yet these two fucking psychopaths, excuse me, my opinion, I'm allowed to it, think they deserve protections by our courts. Police had to go drive by this crazy lunatic, there's a new word, lunatic's house, because she told them that she was afraid as she's trying to get him violated. I don't care how much I hate you, which that isn't a word I really even use in my real life. There's very few people that are deserving of that term in my real life that are probably really deserving of that term. But I'm never going to be okay with somebody making false allegations against them. Justice isn't forced. Justice and accountability, this isn't karma. I've heard so many people say this is BJ's karma. No, it's not. No, it's fucking not. She met her fucking twin is all that happened. But these are my boundaries and my standards and my beliefs. There are so many out there that need protection, that need the court and actual justice. These two clowns do a disservice and a mockery for all of us. But it was a really good slap in my face because I'm never going to be okay with this. I don't care who it is. I don't care at what cost. I'm not here to be liked. This is what I stand for. And this is bullshit.
It has not helped her in any way gain any popularity, as I do. If you can't come online and not threaten people with physical violence, you don't need to be here. Thank you, Cletus. Yeah, it's not. People have the right to come online.
God.
You know, say what they want to say.
Ugh.
People talk about people and everything like that. Okay, that happens. Nonsense is doing 100-hour live streams. There's nothing I can do about it. I hate it. I'm hurt by
100-hour live streams. I mean, if I could, I would. I've probably done 100 hours of live streams. I mean, I went 10 the other night. It just flowed because this is such a parallel to other things we've seen in the past and the exact same situation. LawCow and LawCow, JLR and Uni, same fucking bullshit. I stood against that. People were fucking rocked about it. I didn't care.
it. I'm hurt by the people who she has persuaded that I'm, you know, some kind of monster or something. I don't know.
The people I've persuaded that you are a monster, you're a liar. You know how people were persuaded to believe that you were a monster or a liar? You use the term monster. Listening to your own words. That's how people determined where they stood on this. We went and listened to your own words. Day after day, time after time. All different streams. Yeah, we've revisited a few. You showed people you're a liar. Not me. I just had to play your words. Bye, body.
But
Have a good night at work.
there's nothing I could do to stop it. And she hasn't threatened me with violence. So she's free to go about doing whatever. But once you start crossing that line into actual threats, and, you know, people have the right to be on here and feel safe to say whatever their opinions are without having themselves or their family members threatened. That's not okay.
No, it's not okay. It's not okay for you to, because I'm replaying your words, to start lying about me, claiming that I was going to use videos of your son, doing an entire 7-minute video from start to finish of solid lies about what I was doing in real time, and then allowing your subs to say that I would be the cause if your child had a seizure. That's not okay. It's not okay that you've been digging into my background so much that you know about things that you shouldn't know a fuck anything about. And then you dangled it as some sort of fucking gotcha. You're a fucking sick bitch, is all that proved to me.
So, and same thing with Granny. I don't think, you know, it's helped her. I don't think it's hurt Clue or anybody, or Clue or Granny, because I think they're people who, they're very strong women who, you know, feel very deeply about what they think is right and wrong. And it just happens to be.
Listen, baby, stop saying you're sorry. We'll get it figured out. Me and Trevor had a good time today. We're good. we're really good. I'll update you later.
That they're reacting to
Love you.
something going on with me, but it just happens to be me. If it was somebody else, it would be the same thing. Even people they don't like, let's say.
Guess what? If BJ would have done this to you, I would have been saying the same exact thing. This isn't about who this is happening to or who's the popular person or who's liked. This is across the board, and this should not have had any knee-jerk reaction outside of it's fucking bullshit. It's wrong. I wouldn't give a fuck if Craig and Brittany were charged with this. I'm going to tell you straight up. I don't care what the outcome is. This is bullshit. Period, point blank, end of story. What Julia has shown us that she was doing, what she has told us that she was doing, I don't care. It's wrong. There is no other. That's where I stand, and that's where I'm going to stand. This is never going to be acceptable. Jamani, I'm really anxious to see how BJ spends all this tonight. I mean, Jamani, who knows? She'll probably say she can't talk about court. I would like to hear what the judge ultimately said, because Julie is trying to request that no mediation, that she's too much fear of mediation. So if she denies mediation, then they'll go through some sort of, let me just tell you, dumbest thing possible. If you're going to try to push this to a trial, you're going to look even more foolish. Sorry. Yep. And I also think that it could have been a performance of BJ to not have an attorney there. And I wouldn't doubt that her subs say, look, you need legal representation if this goes forward. And they'll probably support it. So thank you, Jamani. Swamp Girl, thank you so much for the support. Lola Lauren told me to do it. Thank you. Please do me a favor and hit that thumbs up. I really ask for that. But I think people deserve to know the truth. And I know other people are talking about this too, thankfully. But I think people deserve to know her statements, because if you know me, you know we're taking another detour here in a moment. Crime Chronicles, that is sick to say, period. My child died from a seizure. I'm so sorry, Crime Chronicles, first of all. It's not a joke, Julie. Don't even speak on your child ever and try to use it for drama. Well, she not only used it for drama, but she used it in the courts. The prosecutor did say mandatory mediation, but then he also told them, Julie, to bring those concerns to the judge.
And I'm not saying that Clue and Granny don't like me. But if it was somebody they don't like, I don't think they would say it's okay at all. I think they would stand up even for people they don't like, to say, just because, you don't like somebody doesn't mean it's okay to threaten them. I'll put it this way. YouTube took down Clue's channel because of a safe environment. So anyone else who isn't fostering that needs to go too, in your opinion. Yeah. And here I am, Cletus. Here I am, right? With basically the ability to do what I've openly said. And one of the reasons, Brittany has been angry with me, or she's blamed me for deleting a whole bunch of her videos because I reported her to YouTube and to external agencies whose these external agencies monitor online hate,
When she didn't get her way with reporting her to a bunch of fucking outside agencies, she took it up a notch. Thank you, Earth.
He said he was appearing via Zoom. There was no Zoom. There was no Zoom at all. There was no Zoom at all. And when he did appear by Zoom with the other judge, he did tell the other judge he didn't want to come to New Jersey, or wasn't going to come to New Jersey. And the other judge said, you will be here in New Jersey. It sounded very clear to me by her instructions. And of course, on the paperwork itself, it says in person. If it was a Zoom, they wouldn't have asked for an adjournment. The last time.
Obviously, it's been acceptable that he's not there. His attorney has been there. So there's that.
And the reason given is they need more time to make travel arrangements. So, there was no Zoom. I don't know if somebody else told them there was a Zoom, but no Zoom happened. Well, Clue is such a kind-hearted person that she hasn't sent in her legal paperwork to YouTube yet. However, that may change. YouTube doesn't take kindly to people doing lawfare over words, right? And like I'm saying, here I am.
What do they mean, Clue's legal paperwork? The dismissal of the ROs? Is that what they're talking about? I just caught that. I don't think I caught that the last time we listened to that. What are they talking about? Clue's legal paperwork. The dismissal of the ROs?
And the reason given is they need more time to make travel arrangements. So, there was no Zoom. I don't know if somebody else told them there was a Zoom, but no Zoom happened. Well, Clue is such a kind-hearted person that she hasn't sent in her legal paperwork to YouTube yet. However, that may change. YouTube doesn't take kindly to people doing lawfare over words, right? And like I'm saying, here I am. Brittany's been talking about all these people reporting her for violations of terms of services, which, I was doing that for a long time.
Aisha, yeah, isn't it funny how that's called content farming? She was also the one to provide Julie with all these clean, recordings of all these streams of BJ's. And now she's on over there helping BJ. That's what we call content farming. All sides against the middle. Yeah, that's what it sounds like it should be, casual art. But she said that she was, there's safety concerns.
Not that YouTube ever paid attention to any of that at all, ever.
But again, you got to take into account too, they already have downgraded all of this. So what she's saying is safety concerns, they've already downgraded these charges to what it is now. I don't know if she'll get away with trying to refuse mediation. I mean, they'll probably have to go to mediation. She can be unwilling to compromise on anything and come to an agreement because she wants to. But if she pushes it to a fucking trial, let me just tell you, she's going to look like a fucking idiot.
But things are different now.
Does.
And yet I haven't, because of fear of retribution.
Yep. I don't know if she's providing BJ with anything. I have no indication of that, but we know clearly from Julie's statements that Chroma Reels was the one providing her transcripts and clean videos for her to submit for the police reports.
I don't know what to do. Honestly, I don't know what to do. This temporary protection order was supposed to be a stopgap to stop the threats, harassment.
So the protection order was supposed to be a stopgap
until such time there could be the prosecutor would decide on the criminal complaint.
Okay, pay attention to this because I don't think a lot of people. Chroma Reels channel is gone by her doing or by casual art. Yeah, I'm. Whoo. Yeah, that part. By her doing or YouTube took it down. Aisha, do we know? Does anybody know? I'm not shocked if YouTube took it down because it's AI, all of it being AI stuff. However, I wouldn't be shocked if she took it down herself because she's in the middle of all the shit. And that's what that group of people does, is they get caught up in shit and then they delete all of their shit and then they rebrand themselves and come back. She has beautiful disaster. She has talked about trying to do the same thing. So the initial complaint, she had them both wrote in, and then she said that she filed one against Craig separately too. There is nothing that shows on a docket independently to Craig, but the county prosecutor or the prosecutor mentioned Craig too.
It was never supposed to be whatever, but here we are. And I don't know what to do, honestly, because part of me feels like it's a worthless piece of paper I have.
See, and this is so disingenuous because she is saying to her audience that the temporary order of protection was just a stopgap. It was just a kind of a fail safe until they pick up. She already knew at this time that they had denied and downgraded the charges, that wasn't coming. She knew this. She already knew at this point that they declined. That's why she had to file the private citizen's complaint, because they denied to pick up charges. This is why it's pissing me the fuck off. Yes, mediation is mandatory. I'll play it again, but Julie is trying to put off that it's a safety issue.
If there's no enforcement. And it makes me very angry because, people talk about lack of accountability. There's certain people that you meet who seem to always kind of get away with stuff when other people follow the rule. Other people follow the rules. And then there's other people who either,
there you go.
Not just do they think they're above the law, they literally almost are above the law. Because if the people who are responsible for enforcing things don't do it, I could see why.
Oh, my Atlanta, this was her trying to save face and also try to imply that somebody else was at fault if she did not come through with what she had said. This is her trying to, once again, skirt accountability for the fucking fact that she lied. She was trying to imply that, I had been potentially talking to Craig's attorney. She was trying to set up a narrative that when she loses these, that it's somebody else's fault, that there's corruption or something backdoor had happened. once again, a clear example of another person who will not take accountability for a fucking thing that they ever do.
They would think they're above the law because it doesn't seem to matter. Nothing seems to
I don't
matter.
know.
And it's very disheartening. It makes it, I felt like I said yesterday,
Here we go with the tears.
you know, I was just like, I give
Pick
up.
up,
I
Adrian.
give up. They're not doing anything with it. It doesn't mean anything. I even said to a friend of mine who said, no, Julie, don't give up now. Don't stop now. Don't, you know,
You should be in the position of a victim who is actually living in fear, that can't get their abuser held accountable for actual major issues. You should be thankful that this is all you're dealing with, because a lot of victims don't have this piece of paper that you even got. Fucking clown.
you've come this far and everything. I was just like, why even keep going if they're not going to enforce anything?
March 22nd, 3 days after the continuance on the 19th.
You know, I'm like, what would it take? There's very specific instructions that are given to a defendant when they get a protection order.
And this is my promise to my islanders. If you're not an islander, this does not apply. And this doesn't mean my members. The people who understand why I have been loud about this are my people. It doesn't matter if we agree on everything. In fact, I hope we don't, because that's better. But this is my promise to you. I will be getting louder and louder about situations like this and misuse of our courts. I don't care who it is. The more it continues to happen, the louder we will get and the more we will push back. Something has to change. I don't know how to get it to change legally. I don't know how we're going to stop this, but we have to speak up and speak out. And if all we can do is shame them into embarrassment so they don't try it again, then hell, one less thing they are doing. But we are not going to sit by silently and let victims, actual victims, be ran through the fucking mud by these very people and then them switch it up. Because again, I remind you, Julie and BJ had zero ethics when it came to reporting on a missing child and their family. They didn't give a fuck about those victims. In fact, they didn't think it was appropriate for Chris and Katie to be afforded protections in the court against Betty. They didn't think that was appropriate. Julie was sending people to drive by their house. BJ was passing off as much misinformation and as green team extraordinaire as you could possibly get. We will get louder. Mark my words. I'm done with this. This is a fucking trend that is happening, and it's getting worse and worse.
That have been violated multiple times and no actions taken.
Sure did.
No, that's not it. It's, well, Granny, there's been six different things. It's not just because of my name. There's been 6 things. One of those 6 is very, in my opinion, is very serious. And of the 6, one was referring to my husband, which makes me, you know.
She was so in fear. Let me remind you. So what she is saying here, one was in reference to Al. So Al participates just like Craig. Sorry, just like Kyle. It is what it is. BJ said that she wanted to reach out to Al and tell Al what Julie was doing. We listened to it. It exists. She didn't directly ask for his phone number. Julie was so much in fear of that happening. That happened January 31st, by the way, if you don't know. Julie, instead of going and waking up the man, the protector of her home, you know, her husband, Al, she called the cops, had the cops come out. Al slept silently in bed, peacefully. Julie called the police, made a report, didn't even wake Al up, didn't tell Al until the very next day. She was so worried about it, but didn't wake him up, called the cops to make a report, to collect her evidence. But the very man that protects his home, his family, has done a sufficient job all along, it sounds like, protecting his family, isn't even included in this concerning situation. Unbelievable. And Bobby, I agree with you. Like, there is no safety issue. I'll play that again so you guys can hear what she says in a minute.
So
I'll play this, then we'll play that one again, the municipal court hearing, and then I got another little slap in the face for these idiots.
there's been 6, and one I thought one was very serious in my opinion, and one was directed at Al, which personally made me very upset.
Yeah, unreal.
You know what I mean, Granny? Like, I don't know, maybe if you've ever felt this way, like giving up, like what am I doing if nothing?
This is so incredibly selfish to even say. She's talking about Granny's watching at this point in time. She says to Granny, I don't know if you've ever felt this way. She has had 10, Julie, 10 plaintiffs versus 2, Barbecue and Granny. I'm sure they wish they had the option of just tapping out and withdrawing like you did. You've had that option. You could have withdrawn. You could have not engaged. You could have done any other content. They didn't get that option. You fucking selfish bitch. Not only that, but the very person you were engaging with that you were, oh my God, he's the best thing ever, Tony Mathis. And then you decided to flip your fucking lid like you do and go after the man that you went extremely real life on, also sued her. She didn't get the chance to tap out. Not at all. You have that option. You could have stopped engaging. She couldn't. But what a selfish fucking statement right there that you once again show who you really are.
Thing is, nothing's done. There's no accountability. There's no enforcement. There's nothing. They just get away with everything. But I don't know. I don't know what to do. That's all. I really hope that it wasn't nonsense herself communicating with the attorney. I don't know who could have been. And about one other thing. But it was very weird. It was very weird. It was very out of the blue. The timing of when it was brought up, everything.
Granny didn't. Never did. In fact, when Granny spoke out to Julie directly that she didn't agree with her doing family trees, Julie basically said to her, well, I'll do it on you. Yeah. Granny didn't do shit like that, but Julie did.
Everything about it was weird. And it was upsetting. But I answered the question, and she wouldn't communicate directly with the attorney. Because it was there were notes. Yeah. Granny didn't give up. I know. Granny's an inspiration. I saw that judge. I saw 4 cases before we were called up, go through. And some of the people I felt very bad for. This one man he was there for a final restraining order hearing, and he was denied a final restraining order. And he was disabled. He had hearing aids, and he had been pushed and shoved. He lives in a rooming house, and he'd been pushed and shoved and threatened by someone else who lives in the rooming house who appeared in court. The man who was pushed, who was disabled, he could physically walk. He was mobile, but he had difficulty walking. And he looked 30 years at least older than the other guy. The other guy was a young guy. He was big. And he was denied. He didn't get the FRO. And I felt really bad for him. So I don't know what's going to happen in my case. I really don't, because what I was like, if this guy didn't get an FRO, does anybody get FROs here? I don't know what happens, because it was weird. It was like, it seems to me. And
talk about a slap in the face to another victim, a person that she's detailing a horrific story about that didn't get a final restraining order. And she still thinks that some way, somehow she deserves one. She never attempted to disengage. That's another thing. She never stopped doing content poking at them. Not once did she try to disengage.
I mean, I just didn't agree.
She just kept on, kept on, kept on, kept on.
But what do I know?
You think you're irritated now? Hold with me. We'll listen to a little bit more of this and then I will really irritate you. Because you know I like to do that. It's called torture sessions.
You know, I don't know all the facts of the case, but I know what I witnessed and listened to in court. I saw physically, you know, their size, their, you know, his disability. He seemed very credible to me. And I don't know.
Good.
And now I got to wait till April 8th. And in the meantime, I'm not going online. I can't really talk. I can't really this. I can't that. So it sucks. And everything I do and say gets held against me or is fodder for content for, oh, sunset gazing, my friend.
Wah, wah, wah. Poor you. Everything I do and say gets held against me. Shut the fuck up. You put it out here on a public platform. You've been detailing this for months. You know what? I don't know who it was that encouraged me. I'm going to have to go back and look at that chat and see which ones of you said, yeah, let's go look. Because cheers to all of you who said, yep, let's go look, because I don't recall her being threatened. Let's go figure this out. I'm going to have to go look so I can thank you personally for encouraging me to go back and look, because I'm glad I did. And I'm glad I wasn't silent throughout this. I'm incredibly thankful that we spoke up.
And remember, 4 months, throw your hands in the air if you use a Juke lamp is content for nonsense to use.
Back it up like 40 seconds, so probably like a minute. Now, Marlene, here you go.
And I felt really bad for him. So I don't know what's going to happen in my case. I really don't, because what I was like, if this guy didn't get an FRO.
Yeah, but that, Michelle, I instantly had that it was my decision, but that knee-jerk reaction that I had going, oh, fuck, I don't want to talk about this because I have a bias about this bitch. And whoever it was, when I said, do you guys want to go take a look at this? I know. Oh, my God. Okay, hold on. You guys got to. Sorry, Sharon Needles. You're going to get pissed off. Whoever encouraged or said, yeah, let's do it. Thank you. Get him to do that again. You seen the mini cows with their balls? Well, Auntie Janice in accounting sent a big ball. Hank's scared of the fucking thing. Hank's scared shitless of it. But Cooper, on the other hand, it's like the mini cow with the big ball. It's just a mini Aussie with a big ball. Oh my God. Look at him. Poor Hank's under my leg right now. Oh, he's so happy. So fucking happy. Hank's hiding behind me, you guys. Hank's, hold on, I'll show you. Oh no, now he's figuring it out. Hold on. Now he's going out there. He's like, wait, little brother's got it. It might be okay. Maybe it's okay. Oh my goodness. Janice in accounting, thank you.
Thank you.
Once again, thank you.
Does anybody get FROs here? I don't know what happens, because it was weird. It was like, it seems to me, I mean, I just didn't agree, but what do I know? You know, I don't know all the facts of the case, but I know what I witnessed and listened to in court. I saw physically, you know, their size, their, you know, his disability. He seemed very credible to me. And I don't know. And now I got to wait till April 8th. And in the meantime, I'm not going online. I can't really talk. I can't really this. I can't that.
I don't know what causes her to foam at the side of the mouth, but you might need to get that checked out. You might be rabid.
So it sucks. And everything I do and say gets held against me or is fodder for content for, oh, sunset gazing, my friend. Remember, 4 months, throw your hands in the air if you use a Juke lamp is content for nonsense to use. I did a little video last night. The song was going through my head. It's Modest Yahoo who sings that song. Sometimes I lay under the moon and I thank God I'm breathing and I pray. Don't take me soon, because I'm here for a reason. Sometimes in my tears I drown, but I never let it get me down. Because all my life I've been waiting for, I've been praying for the people to say that there will be no more war. And the children will play one day. And that song was going through my head. And I turned on the camera and sang it. I knew she was live about me again. And I'm just like, when is enough? And it's really, really obviously very one.
You heard that line that she just sang, right? About war. I want to remind you how entitled this bitch actually is. When there are families that have been torn apart, lost lives because of wars. She knows this. She absolutely knows this. And to compare what she has willfully engaged with over and over again on YouTube to that should make everybody cringe.
Decided. And I can't.
In fact, it usually does, because BJ says the same thing. She referenced this as a war. And people had a complete come apart about it, rightfully so. That same energy should be to Julie too. You aren't a fucking victim.
Defend myself in the way that I want to, you know. I would love to show all the evidence that I have, all the facts, all the details. I can't. On Sweets. Let's work on some cases, Julie. Get your mind off this. Yeah, I'm going to be working on Sweets.
Nikki Jax, trust me, I understand that today was only about Brittany. However, Julie's own words, where they were not being held accountable for each other's, but both of them, she was trying the same thing. So in my opinion, yes, based on all of Julie's previous statements, she was trying, and she just said it in this, the TPO was a stopgap waiting for the criminal charges. She was attempting to have Craig also charged. Sure was. She stated flat out in this. That's why I went back to this. That the TPO was a stopgap while she was waiting on the prosecutor to decide on charges. She didn't want them for just one. She wanted them for both.
For some help in, she works, she has a, can you say the name in time?
Today's hearing was only about BJ.
But I'm also doing things for my book. I'm focusing on my book in the interim. Honestly, I'm never going to quit YouTube because, you know, I got a lot of plans in my life, and I like the people who I've met and who are here today. Louder doesn't make others right. Louder doesn't make others righter, right? I'm strong, Jackie. Thank you. You've been so nice to me. I'm stronger than you know. Yeah. I mean, I've been through a lot. How many people can skip out on court in a case and just skate through? It's unbelievable. It is. I mean, I'm sure, you know, people, I'm sure my attorney, everybody who, whatever, is going to be like, why would you even do this live stream today? I mean, I was like, it was so weird what happened. And then it was talked about on Nonsense's live stream last night. Apparently there was something pinned to the screen about our friend, the boy's cousin, Al's lifelong friend, who is such a good person. He is such a good person. And I knew his mom, who passed away, and she was a beautiful human being. Her name was Ronnie. She was a lot of fun.
And this right here was just too much information without any need for any of it. You should review the part she brings you up calling attorney, the mouth blocking. She's not comfortable even saying this. Ronnie, that's true. Thank you for the support. But this is my cue to go here. Once upon a time, Julie Skolnick reviewed Lauren Matthias. And you might say, oh, Becky, I don't want to listen to this. Yeah, you do. Because we know what Lauren Matthias used the courts for, right? We sure do. If you don't, there's a shit ton of content. I've done it a bunch of content. In fact, I'm going to be tapping into that a little bit because Lauren and John gave me the ick that I've never had before the other night, and it's just something. So we'll get back into that occasionally too. But this is very important. This is from, let me tell you the date on this right quick before we do this. October 28th, 2025. Some of you saw this the other day, but I think this is very relevant for other people to listen to now. He's discussing Lauren using our courts.
Anything else, friend? She is the victim of a stalker. Okay, says you. A judge didn't say that. The judge says, right, sunset gazing. The judge says, no. The judge says, why don't you lawyers go out in the hall and try to work this out? Because it does not rise to the level of stalking. If it is Lauren used.
So, psyops, she does not have an attorney representing her in the municipal court hearing. Her interests are represented by the prosecuting attorney because she is the plaintiff, but more so in the capacity of he's a coordinator of sorts. This is a private citizen's complaint. He's not going to go and like do all of these, what a typical prosecuting attorney does for victims. It's not to that degree. He's a coordinator. He's going to take evidence from Brittany. He'll take what Julie sends, and he just kind of facilitates. He's not, it's a formality of sorts. It's not what she's trying to represent it as per usual.
The courts to try to silence.
And it's mandatory mediation, so it goes to a mediator. Now, depending on what happened with the judge, because they were sent over to the judge, I'm assuming the mandatory mediation probably gets held up, but Julia wasn't wanting that.
The free speech of another person who was saying mean things about her. Lauren possibly, excuse me, possibly had a defamation lawsuit against this woman. She called multiple times on multiple places up her stalker in front of hundreds of thousands of people have heard her now say she's a stalker when she was.
Rowena, I would have to go back and count, but I know off the top of my head like 4 or 5.
Wasn't a stalker. She's not been convicted.
She was pro Lauren to begin with. She was a fangirl of Lauren.
Of a crime. She might have had a defamation case against her about the stuff that she said about trying to impregnate herself with her brother's sperm, like all that stuff. She could have potentially, prior to this, prior to all this stalking allegations, I think she could have had a defamation case for that untrue story. She basically alluded to the idea that they were doing something akin to SA,
Thank you.
Which they didn't do. And it was insensitive. And it was with the family at a vulnerable time, making end of life decisions and then putting it out there and twisting it. She could have sued her for defamation. Did this woman commit a crime? No, she didn't. And if we're going to misuse the courts to silence people's free speech.
Oh, wait, what? Again, sorry, but this is a freedom of speech issue too. And whether people want to recognize it or not, Julie has intentionally taken statements not directed at her and twisted them with her go-go gadget arms and reached to twist them into threats of violence to her. We've watched her do it in real time with the twists and turns of these statements. You don't get to do that and try to silence somebody. Same thing, bitch. And again, why is she foaming at the fucking mouth? What causes people to foam at the mouth? Sorry, I'm annoyed with it. Okay. Don't they make a shot for that shit?
Akin to SA, which
that's right,
they didn't do. And it was insensitive. And it was with the family at a vulnerable time, making end of life decisions and then putting it out there and twisting it. She could have sued her for
Listen, Kathy, I wish she was dehydrated so then she wouldn't be able to cry on command like she does. Okay, I can give you that. Some medications may cause the foaming. Okay, all right. Thank you, guys. Well, whatever it is, it's causing it.
defamation.
I was thinking rabies, but you know.
Did this woman commit a crime? No, she didn't. And if we're going to misuse the courts to silence people's free speech, people can say mean things about you. Unfortunately, it happens all the time, especially if you are a public figure or a limited public figure. The judge was over it. Very classy, but so over it. Yeah, and I'm over it too. Don't come in here saying,
oh, she's over it with Lauren. Don't you dare come in saying what?
that Lauren is the victim of stalking.
Oh, well, fuck. Well, I love how these words get to be played back at these people.
When
And let me be very clear, just because I feel like I have to say it every fucking time. Julie versus BJ is Julie versus BJ. LawCow on LawCow crime. Unfortunately, it's on the rise. I said what I said. These are LawCows. They're mooing and suing. Today, they've got the moos and the blues. All right, here we are. Nobody is feeling sorry for BJ and Craig. They weren't the first in this sector to do that, or this overlapping space to use our court systems. We just did a whole throwback the other night, which was actually, the parallels were really shocking to hear, of Uni and JLR. Uni Rock lied, JLR lied. There's a lot of this chaos that's been going on.
the judge was not going to grant an extension of the temporary RO, which is not evidence of stalking. A temporary RO is not evidence of stalking, okay? People can get temporary ROs because it helps protect real victims in emergency situations when they don't have time to schedule a court hearing, right? But they're usually scheduled very quickly.
Bobby, that's why when anybody was screaming that this would help her, people don't understand. Her bombarding the court with a bunch of irrelevant shit isn't going to help in this case at all. This is such a weird situation as is with these private citizens complaint and how they're handled and the mediation and stuff. But so be it.
After, like within a week or 2 weeks, so they can have a decision if it's actually warranted.
Look, Belinda came up with the slogan for the LawCow community. Welcome to the LawCow community. We have an entire group of them. Belinda said they not only moo, but they sue. I don't know if she said threaten to sue, but we can say they moo and sue. Sure do.
Warranted.
And they sing the blues.
And there was a crime.
Hank.
And the judge was not going to do that. And then Lauren withdrew. And she has still not pursued it. So just because she feels that she's been the victim doesn't mean she is the victim of a crime.
Dina, thank you for the support. I appreciate it. I just got that. Thank you.
She's the victim of people saying mean things about her. So what?
Oh, for anybody that doesn't know, it was an April Fool's Day for Julie today. And probably Brittany too. But my video came back up today. The video that Julie tried striking me for and raising holy hell about. That video is now publicly available again. Mm-hmm. Sure is. Sure is. It's been a bad day.
What she's afraid
Sad day.
of. She's afraid of. What do you think Lauren's afraid of? Is she possibly, theoretically, afraid of it coming out, the mean things she said about other people?
I was shocked it went out with notifications when you guys started seeing. You guys were the reason I knew that it was back up because I didn't know. And then I'm like, oh shit! Sure enough, I got an email. But you guys, I saw your notifications first. Look at him, babe.
The temporary order, Philly flavor, you don't understand what a temporary order is. A temporary order is something the courts grant. The courts can grant without
Nope.
an evidentiary hearing.
Oh,
There is no evidence.
listen to her explanation of a temporary protection order. Isn't it ironic? Don't you think? And I think I saw Duchess in here earlier. Hey, Dutchie. Where is my button?
And isn't it ironic? Don't you think?
A little too ironic. I really do think.
Crime. She's the victim of people saying mean things about her. So what?
Oh, my Michelle.
What she's afraid of? She's afraid of. What do you think Lauren's afraid of? Is she possibly, theoretically, afraid of it coming out, the mean things she said about other people?
Oh.
The temporary order, Philly flavor, you don't understand what a temporary order is.
On the other side of that, Bobby, if these people were smart, which we know they're not, I think Julia's put herself in a position for counterclaims that might be really fucking interesting with how much she talks too. So although it might backfire in New Jersey, she might have opened herself up to a whole other ballgame on her own. This is why LawCow and LawCow crime is not a good suggestion.
A temporary order is something the courts grant. The courts can grant without an evidentiary hearing. There is no evidence other than a statement by the petitioner. So I could write literally anything. I could say, Philly flavor. I am in fear of my life from Philly flavor because they've been coming into my chat and making me feel fearful of my life because they don't like what I have to say about Lauren. And they don't do any research on me to find out what I've said before or how I feel or anything about me before criticizing me. And they're trying to convince other people to get behind them in hating me. And this hate could be incitement for violence against me as a creator.
Ouch.
I have children to protect. Therefore, I feel harassed.
I think this aged perfection, like perfection. Fine wine, if not boxed wine, fine wine.
They've made, 15 comments now in my chat. I have witnesses. Postcards is my witness. Sunset gazing is my witness.
Speaking of which, you said you had a witness in this situation with what you were doing with Brittany and Craig. Who's your witness? Julie? Who's the witness? Nosy people want to know. That'd be me. I'm nosy.
And I get a temporary restraining order. It's not evidence that you actually committed a crime. Until they have an evidentiary hearing, which is usually scheduled within a week or two, to decide if an actual restraining order should be. That's why they call it a TRO. That's the T. Temporary. Temporary. That's the T. That's what it means. To get an actual RO, restraining order, you need to actually prove there has
I agree with that. Yeah, the cheaper the better, isn't it?
been a crime committed. Not that you feel you're the victim of a crime. It's ex parte. It gives immediate protection.
So how does that work when you have been telling people that you were the victim of a crime and that you didn't know how long it was going to take for them to charge and that the TPO was just a stopgap while you were waiting on charges from the prosecutor, which obviously we know once again, as of today, were downgraded, and you had to file a private citizen's complaint. they refused to violate him numerous times. Huh. Huh. Accusing people of crimes? Huh.
Thank you, Crafting with Amy.
What do I know?
And time to allow the defendant respondent time to be served before a hearing. Exactly. It gives you temporary protection. And there's a very good reason to have these, because victims of, let's say, domestic violence, women who, the most dangerous time for a woman in a domestic violence situation, not that the other times in the house aren't dangerous, they are, but statistically the most dangerous time is when you attempt to leave your violent partner, right? And your violent domestic partner. More women statistically are killed about the time that they attempt or do leave their which is why a lot of women stay, because they're threatened. If you leave, I will kill you. I will kill the kids. I will kill the kids. I'll kill the dog.
Thank you to the 40 of you hanging out on Kick too. Appreciate you guys.
You know, I'll kill myself. They say all kinds of crazy stuff, and they often carry it, and not often, but it has been carried out, which is why we got temporary restraining orders. That in an emergency situation, she just left.
Hey, Strawberry.
And she needs protection until they can schedule a court hearing. Our courts are not designed to offer protection in an emergency, immediate situation. And luckily, with the Domestic Violence Act of, I think it was in the 90s, the Domestic Violence Act helped with these situations.
No, Rowena, how dare she research that? You know, her research is impeccable, even though she gets so much fucking wrong. We've seen it time and time again. She even doxed the wrong SF and then encouraged people to report this man, gave a tutorial of how to report this man's license. But, you know, her research is impeccable. I don't know how people ever gave her that title or have helped her put off this persona that she's so above everybody intelligence wise. It's fucking embarrassing. But she says all sorts of shit like this and then cries that she's a bigger victim than anybody. But they were telling her one day, thank you for attempting to get the weapons removed. Look, I have very strong stance on them having loaded weapons unsecured in that household, as you guys know. But law enforcement has been in that house, secured and unloaded the weapons, and left. You think Julie's going to come in and be the one? People refuse to see what a situation they're almost encouraging. But maybe that's the point. I don't know.
And there have been cases of women, you know, it took many women losing their lives.
Oh, Janice in accounting, Rowena, I don't know if you knew that, but Janice in accounting went to Julie's comments when she was doing the whole Pocahontas bullshit and said, look, you're wrong. This is not, like, why are you doing this? Janice in accounting got 1 or 2 videos done on her. I think it was 2 that she got done directly to her, because how dare anybody push back against Julie
to get these laws in effect of temporary restraining orders.
Yeah, really.
Unfortunately, even with restraining orders, it doesn't necessarily protect you from somebody who wants to do you actual harm. Go watch Jay is for Justice deep dives into hearings and filings. The judge felt no reason to go forward. That's absolutely true. Yeah, it was dropped because Lauren didn't want it to get out. Lauren dropped it, didn't she? She didn't want to move forward with it. She didn't.
Her channel is just Janice in accounting. She makes a lot of community posts. She doesn't do videos, but she makes exceptionally well-written community posts. And I think she did a community post, if I recall the situation. I don't know if she's in here right now. She might be delayed. But she did a community post, and I think she also went directly to Julie's comments and addressed her, to which got met with multiple videos chastising her. How dare she speak out against what Julie was doing?
She didn't. And not because her 8-year-old child would have been exposed to it.
Yep.
That was a lie.
That's also true. Yep.
That was a lie. That was a lie we were told. Let's keep playing.
I'm Dr. John, and it was a 9-hour live stream that she did a couple of days ago. And I challenged
This is
anyone
again
to
Trisha
the
from
live stream
Web
that
Sleuth.
It was 9 hours, and you were the whole time paying attention.
We're not
It was
much
about-
listening. By the way, this whole thing that I'm playing you, the entire thing that we're going through is 11 minutes long. This is not a long thing that I'm doing today.
Let's go back. I think you heard what you needed to hear out of that, correct? I think we need a break really quick. Just a reminder of how much better she is than all of us. Bow down, bitches. Bow down.
Dancer, just like I did when I was a kid, because I always wanted to be a solid gold dancer. Should I get on the floor? It'd probably be better if I'm on the floor. Can you see me on the floor? Here? Oh, yes, I can get on the floor. Hold on. Let me get on the floor. You guys can see me? Okay, wait. Wait, let me turn up to this side because this shoulder's not so good. Okay, wait. First they crawl. Okay, they crawl. They're going to have the leg out and they're going to do a crawl like this. And it's going to be like real, like sexy, like. Men or women, doesn't matter who. Man or woman, same outfit, unitard, going like this, right? Like this. They would put their leg out like this. Hold on. Like this. Not voguing, but like more flowy, you know? Like solid gold. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Solid gold. Here, wait, hold.
Rowena, yes, I have been following that. Do you follow Jolene Lunzer? She's a comedian, pop culture, but she's been covering oh my gosh, I love Jolene. I watch In the Bushes because there's a lot of people in there that might not like me, so I don't go cause trouble, but I absolutely love Jolene's coverage. She is freaking hysterical, and she's really good at what she does.
Hold on. Solid gold. Do-do-do. Solid. And then they would always like end with
cheesy.
Da-na-na-na-na. Oh shit, that was a bad move. Solid gold. You know, like with some stupid showy thing at the end. But or like that lady with her leg out like this and her neck out.
Oh, Rowena, let me grab her link. I think you would appreciate her. She's freaking humorous.
Clip this.
Clip this.
This shit. Clip this.
Clip this. Clip this. Clip this shit. Okay, let's go back and watch this again, just for our new friends that came in.
This is money. Her attorney. Julie, are you there?
I am.
Okay, Ms. Skolnick, this case involves Miss Jackson. We don't have Miss Jackson on yet, so, but I want you to make a note.
Yes, I'm here.
You have my contact.
I'm here. I'm
Okay.
Brittany Jackson.
Oh, okay.
I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to change the.
I'm gonna change
Okay.
it for you right now. So hold on 1 second, Ms. Skolnick, hold on 1 second. Let me just do one thing at a time here. Rename. ITT. Brittany Jackson.
Look, and just to be very clear, I have no idea, and that is straight up. I have nothing to hide. I do not know who recorded this. I have no idea who this account is. I have no idea how they found this, anything. It was sent to me in an email. That's it. That's all. Was not me. It will never trace. I was not there. I was actually redoing linen closets.
Okay, Brittany. Look now, I put Brittany Jackson and Julie Skolnick so that when this goes in before the judge, he knows to have both of you present. Okay, do either of you have an attorney? Because if you do, I'm not allowed to.
Real quick, Andrew Coletta and Nicole.
Yeah, it's a brand new account. I just subbed up to it. Mr. Docket, dude. They have 128 subs. It was just made. I have no idea. I'll share the link for you guys, but I have no idea whose channel it is or anything. But they prevented 2 liars from lying today.
Okay, I'll be with them in a
It'll still
minute.
happen.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, just have them sitting there and I'll come and get them in a minute.
All right.
Because if you're represented, then I can't speak to either of you. So I know what's going on here. What our court rules provide in the case of civilian complaints like this is mandatory mediation. Now, Miss Jackson, you're in Carolinas or where are you?
Yes, sir. I'm currently and I reside in North Carolina.
Yep, not my fault. And it's on YouTube, so White Horse, not my issue. Smart on them though. Whoever was given a link to put this out here, I mean, kudos to you. I got no shade to throw. We would have gotten a copy of it anyways, because we already knew that we could get a copy after the fact.
Yes, sir.
Are you ever have occasion to come to New Jersey?
No.
No.
No, sir.
Okay, and Miss Skolnick, you live in North Haven. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so this is preliminary. This is the first hearing date on this. I'm going to send you before the judge. He's probably going to.
Yeah, Queen and I are both included. We're the only 2 included in the email that I got. It's just to Queen and I from a random I don't have any idea. I've never gotten an email from this person or anything, and I have no lie to tell. So whoever did this, thank you also for being smart and doing an anonymous channel and anonymous email. Thank you. I appreciate you looking out for us. I got no shade to throw.
Discuss with you mediation. When it's civilian complainants like this, we have court-appointed trained mediators, and our court rules provide that you should participate in that process because it eliminates the criminal justice process. So this seems to be an appropriate.
Oh, I wouldn't think White Boy. White Boy is Layla. White Boy is getting prepared to go to Arizona, I think, to follow JLR. JLR came back to Arizona, and now White Boy, I guess, is coming to Arizona. We'll talk about that in a minute. I got some thoughts and opinions on the whole Molly JLR thing, and I just want to throw it out there. And then I got a couple of things, housekeeping things that we need to talk about tonight, because I also got some shade and some shit talk over how I treated Melissa the other day, and I want to clear up some of that too before I end tonight. So we'll get through this, and then I'll do some of those.
Case for that. So let me just send you in before the judge, both of you together.
Can I ask a question, Your Honor? Prosecutor DeSalle.
Yeah.
What is this chart? The initial criminal complaint was for cyber harassment.
Right.
And I understand.
From what I'm hearing, it's the 15th of April for this, and the RO is the 8th of April.
And it was sent down to municipal as simple harassment, disorderly persons.
Right.
So a lesser charge.
Right.
But the original complaint was a criminal cyber harassment, which would have been a felony for level 4.
Somebody that's ballsy and clever. I get you, Layla.
Right. But it's been downgraded. So,
So what I'm saying,
hold on.
hold
on, ladies. Let me finish answering Ms. Skolnick. So in that case, with civilian.
Okay, I'm going to pull this full screen and back that up, because I want you, if you can watch BJ's face in the upper corner, it's actually hysterical. Let me see. Can you guys see that better? Oh, it's still pretty little, but it's a little bit better. But watch the tilt of her head as she's listening to this. I was cracking up. And did Julie get lip filler again? You guys think she got lip filler? Yeah, I heard that too. Oh, my Lanta. They won't even let him talk. Poor guy. I said he needs an edible arrangement.
Okay. Okay, so this is preliminary. This is the first hearing date on this. I'm going to send you before the judge. He's probably going to discuss with you mediation. When it's civilian complainants like this, we have court-appointed trained mediators. And our court rules provide that you should be
Here comes the confusion of BJ.
you should participate in that process because it eliminates the criminal justice process. So this seems to be an appropriate case
The nod. BJ's nodding in agreement.
for that. So let me just
Julie's fixing her side ponytail.
let me just send you in before the judge, both of you
Can I
together.
ask a question, Your Honor?
Yeah.
Prosecutor DeSalle.
Yeah.
What is this chart? The initial criminal complaint was for cyber harassment,
Right,
and my understanding was sent down to municipal as simple harassment, disorderly persons,
right,
so a lesser charge.
right.
But the original complaint was a criminal cyber harassment, which would have been a felony for level 4.
Right, but it's been downgraded. So,
But it's been downgraded, so that's irrelevant, ma'am. That's not what we're dealing with. It's been, but she just wanted this. Why? I don't know.
So
in
what I'm
that
saying.
case, hold on,
what I'm
hold on.
saying is it-
Hold on, ladies. Let me finish
Sure.
answering Ms. Skolnick. So in that case, with civilian complainants, at this level, these cases go to mediation
He's getting annoyed.
by court rule. All right, Ms. Jackson, you wanted to say something?
Yes, sir. In regards to, I'm perfectly fine with the whole mediation thing.
I didn't give you an option. Idiots. He didn't say, is that to your liking? He didn't give you a fucking option. He does. He deserves an edible arrangement. He got fruit baskets, but not edible ones. He deserves an edible arrangement. So does the police department in both their towns.
But I need to, because I'm not familiar with any.
Next time you have court, can you fucking draw your eyebrows on? At least Julie has one fucking shock brow. You've got none, for God's sakes. And can you both clean your fucking glasses, please? Thanks.
Of this, but I need to know who I need to speak with to
File a private citizen's complaint for fucking bad brows. What is this goofy looking shit? Have neither one of you been to court?
send over evidence because I have an abundance
Oh, abundance. Let me guess. You've got hard drives, a burner phone of sorts.
of evidence to prove that Miss Skolnick has blatantly lied on my name and my fiance's.
Okay, so look on the bottom of your screen. I'm gonna
Okay.
give you,
And Julie's little fucking pencil to her chin, like, I do what I want. I'm an entitled Karen.
my email,
Okay.
of course.
Oh, Julie's got that leg going. She's bouncing. And this one's fucking walking through the goddamn red light district. Look, we get it. It's free.
So hold on one second. LawCow at northhillmannj.com.
Okay.
I'm also going to put my cell phone number in there. Okay. So everybody should have my email and my cell phone number available. You can send that to me. Again, if either of you hire an attorney, then your attorney should contact me. And for today's purposes, which are just very preliminary, I'm going to send you before the judge. Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Yes, I have one more. My
Oh. Ooh. The fucking, ooh, look at that. Whatever they're recording on, because Zoom hearings tell when somebody's recording. So if it's whoever did this, like I said, kudos to them.
Should contact me. And for today's purposes, which are just very preliminary, I'm going to send you before the judge. Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Yes, I have one more. My fiance,
Oh.
he is currently
Nobody cuts baby off. I mean, Karen. I mean, Julie. How dare you speak before her? Fuck out of here. Who the fuck do you think you are? I gotta hear that
The
again.
judge.
Just her fucking face is the best.
Any other questions or comments?
Yes.
Yes, I have one more. My fiance,
Oh. Wah, wah, wah. So fucking annoyed. Oh, they applied for a link and they got one 2 weeks. Well, fuck. I mean, good for them. Right on. Like I said, no shade. I'm not throwing no shade. Whoever this is, fuck yeah. I'm good with it. Keep on emailing me shit. Appreciate you.
say he
Probably somebody I don't even know or fuck with, but they were looking out today. The truth matters, and I appreciate them majorly.
is currently he is represented. He's currently in litigation with Miss Skolnick regarding her. She's got a temporary protection order, and
Okay.
they're they have to have a court hearing on the 8th. So he is represented by an attorney.
Where is that case pending? On the 8th, where?
Miss Skolnick can answer that.
That's in Passaic County. That's in Passaic.
You couldn't even answer the fucking court that your other half, your fiance, as of your words, is facing RO at. You don't even know the county. Jesus Christ, you guys are a fucking embarrassment to women.
County.
Okay, so there's
Superior
something
Court.
pending in Passaic County Family Court?
That is for her domestic partner, Roger Craig Black. It's a separate.
Oh, okay.
It's
hold
not-
on.
No, I don't think they were probably sworn in at this point. Probably just when they got in front of the judges, probably when they were sworn in. That's what my assumption would be. This is just kind of the formalities of everything. He kind of tells them what is happening and then sends them over to the judge.
1 second.
It's two
Thank you.
different people.
Yes, I understand that. And thank you for just reminding me because I have his documents here. So now I'm going to send everything in together. Let's see. Roger still at St. John's Church Road?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Coco, are you still in here? Any of my people that watched the Unirock throwback the other night? Why do these streets have to have the name church? If anybody lives on anything that has the name church in it, you might be a LawCow just by proxy. Sorry, no shade if your street name has church in it, but we're seeing a constant theme with that. I hate she didn't send him a link to her baby registry. Rowena. Thank you for the support.
And I have Brittany and I have Julie.
Unholy, that's right.
Hold on 1 second.
Your Honor, I'm having triplets.
Okay.
Can't appear.
All right, good. Thank you for telling me that. So somebody should let us know. Everything should either go to our court administrator.
Somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. Why did that song just come to my fucking head? All he said was somebody. There.
Or to me, I'm the prosecutor. Again, unless you have an attorney.
He's trying to figure out his role. I'm the prosecutor, I think. Can I retire at this point? Is that an option? Do I really have to handle these Karens?
And then I'll help you guys sort everything out.
No, sir, you won't. You'll need a vacation, therapy, an edible arrangement, and all of it. Yep. When you're done with this one, maybe even a 72-hour holds might be likely.
So any other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it typical in a civilian criminal complaint for
And Mr. LaSalle, just so you know, these two hoes are probably going to call the popo on you. They are call the popo hoes. This is who it is. You need a shields because they squirt milk everywhere they go. And they call the popo. You will probably be getting a call from the popo.
The plaintiff to be
Especially from this entitled Karen ass.
represented by an attorney.
I want to know if it's typical. Right now, I'm your attorney.
Right. So my
although-
attorney
I'm
would be
sorry.
the prosecutor.
Yeah, but now that there's cross complaints, I can't
Not yet.
represent both of you. So,
Well, but nothing's been filed against me.
He's just talking about you and your multiple personalities.
We only
I'm
have,
sorry, I can't represent. Is there any cross complaints between Roger Craig Black and Brittany Jackson, or no?
no,
Okay.
they're
So
separate.
since nothing's been filed against you, then yes, I would be representing Julie Skolnick, and then Ms. Jackson and Mr. Craig Black have the opportunity to hire their own lawyers if they want.
Right.
Any
And
other questions?
based on what Ms. Jackson just said, she said Mr. Black is represented by an attorney for the case in Superior Court.
Right, we don't have any.
Right. And that has nothing to do with this
court.
case. And in my case,
I don't know anything about that
Right.
case until
so
somebody sends me
the reason I was saying is that
Stop cutting him off.
I would have, if I was under the understanding in a criminal complaint that I was represented by the prosecutor.
You're going to be represented by me.
Right.
Okay.
How many different ways can he tell you the same fucking thing?
Anything else before I send this into
Still not working out to what you are trying to paint it as.
the judge?
So, in regards to the information that you provided, I took a screenshot of your contact. I can start sending evidence over to you as early as today. Would that be okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
I will be sure to do that. And can you clarify something for me? Because I know Miss Skolnick, she goes live on her channel, and
you both do. You both do. You both go live.
She tells her, subscribers and stuff. There's a lot of people.
Look at her. Look at Julie. Oh, look at Julie up there shaking her and bobbing that head.
There's a lot of harassment happening against me.
Both of them need little violins.
By some of her friends, and she'll go live and tell everybody that the prosecutor has picked up this case, and that it's basically, is it the state of New Jersey versus Brittany?
The prosecutor didn't pick up this case, Brittany. This is just how the situation works. Shut the fuck up. He just said that the charges were downgraded. Julie was trying to go for felony charges. It was downgraded. Just say, yep, send me to the judge.
Nicole Jackson, or is it a citizen complaint?
Who gives a fuck?
I'm just,
It's the title of to answer your question, these complaints are filed under New Jersey state law. So
Okay.
these are New Jersey state statutes. So the title of the case is State of New Jersey against Robert Craig Black II and
Not Robert, Roger.
State of New Jersey against Brittany N. Jackson. These are still civilian complaints. The complainants are Ms. Skolnick.
Okay.
And I am the prosecutor.
Notice he only mentions Julie, though. She has said that there was a co-plaintiff in this. Hi, my name is what? My name is who? My name is prosecutor. Hi, my name is my name is what? Prosecutor. Thank you, Casual Art.
In this court. So these are my cases to handle.
This man's trying to forget his own fucking name and his own title right now. Do you blame him? Look at these two with their fucking looks. If looks could kill.
These are
They're head bobbing and weaving over there with their fucking swoop doop. Like, he's probably never seen so many bad hairdos in one fucking court session. Meet the fucking entitled Karens. You can have them. We don't want them. We're not gonna take it. No, we ain't gonna take it. No takebacks. They're all yours.
In New Jersey, we have 6 levels of criminal offenses. First degree criminal, that's like murder, first degree kidnapping. Second degree, less serious. Third degree, less serious.
That's
Fourth
right.
degree, less serious.
That's
Then
right.
we have disorderly persons complaints and petty disorderly persons complaints. Those are the bottom 2 of the 6.
She did.
Below that, we have municipal ordinances like not
Mhm.
getting your dog license or things of that nature. So these complaints are, let's see how these are written. These are petty disorderly or disorderly persons complaints. So they're
That's right.
bottom 2 level. So technically, I don't want to get too technical with you, but you asked me if these are
Became a glorified fucking babysitter. Poor guy. Worked his entire career to make this is what's sending this man into retirement. I feel for you, guy. I really do. I feel for you. And you gave him your number. Change that motherfucker stat.
criminal complaints.
Yeah.
The way the law describes them as quasi-criminal complaints.
Yeah.
Well, and would that make me Slim Shady then? Well, I'm the Slim Shady. Which one of them? Well, BJ's standing up, so I guess, will the real Slim Shady please stand up? Please stand up.
Right, and state of New Jersey versus Brittany Jackson. May I ask
apply,
a
the
question?
criminal burden of proof.
This bitch cannot. She is one of those I gotta have the last word type of bitches. In a court system, this is not gonna work out well.
Yeah.
Right, and state of New Jersey versus Brittany Jackson. May I ask a
The
question?
criminal burden of proof on it. Right. Yeah, but we got to
May I ask
kind of wrap this
another
up. You both
question?
can call me.
Yeah,
You both can call me tomorrow. I got shit to do. You'll regret saying that, sir.
I just want to say one thing. These-
Because I have like 40 other people waiting. But
This is the last
yeah.
question I have.
The disrespect. Oof, not a good one.
Due to
Okay.
the fact that there's serious complaints.
Burden of proof is on Julie. She's the one that brought the private citizen's complaint. So she's the one that has to. Yeah, the burden of proof is on Julie.
About here in this case about serious harassment of myself and my family members, and including facilitating threats of violence against me,
Facilitating threats of violence against me.
and harassment of my autistic son.
Harassment of my autistic son. Hopefully for her sake, she isn't under oath at this point, because this is straight fucking bullshit. Bullshit. This is one of these moves right motherfucking here.
Am I right?
No.
Do you guys get my drift? Do y'all get when I'm smoking? Do you pick up what I'm putting down? Like, just because you
Are you down with the get down? And to both of you,
I'm getting too old for this shit.
these mofos.
So I'm not sure that this case is appropriate for mediation because of the seriousness of the.
Look at that fucking shock brow. That shock brow is at full attention right now. Kay says, Becky, can we have a LawCow musical night where all your reactions are in song form, please? I don't know if you want that. There might be a lot of the wheels on the bus go round and round, round and round. Tonight it's the only thing that's coming to my mind is somebody come get her. She's dancing like a stripper. That's where I'm stuck. Oh, now I got another one. Somebody that I used to know. What's another one? The roof is on fire. We don't need no water. Let the motherfucker burn. Burn, motherfucker, burn. I'm preparing. Thank you, Kay.
Threats.
Tell that to the judge in a minute when I send you in front of the judge.
Okay.
What's another
Sounds
one?
good. That was it.
All right, anything else?
Down.
Nope.
Be humble.
Okay, so I'm gonna ask both of you, look on your screen. Let's see, I'll do Ms. Gold.
Oh, come here and say that. Kyle just came in with a better one. Hold up. Kyle's got one.
Ain't nothing but a hoochie mama. Hood rat, hoochie mama.
First. Ms. Skolnick, you'll see something on your screen. It's going to say join main session. Click on join main session. You'll be with the judge. Likewise, Ms. Jackson, right now you should see join main session. Click on there.
This should have been 2 minutes. It was 12.
You'll be with the judge.
Thank you, Mr. LaSalle. Have a blessed day.
You. Thank you, you too.
I'm surprised. Where's the rebuking? Now, sir, you know you're getting rebuked, just to let you know. It's Wednesday night. You're getting rebuked. He's demonic. I saw it in his eyes. Which one's saying it first? This man's about to get rebuked by both of these demonic entities.
Everyone else, I'll be back to you momentarily. Please stand by.
Please stand by. Please stand by. Please stand by. I'm the real shady. Oh, God. Going back to this really quick. Look at those. Look at. Whoa. I didn't realize that's where we left off. Whew. Speaking of looks, the full moon is really pretty tonight. 2 trailer park girls go around the outside, round the outside, round the outside. Oh my God. Carl. Oh my gosh. Look at this face though. Yikes. Okay, talk.
And to talk about this, that he
Hey, Jim.
would be unethical, and that it was brought up in court that he was,
This is back to March 22nd when she was trying to paint the narrative that I was doing something nefarious.
doing something unethical based on somebody was saying that. It really upset me.
And all that happened was the night before I had played a live stream of Julie once again bragging about her situation.
Obviously, everybody wants to make me a liar. Okay. She said this, you found an inconsistency. Bravo. Sometimes I called him a friend. Sometimes I called him a cousin. I'm telling you the reason why.
We don't care about that. It's the fact that you continue to use this man's name. Kyle, Luke from 2 Live Crew is running for Congress in South Florida in midterms.
Good. Anybody's better than the fuckers that are in there right now. Haven't done shit.
Janice in accounting, did you happen to see your nephews, your fur baby nephews, playing with the ball? Coop's enjoying the shit out of it. Hank, on the other hand, scared. Well, he's starting to kind of play with it now a little bit. Coop's having a blast. Hank, on the other hand, he's still scared. Thank you, Janice.
It's not because I'm a liar. It's because he's both. And he's not really my cousin. He's the cousin of the boys. So when the boys are around, we refer to him as the cousin, as their cousin. Their mom refers to him.
Wabi sabi. Did you did you see what Kenzie derailed us with the other night? No. Oh my God. Now you guys got to see it. Wabi sabi. She did it. Kenzie came in the other day. Don't ask. I don't know what happened, but it was Kenzie. It's Kenzie. It is what it is. Let me show you what she shared with the class. Okay, here you go. So Wabi Sabi just came in and said, that's You know why that is though, right? Okay, because here, watch your screen for a minute. I told you this the other day, that this is who she looks like.
I like turtles.
Hold on. Give me a second. Don't be cussing me. It's not my fault. I didn't do any of this. It's because Julie looks like this guy. I've told you this. Mitch the bitch. Mitch the bitch is Julie's doppelganger. Okay.
I can see that.
Sorry. This is Mitch the bitch. That's why the mating turtle situation. Yeah, okay. Don't ask questions.
As cousin.
Mitch and Julie could
Yeah,
be.
I've been wondering where that kid is. The kid that has the face paint. He's like, I like turtles.
Right.
Who-
Yeah, no, the judge
Let's see again.
didn't
Pop
take it into account. And
Who's
she wanted
Oh.
them to call him. And I said, I could give you his number and whatever. And she wanted the name of the judge, wanted to call him.
No, it's Chris.
I said, go ahead, because he's not going to know anything about the case
this
other
guy?
than initially knowing that
Yeah.
I had this case and giving me a referral.
Autumn, you think this guy? This guy? Nah, Mitch and Julie look way more alike than this guy. I
To
can't see that one.
Another attorney. It wasn't. Oh no, I know. I'm just saying they were talking about that
Oh, no.
last night. It was the idea that a judge who's also attorney and helping.
Sorry.
If I heard Bridget J make the claim, we definitely raise it as a concern, right? To be fair, I agree.
He's like this.
But I mean, I also said, like, you know, people seem to hear one thing, they don't hear everything, and whatever they want to remember, they remember. I also said, like, I have 2 live streams about the court case that we won, where I had to go to court where the Tesla hit me. And I talked about that we were represented.
The Tesla hit her. She was actually the one cited in that accident too, but then they fought it and it was dismissed. So let's stop with the bullshit. She's always the victim, everything. Even the cable guy on the phone victimized Al. If you don't know, now you know. But even the cable guy victimized them. So just know that. I don't know what you guys just got me into here, but somebody said this, and so I guess I'm supposed to. What am I supposed to be playing here? This?
Wow, that was some girl in that last video.
Which one?
The one standing next to Bon Jovi in that last shot. The one with the garter and lace. You know the one I mean. I really liked her.
I bet you think you can ask her out, don't you, Joe?
Oh, those 2 last girls we saw in that video? Hell no. That Michelle, is this you?
Who wouldn't want to go out with her?
Were you at fault for this?
You guys are all the same. You know?
What? Guys, come on, we gotta move on now. Enough of Bon Jovi.
Okay, well, what's next?
Ah, 2 Live Crew. Pop that coochie.
Wait until Jeff gets a hold of this one.
What are they up to now?
What? Speaking of pervert.
Pop that coochie. Throw it.
Yo, man, this on TV ain't happening, man.
Yeah, man, we need to do something, man.
Yo, word, man. We need some girls, man. Come up with something, man. Do something.
Check this out. Let me
Oh,
break
that's
out my
not be
crystal
appropriate.
walls here. See if I can get me some women over here. Hey, please come out in there.
This is going bad.
Hey, man, where you come out in there?
Oh, yeah, this is going to get me in trouble. Okay. Back to Julie. I know what song that is now, though.
By another attorney because our cousin, our friend, can't represent us because it's a conflict of interest. And I said as much in this case as well, that it was an attorney in the same office, but he handles tons of cases. He doesn't know anything about this case. And I also made a video that we've since hired a different attorney. So from the first one. And none of those attorneys are judges. Yeah, let it play through. The thing that just bringing me down is just like the whole thing that's bringing me down is like that it doesn't matter. It doesn't seem to matter what they do or say. Like you get feeling like there's no justice, there's no this, there's no repercussions, there's no anything. There's nothing. And, you know, I'm more in fear now than I was before, you know, this started, frankly. There's been more threats because of this.
Bitch, no, there hasn't. No, there hasn't. You know as well as I do, if she was threatened, she would have filed police reports and they would be documented. She did file additional police reports, but they were dismissed. No violations.
So it didn't have the...
And how is everybody just sitting there listening? Like, this drives me fucking nuts. How people just sit there and listen to her. Where the fuck, where do these non-existent threats happen?
Effect that it should have had, in my opinion, you know, when you're given paperwork saying you should stop this, stop that, don't do this, that should be listened to.
Saying your name, Julie, is not a fucking threat, lady. And the one time he said your name was after he was served with the temporary order of protection. But that's all he said. There was no threat included with it. And the other times, he never even said your fucking name, which is documented in the police reports.
Right? But it's not. So it's a very defeating feeling knowing that there are people who don't follow.
No, she's actually what she claims. I asked somebody else that has dealt with her from TikTok. I've had a conversation with somebody and I thought the same thing. And no, she's 55, going to be 56. Crazy, huh? I've never looked into like her background or anything, but I believe what they say.
The rules and don't seem to care about the rules. And the institutions who are supposed to uphold the rules don't uphold the rules. And you're now feeling more anxious and stressed out than ever.
Tesla, you know something I realize though, is that when she wants to look feeble, older, like so scared and victimized, she'll put on this type of behavior that she looks a lot older. And then when she, you know, is happy and wants to, you know, do her parodies and shit, she definitely changes her personality and her looks. The performances are epic by her.
And being attacked, I was not and am not wrong that I have the right to protect my family and myself.
I'm not shocked. That's her default. I honestly, like, that's the thing that people need to really understand. Well, most of you do understand. I'm not going after or showing Julie's words because I think BJ is all of a sudden like not a liar. No, you've got two liars who lie about everything. Her behavior hasn't changed. BJ's behavior hasn't changed. Just because I'm not documenting it, I am disgusted by the pregnancy stuff. I can't even pay attention to it. But let me tell you something. BJ did something that was, to me, funny as fuck last night. She used Katie Joy's content on the Duggars. She did. She used Without a Crystal Ball's bullshit last night for her Duggar coverage. That's how bottom of the barrel we've gotten with BJ. She said, nope, Lindsay, I'm not even joking. I was fucking floored. She pulls up Katie Joy. Yep, sure did. I was dying because I was like, oh yeah, nope. Ooh, you done fucked up now. You done did it now. Go on, girl. Do you. Do fucking you. Trust me, I was accused of being Katie Joy or working on her behalf for a long time. I'm good. That's like the worst thing you could have done. This auntie is so happy. Go, Cooper, go. I just wonder if the kitties like the freeze-dried fish. Charlie, the outside stray, loves them. Kiki loves them. The other ones have played with them so far. They haven't ate them yet, Jennison and County, but they're interested. They just play with their food. But Charlie and Kiki love them. Headed to the courthouse. Jello has been ruined for me. Jennison and County, thank you. And Jello, Jello. Oh my. Okay, SS, I'm doing it. I just emailed you a picture that you can show right now. Happy to be here for this long. Thank you, Marcy, for being a member for 38 months. Okay, let me play this while I go look at your guys' emails, but I'm a little scared. Hold on.
I'm being threatened. And even people who have called me out about it, who called it lawfare, themselves have protection orders to protect either themselves or family members of theirs. Yeah, I'm trying. It's just you understand what I'm feeling like right now. And in the meantime, I'm actually getting comments on some of my videos where I'm like turning off comments sometimes because some of the comments I'm getting aren't just mean-spirited. They're like literally like bordering on threatening comments from people, like wild stuff. There's people who go on you guys panel who I thought were nice, kind people who just whatever. They're just listening to one person and their version of events. And they've admitted they're biased. They don't like me.
Did you catch that sly? Sorry, I was looking at my email, but did you catch the sly little drop right there of somebody that has called this lawfare? And that was the moment Julie done fucked up. No, I'm just joking. But yeah, you're slick little bullshit. You are quite the problem, aren't you? Some of you need to learn how to keep it to the app. Never say never. Thank you for being a member for 18 months.
Kathy Ford says, Julie, I often ask others this question. What would justice look like for you? Somebody, actually, Kathy asked me, not asked, but said something. There's a legal system and then there's a justice system.
Oh,
right?
My God.
And it's not necessarily the same thing.
Oh my God.
You know?
SS, PSYOPs straight to the fucking corner right now. Hey, Total Eclipse. PSYOPs, you done fucked me up on this one. What the fuck? Oh my God. It is so perfect. This is perfection. Hold on. I got to go find Kyle. Babe, look what SS just did. PSYOPs just. We need lip filler though. Look at.
What? Hold on. Was that on his Grinder account?
On Mitch's?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Oh my God. That's great. Okay, next one. Let me go back here for a minute. Oh my God. That is so fucking good. Kyle said, was that on Mitch's Grinder? Oh my God. That's great. Okay. And then what's the next one? Oh my God. You guys. embraced the Mitch. This is Marcy. Lindsay, right? That's what she's gonna scream. Clover. Poor Mitch. I mean, hell, I don't know. I can't stop laughing to finish that. Oh my goodness. You guys are too much. Marcy, this is great too. The lineup. Now we've got a lineup. The resemblance is just there. I'll be that damn liberal again, knowing Julie.
What would justice look like for me?
This is an interesting answer she gives here.
It would.
I'm here for it. Goddamn liberal hacks, right?
It's a good question. What would justice look like for me if they were served a TPO?
Marcy and PsyOps are in the corner. But I'm here for it. Turtle power.
And either A, it was followed, or B, if it was not followed, that there would
Marcy,
it would be enforced.
Kathy, this is you?
Right?
Oh shit.
Because otherwise it's just a worthless piece of paper. And right now that's how I feel. Like I have a worthless piece of paper. It would have, the ideal situation is it just would have, served as okay.
For a fact, she might have. She's skipped. There's a possibility she's already called the popo on me. She's one of those call the popo hoes. I mean, it is what it is. But if she could get away with it, she'd be the Oprah of motherfucking TPOs. You get a protection order. You get a protection order. You said a bad poopy word in the comments about me. You deserve one. You deserve one. Like, she don't have the backbone or thick enough skin for this. But did you notice the drastic difference? I don't know if you self-tan or if it's just foundation, Julie, but your hands are stark white compared to your face. Self-tan your hands, man.
Between now and whenever you get this, you just don't threaten anybody anymore, right? I mean, that would have been nice to have the threat stop.
But that's what I figured. I figured she was going to try to deny mediation. So she denies mandatory mediation, and now we'll see what happens. If the defendant provides enough evidence, who knows what will happen on the 15th? It might get tossed. If she's unwilling, see, that's the thing is, what she's probably hopeful for, y'all, Nana's not drunk, my opinion is that something will change and they'll say something reckless between now and the 8th. And she'll be granted this order of protection against Craig. And then she'll turn around and try to use that as a safety concern or some other bullshit. But unreal. And I want people to remember what this is about and what was actually said to Julie.
But even the threats haven't stopped.
Yet there's no proof of those.
And
I'm so sick of people. Like, I've skirted around for so long, and I was being very open-minded to maybe there are things that we haven't heard. Maybe there were statements that she didn't detail and timestamp and point people directly to. Nope, we've watched every single thing that she has provided. We've seen her police reports, how they correlate, what they correlate to. She's blatantly lying. There has been zero direct threats of violence to her. Have there been statements that might have made her uncomfortable? Yes. But it's a reach to even apply it to Julie, like an extreme reach to apply it to Julie. And things that were directly stated to others, she has used as direct threats of violence to her. Bullshit, bitch. Bullshit. You're a fucking liar. Zero direct threats. And yeah, there can be things such as implied threats. Abso-fucking-lutely. In this situation, that's not even the case either.
let's say, veiled threats.
Nothing.
Right.
People are straight.
I got your
lying to
address,
people.
honey. I got your husband's address. I got your whole fucking neighborhood's address.
That's bullshit. And you acknowledged when you did the copyright claim that they were going to have your address. Before you submitted it, you stated they were going to have your address. How threatening is it? We got your address, honey. When you'd been threatening and filing police reports. What the fuck, man?
Or let's say
good night.
Veiled threats. Right. I got your address, honey. I got your husband's address. I got your whole fucking neighborhood's address. So that's not a direct threat, but it is a veiled threat, right? Like, I wish that would have stopped, but it didn't stop. It didn't stop it. And
yeah,
it's a terrible feeling to think, did I make it worse?
Yep, Lindsay.
We live in a fallen world. People are mean and angry. Someone online thinks it's okay to verbally hurt people for fun.
She does. Coco, she does.
Yeah, it's, you know. I mean, when you have people out here.
The irony of all of this, though, is she has came out here and dangled private information of theirs, admitted to digging, admitted to going as real life as possible, contacting agencies, doing all of the things to Brittany and Craig. She's admitted that. Doesn't matter how you feel about it. She's admitted to doing all of these things. She knows their address. She knows all about her great-grandfather, her grandfather, prison sentences, everything. But yet, if somebody says, hey, we got your address, now it's a threat to her, but it's not. Okay, all right.
Threatening others and getting away with it time after time, right? Where there's no consequences to it.
Threatening others. Yeah, not you. It's other people's responsibility to hold them accountable for the threats that he said to them.
We live in a fallen world. People are mean and angry. Someone online thinks it's okay to verbally hurt people for fun. Yeah, it's, you know.
That statement is quite ironic.
I mean, when you have people out here threatening others and getting away with it time after time, right? Where there's no consequences to it.
Yeah, Tiny, that's, I mean, go on, badass. Go on. What's she going to do? Claim that her city and her police are all corrupt against her now? Is she going to really pull out a BJ on this?
It has a chilling effect on other creators or potential creators. I think it does. It has a chilling effect on me.
She does. Very much.
I don't feel it's safe.
Same.
For there to be weapons in that home. And in the end, you are quite possibly saving lives in that home.
See right here. This is, I'm sorry, this is a crock of shit. You're possibly saving lives in that home. Unreal.
Chilling effect on other creators or potential creators.
Yep.
I think it does. It has a chilling effect on me. I don't feel it's safe.
Oh, JC, you know this is what she's already thinking, though. According to what we're hearing, Senrisa, y'all, Nana's not drunk. Who did you hear say that? She is denying mediation, which is not shocking. She basically was implying that she wasn't willing to do mediation.
For there to be weapons in that home and in the end,
it's a safety concern.
You are quite possibly saving lives in that home if they're removed. You know, I'll survive. I thought about that. First of all, I'm not.
Okay, so take it for what it's worth. It came from BJ. BJ is claiming that Julie is denying mediation. Doesn't shock me at all. That's on par for what we're watching.
In charge of whatever the rules are regarding weapons and protection orders. I am not. Clearly, with a temporary protection order, no weapons are removed. And I don't know what the rules are afterwards exactly. And I don't know if it varies by state. And I do agree with you.
Her husband needs to take her on a vacation and do something else. This ain't it. This ain't cute. And what a selfish fucking bitch to continue to waste court time, both of you.
That,
unreal.
In my opinion, this is not why I did any of this, but knowing that the person threatening me owns weapons makes threats more serious to me, right?
There
Just
you go,
knowing that
Mommy.
fact, knowing that, they're out there, aimed at people delivering stuff, possibly. It's like, it doesn't make me feel more safe knowing that. But I don't know what the rules are on that. And,
Yeah. Oh, my Lanta, that's why I say it could be valid with what BJ is saying, considering that's what Julie was trying to push for anyways.
Somebody who believes they're above the law or doesn't seem to care about the rules, right? Let's say
kind of like yourself.
They were removed. How long before they obtained another one? Possibly,
It's not your concern.
In a roundabout way.
This happens all the fucking time, jackass.
I don't know.
For real victims.
There are a lot that
she really performs when it's convenient, but then I remind you, she didn't even have so much concern to go wake her husband up when she was so scared about what was being said about Al. She left him sleeping, called the cops, told him about it in the morning.
There's a lot that has been lied about. It's all fixing to crash down on them. Any creators who said their names should be wary.
Allegedly speculated.
He's a loose
yes.
I'm sure. Right? I'll survive. Like, I wish I had the feeling that, yes, I agree. Because, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about just anybody.
Unreal.
Any person in this is my own personal feelings. If you are in a household, and also based on things that I've read, if you're in a household that has weapons, obviously that increases your chances.
You know what, though? Total Eclipse, nothing's changed. Same shit, different day, new characters, new players. Same fucking playbook, just different group of people, and they're amping up again, and the same old shit. We just got infiltrated with a bunch of fucking real life bullshit and normalized this type of shit. Some are trying to, and a bunch of chaos creators from side to side wherever they go. Not creators. Some of them are just subs, but they create chaos and stir shit between creators, subs, just nonstop fucking bullshit with this group of people. And they're all connected to every single situation that has happened. You haven't really missed much. It's the same bullshit, just different groups. And by the way, Total Eclipse, Molly and JLR are now anti each other. However, I think that's performative too. I'll get into that in a minute. Oh, did you guys see Not For Nothing's back? Anybody know what Not For Nothing is? Not For Nothing is a Molly clip channel that is amazing. Has been around for a long fucking time.
A weapon being used, and often it's used against people in the house, whether it be by an adult or by a child, whether it be purposeful or accidental, like a child just picking up something to play with it.
Not only that, they have not been to New Jersey. I don't know why that wasn't. She should have had, well, again, it's after the fact, but BJ should have invested the money to have legal representation. So this wasn't even going on at this point. But here we are. So she doesn't do anything for herself, and she's not about to pay money. If her subs pay it, then that's a different story. But even then, she doesn't follow through with what she claims she's going to do. I know, Wabi Sabi, I love that freaking channel. Oh, no, I agree. That's really accurate, but I would push back a bit, as I think the community as a whole have been drug abso-fucking-lutely psyops. Even myself, I got caught up too in the distractions. Fuck yeah, absolutely. Good night, Cheesy.
That wasn't secured.
But we're back on track.
So it increases the risk for everybody in the household. And then when you add in people who are
no,
frequently intoxicated, I'm not
But SS, I'm one that says that this isn't the space for them anyways. Like that's the purpose of trauma, is the mixture of like the expectation is, but the trauma part isn't the drama in the cases. It's the chaos and the drama between creators and the competition between creators that really catches people up. I don't think there's much space around here. No victims or families should be coming around these creators at all, but oh my. Recently, total eclipse with her and Betty. I don't recall one. Not that I've seen yet, but there could be. I'll give you my thoughts on that in just a minute. We're almost done with it.
talking about anybody in particular. I'm just saying, if you add in, let's say, intoxication, right, where you're not making logical, rational decisions all the time because you're under the influence of, let's say, alcohol or something like that, and then you combine that with firearms, it makes a situation more dangerous. If you have anybody who has a history of violence,
he's a threat to his own home. Absolutely. Nobody's going to argue with that.
Violence and access to weapons, it makes it more dangerous. If you have kids who can be impulsive, and where the weapons aren't being handled responsibly and secured responsibly, it makes it more dangerous. There's so many things that make it more dangerous. You're more likely to be hurt by somebody in your own household than you are the stranger on the street, statistically. Oh yeah, and then if you factor in other things like any type of mental health issue, whether it be depression, PTSD, whatever it could be, anything. It increases the risks again. Even people, it increases the risk of people using it against themselves, you know, like people who, you know, you shouldn't have weapons in the house if you have somebody who's ever threatened to harm themselves. It's just whatever. But I'm not here to try to save the world or anybody. I don't know. I don't even know what is the right thing to do anymore. I know it's the right thing to protect my family. That I know that. And whatever options are available to me to protect my family, I will do that. That is clear to me.
This disgusts me, the fact that she is once again using her children. Like this, how does that make you guys feel when you heard her say that her twin, the adult child, has been harassed? Like, how did that, anybody else have this instant? I got angry about it, I'll be honest. When I heard it, I was like, the fucking audacity of you, bitch.
No, you don't know anybody's capabilities, right? You don't know. Nonsense is wrong that I'm doing this to get their channel down. I could get their channel down right now. I'm scared to get their channel down.
I'm not wrong. You'd been proudly stating that that was your full intent. Sorry, bitch. Not wrong again. Haven't been
I'm not
wrong.
doing it.
Not once.
If it happens, it's not coming from me. I promise you that. And I hope they hear that, because I want them to know if they're.
This is pathetic. I'll back it up, but take this fully in and sit with it.
Nonsense is wrong that I'm doing this to get their channel down. I could get their channel down right now. I'm scared to get their channel down.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not doing it. If it happens, it's not coming from me. I promise you that. And I hope they hear that, because I want them to know if their channel should come down because people reported them, it's not from me. So please don't hurt me or anybody in my family thinking that it was me, because it won't be. I promise you that. It'll come from Team YouTube, yeah. Yeah, oh, yeah, somebody could trip and accidents happen with guns discharging all the time. Yeah, And I also, you know, I'm frequently here.
Mona Lisa, I just dropped Not For Nothing in the comment section, the link to Not For Nothing. And here, let me give you a quick little reminder of who she is.
All right, guys, on my crew, I'm going to, we're almost to an hour. I have been up hours before this lady here. She's a trooper, but I'm an early riser.
I have a sage. I have sage. I'll sage
And,
myself.
But at the end of the day, I just want a big shout out to my friend and anybody else that's suffering. You know, he's not the only one that's suffering
This is from the night that Buddy called and left me a voicemail.
here tonight. We want to pray for him, but we also want to pray for all those that are suffering in silence here on our channels and abroad. We do.
That's Not For Nothing, though. They're a great history channel on Molly.
With Spencer, like on Saturday, you know, he's an adult, but he doesn't understand danger. If he saw
that, Jim,
even if he saw somebody with a weapon outside, he wouldn't know not to go towards them. Thank you guys for being so kind and so nice and everything. And
okay, so I think we can stop that for tonight. I think we've seen enough Julie for tonight. I'm going to kind of keep this a little bit shorter and sweet tonight. So a couple of things I do want to talk about that were brought to my attention before we end tonight. There is an account going around by the name of Lauren Malone. I guess the other day, I think it was last Saturday, they were in Queens while Queen was playing Belinda's, and they were like saying a bunch of stuff. Well, somehow somebody thinks that because they were, I think, defensive of me. I was catching a few of their comments and kind of checking them like, who the fuck is this? I've never seen that account because I guess they're saying some things about creators, but just to make it clear, I have no idea whose account that is. That's the first time I've ever seen that account was that day. They have not been in any of my comment sections. I don't know whose alt it is, nothing. So whoever thinks that I know or have anything to do with, I guess they've been going around and stirring some shit for some people. I don't know who it is. No clue. So just to address that, they might have been saying nice things about me that day. I don't really know. But that's that. Lauren Malone. I guess they were again in Queens and were kind of talking shit. I don't know which night it was, so I couldn't tell you. But this week they've been kind of stirring, it looks like. Just to put a pin in that, though, I have no idea who it is. None. Moving forward, I got an email, I'm not going to say who, of how rude I was to Melissa. Why do you think I owe her any respect? First off, but this email that I got was pretty interesting. And I'm not going to name you because it is what it is, but I am going to address this publicly. Not only did Melissa disrespect my friend Pika, that was all it was needed. I don't associate with people like her. When I first learned who Melissa was, let me set the record straight a little bit. Melissa was on a channel going after barbecue and salty lunatics, who is everything I stand against. I mean, there's that. But they were like contacting barbecue's mom. I stayed the fuck away. Straight up. Not for me. I have no idea. She's another one that I have no idea how she ended up even moving around over here or getting any attention to begin with. I let people do their things. I figured bridges had been mended. I never had one. Oh yeah, they were going real life as hell on barbecue. And barbecue and I have never been like besties or buddies or anything. But that was fucking foul shit. And there was no hesitation about it. Then the next thing I know is she's on BJ's talking about calling the cops on Queen and encouraging other people to do the same. I don't fuck with people like her. So it's always been, she's popped in here a couple times. I was kind to her. That was it. She don't deserve respect, and she's not welcome here. Other people choose to run their channels however they want to, but don't expect me to ever give her a space where she's not deserving of one. And you don't get to disrespect my friends and think I'm going to fucking be cool with you. That's not going to happen. That's it. That's all. Some of you might not realize that there's quite a bit of history too. I don't know how she got accepted in the places she did. And I think the timing of her popping up after she had just, she knew what she said. She knew what she was saying on her panel, obviously was going to get a reaction. She wanted one. She rage baits. Then her popping up on panels, she knew that was going to get reviewed. She was going to get attention and stir shit. She did. And the people that are semi-giving her a pass for the shit she's saying are really interesting to me when they're the ones, I guess it's not interesting because they also call a woman of color a token. So birds of a feather flock together. Yeah, she's not welcome here and never has been somebody that I've fucked with. I've never spoken to her privately. Have no use. And I have a hard time feeling any sympathy for her with the Chroma Reels situation. People knew and have known exactly who Chroma Reels is. Stop the shit. Let's stop pretending that people thought that this person wasn't playing all sides against the middle. It's been in everybody's faces. I don't know why people are denying it. She's a rage baiter. She knows how to get attention on her. I did find out she did an entire panel to her. When people show you who they are, believe them the first time. I don't know why people are shocked by this. She was a real lifer from jump, from the very first time I saw her. They ran to sinners. Got in all that. Like, nah, fuck that. That was intentional. They're just trying to, there is a group of people that are running around trying to stir shit between creators and putting pieces here and there. It wasn't just out of the blue that all of that happened. They know what they're up to. They're shit stirrers. Fuck that. She don't deserve any respect at all. None. And she got blocked here because she deserved to be blocked here. My mods, if they feel some sort of way, they have full discretion. I trust my mods. They don't get questioned. They don't get asked unless it's like, oh, did that person get blocked? Or they'll tell me, oh, I got this one. And here's why. There's no question about it. They run this chat. These people are the people I trust and completely stand beside. They don't need to justify how they feel. And that's just how it works over here. And if that makes you uncomfortable, that's too bad. But just because others are willing to accept real lifers, that's BJ and Sinner. That's who accepted Melissa. Don't expect any of us just because they are shitty to her to accept her. I don't accept most of BJ's recent fallouts, her ex-mods, people like that. Nah, I've seen what they are. Sam Witch, Samantha Joy, none of them are Yvette. Mischief. I could go on. They're not welcome here. I've watched how they've condoned the shit that BJ has done legally to people. I've watched how they've been a part of making threats. I've watched how they move. They're not welcome here. Just because somebody leaves BJ doesn't mean they're not a piece of shit. Sarah's suspicions, same thing. You don't have to show me multiple times who you are. I believe you the first time. Now, I have been kind of going back and forth because Unirock, JLR threatening to sue people again. Shocking, right? Oh, no, not at all. Do I think he will? Potentially. Do I also think that what is happening here is content farming? Yes, I do. Unfortunately, they know that DV is a tough topic. It's a really hard topic. and people will become very emotionally invested in it. Molly's not a newbie. She knows exactly what she's doing. And they could be playing everybody for fools here. I hate to say that, but I don't put anybody in that group. There's nothing that I would be shocked by with that group. Molly saw JLR has hit over 500,000 subs. She comes back. I mean, she'd been dabbling back and forth a little bit, but she's hitting it hot and heavy. Hot and heavy. She's hoping to get all the fallout. JLR and her, I wouldn't doubt that they take it to court. Mutual assured destruction without any destruction. They know what's trending. They know that these type of lawsuits and things like this become headlines. You got to remember, before Nick the Hat got all of these 9 other plaintiffs together to do this RICO and racketeering, previous to that, we had Molly, Dolly, BHB, JLR, all talking about as a group going after Queen. They were all going to join in together to go after Queen and Heels at the time. And they were trying to get burnt toast in there too. Heels on the ground and how At Night moves is not much different. I'm not giving Molly any passes. I've seen how she treats victims. I've seen how this is all content for her. She don't give a fuck. Her and JLR were thick as thieves. Her behavior hasn't changed at all. Not one bit. I've been seeing her go after Dre still. Listen, you can have your feelings on Dre. I had strong ones too. But at the end of the day, law enforcement determined that she did not murder her husband. And Molly can't let it go. In fact, she was so excited to see that Dre had a bad infection that she was wishing the worst. Her behavior is foul. Yeah, absolutely. Nick and JLR were buddies. And the same thing goes back to when JLR went after Unirock. Unirock came out and lied. Completely manufactured lies about what was going on, a C&D that he was sent. He said it was a threatening letter to his mom and Queen was threatened and so on and so forth. We've seen this song and dance over and over again. These people don't change. Oh, I'm waiting for it. Oh, my Lanta, I'm waiting. You know how she's the queen of switch ups. She was a little bit salty that she wasn't on the ground protesting outside of JLR's house the other day with White Boy and Nerdy. The band's getting all back together. They're just moving in different directions. And at the end of the day, Nancy Guthrie has a family that loves her. And her case has been exploited beyond belief. And do I have some major questions about that? Yeah, that I keep to myself? Yeah, I've told you guys a little bit about some of my things. Because one thing I have noticed really heavily when there's some real chaotic shit going on politically, and I'm sorry, it is what it is. There are crazy distractions with the media in these cases like this. You can kind of watch the flow of the directions that things go. And for anybody that doesn't know, it just came out that it wasn't a 30-06 that shot Charlie Kirk either. Yeah, there's big shit happening with a lot of these things. And the sheriff is resigning or has resigned too. That was over that case in Utah. Yeah, there's a lot of problems going on with a lot of different things right now. And the media is really pushing shit out. Like, I don't know. But you can tell. And I talk about it all the time. The political playbook, JLR, Betty, Molly, all of them are political antagonists. That's the handbook they follow. This isn't a side thing. This isn't a Republican versus Democrat thing. So save that shit for somebody who wants to hear it. This is insanity versus humanity. And these people are useful fucking idiots. They're cogs in the machine. And they help push propaganda. And our government has been exploiting victims and tragedies for decades. I did. Oh, Valhalla's video was amazing. He came out within the first 24 hours after that happened, maybe 48, and called that shit. Valhalla, spot on. I love his coverage. Incredible coverage. And I'm not trying to be like conspiracy theorist. This is just the reality of what's happening. And then you've got the PR arm for the Mormon Church, Lauren Matthias, and Trisha by proxy, which is really fucking weird, from Web Sleuths, helps soften the blow of all the Mormon-related crimes. And then you've got the weird, like, oh, here, hold on. Let me, while I have this up, give me 1 second. I forgot Kyle sent me this. Oh, okay. How many of you know what CPAC is? Do you guys remember that once upon a time Molly was going to go to CPAC? Or not Molly. Betty was supposed to go to CPAC to fight for the kids. Do you remember that? Okay. Listen to this. And at the end of it, I want you to tell me
if you are not speaking
what this reminds you of.
With your family around the dinner table about these issues every day, it is high time to start. If you're not encouraging your children to grow up and have the courage to get married and have kids, more kids than they can afford before they think they're ready, it is high time to start. It is the
okay. I know that's a little
it is
high here.
If you are not speaking,
and listen, I am not trying to shade anybody at all. Your choices for what your family structure looks like is up to you. But I want you to hear what is being said here and take it in. The trad wife lifestyle, cool. If that's your thing, do you. I do not shade any of that. But this type of mindset is concerning as fuck.
Speaking with your family around the dinner table about these issues every day, it is high time to start. If you're not encouraging your children to grow up and have the courage to get married and have kids, more kids than they can afford before they think they're ready, it is high time to start. It is these choices, like deleting our dating apps and putting birth control pills and saying I do at the altar, that ultimately trickle down into the political policies that we will see save our country.
21st century began. Human evolution was at a turning point. Natural selection, the process by which the strongest, the smartest, the fastest reproduced in greater numbers than the rest. A process which had once favored the noblest traits of man. Now,
whose favorite movie is Idiocracy? BJ and Craig. Have all these kids that you can't afford. See, this Christian nationalist movement is concerning.
Began to favor different traits. Most science fiction of the day predicted a future that was more civilized and more in.
And here's another thing that they're trying to do. They're trying to, and it's been agreed upon that the one therapist in Colorado, that they're going to be allowed to start doing conversion, or they're trying to get it to where conversion therapy is a allowed practice by therapists again. That's concerning as fuck.
Intelligent. But as time went on, things seemed to be heading in the opposite direction, a dumbing down. How did this happen? Evolution does not necessarily reward intelligence. With no natural predators to thin the herd, it began to simply reward those who reproduced the most and left the intelligent to become an endangered species.
Having kids is such an important decision.
We're just waiting for the right time. It's not something you want to rush into, obviously.
No way.
Oh shit, I'm pregnant again!
I mean, who does this scream? Do you see why I was like, oh yeah, this is, yeah, Bog, I hope that worries me.
I got too many damn kids. Thought you was on the pill or some shit.
Hell no!
Must have been thinking of Brittany.
Brittany! No, you. There's no way we could have a child now. Not with the market the way it is, no.
No, that just wouldn't make any sense.
He don't care about you. Yeah, well, there must be something he likes over here.
Don't mean nothing to me, baby. What to be?
Well, we finally decided to have children, and I'm not pointing fingers, but it's not going well.
I mean, PJ and Craig, anybody?
And this is helping.
I'm just saying that before I have in vitro, maybe you should be willing
It's
to.
always me, right?
Well, it's not my sperm count.
Yeah! I'm gonna fuck all of y'all! That's my boy!
Cleavon is lucky to be alive. He attempted to jump a jet ski from a lake into a swimming pool and impaled his crotch on an iron gate. But thanks to recent advances in stem cell research and the fine work of Doctors Krinsky and Altshuler, Cleavon should regain full reproductive function.
Get your hands off my junk!
Kyle's repeating this word for word.
Unfortunately, Trevor passed away from a heart attack while masturbating to produce sperm for artificial insemination. But I have some eggs frozen, so just as soon as the right guy comes along, you know.
And so it went for generations, although few, if any, seemed to notice.
If you are
I mean, that's a good way to wrap it up for the night. But that first opening clip from CPAC, that's scary. That's a scary thought. And then the rest of it is like watching BJ and Craig. That's their favorite movie. Idiocracy is their favorite movie. And we've been watching that in real time. It's like a documentary. Mm-hmm. Just got to remind everybody what a liberal hack I am. When Julie said that, that still might be my favorite thing that came out of all of this. Her calling me a liberal hack.
You're not liberal.
But I know. But she says so. So it is what it is. Yeah, scary shit, really. Hawkeyes for sure. For sure. If you're interested in the Trisha web sleuth stuff, here, let me share with you guys. If you want a good comedic side of things, Jolene is fucking fabulous. Hold on, let me find her link for you guys.
I'll see you there, Jim.
She's funny as shit. And she doesn't really, she feels so similar to like what she talks about the tragedy pimps, and she's newer to understanding like the true crime stuff, but she comes at it from a different light too. Let me get you her channel. She's funny as shit. I found her, well, a bunch of us found her during the Lauren Matthias coverage, and I really enjoy her. And anybody that's watching the Duggar stuff, I've dabbled and thought about covering it, but I think it might be too much for me. That really bothers me. The mindset, the put locks on doors instead of getting rid of the predator out of the home, like that type of shit. Like I get really, like I'm really reactionary to that on a personal level, as you guys realize. So I think it might just be too much for me right now. I'll put it on the back burner, and maybe as things go on, we'll see how I feel. But I've been watching Preacher Boy. He's great for coverage. And then Cults to Consciousness. Him and Shalice have been doing crossovers, and they're great. 2 other channels I really enjoy for the Duggar stuff. Cults to Consciousness and Preacher Boy. Highly recommend factual updates. And Jolene is amazing. You want some comedy with some factual stuff, she's covering the Lauren Matthias, Trisha from Web Sleuths crossover. And she does it with humor. So. And she does some other interesting stuff, but there's her channel. Yeah, Hawkeyes, I saw you in the other day when I was in the bushes. I didn't pop out. I didn't want to cause any chaos, but yeah, Beth, and that's those things. I think what we might talk about, hold on, let me pull this up really quick and show you guys what I'm talking about with Hidden True Crime. This gave me such a, I think I will talk about this down the road. There might be, if JLR and Molly do, if like one of them ends up in a lawsuit, we'll cover that for sure. But let me show you guys what I'm talking about here. This gave me such an ick factor. I actually started to make some shorts of this. So for anybody that doesn't know, I've talked about blanket training. I have an entire video on it. When Bonnie, Ruby Frankie's sister, used to talk about it, I have talked about blanket training before. Watch this, though, just this intro.
Crime duo officially. And we have a very special show about the Duggars today. We have a lot to talk about.
Okay, what is
Hello, Hidden Gems. It is Lauren and John, the Hidden True Crime duo officially.
She needs to stop fucking with her face. Her and Molly both need to stop fucking with their face.
And we have a very special show about the Duggars today. We have a lot to talk about ever since Joseph Duggar was charged. We released an episode earlier today, or I did. We have been waiting and hinting at John.
So Deborah, I'm not done with the Julie police report timeline even. We have so much to cover. These are just things people have asked me if I would, and I've dabbled with them. Things I'm interested in on a personal level, but stuff I'm like,
On joining this episode for a long time. We want to ask him some questions about family systems. We want to ask you about the Michelle Duggar video, because I gave my 2 cents without talking to you about it, and now I have questions. So I actually hope we can start there.
I think what we will do is listen to the Lauren Mathias court dates with what the judge did with her temporary order of protection and how that ended up getting dismissed. I think we will take a look at that because that's relevant with what's happening with BJ and Julie. That chaos is going to continue. The next court date is the 8th of April with the TPO, Julie versus Craig. And then it sounds like the 15th of April for Julie versus BJ. We'll just keep on.
The Michelle Duggar paparazzi.
And it sounds like we'll be covering BJ tomorrow based on what she's doing tonight. I've already gotten a few text messages, so we'll likely be covering BJ.
Video and a bunch of other stuff. So where, and by the way, if anybody's wondering, yes, we are co-hosts, but we're also spouses, so it's not that weird. We're like,
why is she sitting on top of him?
Sitting this close on the couch.
Yeah.
Come here. Can I sit on you? Come here. Oh, he's dying. Hold on. He'll be back. He just had a cough attack.
Yeah.
So,
right. That's true. A lot of people probably don't know.
Yeah.
We're spouses. So
this is the most awkward shit I've seen.
Someone didn't realize the other day. So I was like, oh no, I am not like just sitting this close to my co-host. How you doing, sweetheart?
I'm good. I'm good. Glad to be here. This is going to give us an opportunity to talk about these type of family systems. When I say that, I mean family systems that tend to be more authoritarian, family systems that tend to be more religious based, right? There's a number of layers.
Come here. Can we sit this close? Can I sit on you? Yeah. No, not like that. Like this. Can you pretend that you're a psychologist?
Here that we want to unpack. And we've talked about these types of families a lot, but
she looks so fucking thrilled every time he talks.
I think this is going to really open the door to a more in-depth discussion of these types of families. So, so I want to do that. And
Okay.
I think people are used to kind of me opening with a question that really will provide some focus. So if you
What the fuck is up with her facial expressions? I can't even handle this. Oh my God, no. Okay. Hank and Cooper now have a cease and desist. Do you guys feel weird watching this? I felt weird watching this. I can't even concentrate. Oh, hell. Oh, Hank and Cooper. Okay. Hold on. Oh. Well, fuck. Hold on. What's it doing? Oh, you stupid thing. Hold on. Hold, please. Sorry. It's making me open it in another. App. Why is it doing that? Okay. Oh, no. Here it goes again. You want to text or write in there that I'll be right back. Did you write that?
Oh, retard.
Yeah, will you write that in there? Because it's kicking me out again. It's saying goodbye. It's trying to boot me out again. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I can stay. God dang computer. Okay, hold on. Hank and Cooper. From Hank and Cooper. To Sharon Needles. Cease and desist for harassment. You have been officially served, bitch. This letter serves as a notice to you to immediately cease and desist all harassing activities against and towards me, them, including but not limited to. We advise you cease and desist from any and all harassment towards Hank and Cooper from here on out. If you have a problem with them, put earplugs in, and that will solve the issue. Your actions are unwanted, embarrassing, annoying. As a result of your harassment I have suffered, me and Cooper are very upset and demand an apology. If you do not cease and desist the harassment, I will be forced to take appropriate legal action against you and seek all available damages and remedies. Sincerely, Hank and Cooper. You have been served, bitch. If you don't understand, Sharon Needles. Oh. Kyle's just detaching retinas and shit over here. Ignore. His allergies are fucking terrible and he sounds like he's blown a trumpet. Sharon Needles left me a comment the other day talking about how she and others have private conversations about Hank and Cooper's rowdy behavior. And she advised that I give them more time on electronics or treats to pacify their bad behavior. She gives terrible parenting advice. So Earth just, on behalf of Hank and Cooper, as their official spokesperson, gave Sharon a cease and desist. I don't know, Bog. Is there a Sharon Needles? Who's Sharon Needles? You want me to find the account, Bog? Hold on. I've never seen this account before. Let me go find it. I don't think I blocked it. Give me a second. It's a couple days ago. I screenshotted it because it was fucking hysterical. I was like, who is this? Whoever this, it's a multi-paragraph. Hopefully I did not. I don't think I blocked it. Oh, that's right. Right here. I was dying. This is who it is. She's a fierce queen? Wait, what? Oh, I didn't know that. This is the account that left me the comment. This is who that is. This is who left me the comment. August 17th, 2022. She's an imposter. Okay. Yeah, it's a play on words. Yep, for sure. But that's interesting. I didn't know that there was anything behind that. I didn't know there was like a drag queen with the name. Huh. Interesting. Yeah. I mean, no good troll, just funny as shit though, because Hank and Cooper are always going to be loved more than any humans around here. Here's the comment that was made. Oh, you guys can't see it. Hold on. This is the comment that they made. Becky, it was 6 days ago. It's on the police reports and lies. Oh my. That's the one. Multi-paragraph comment. Crazy. You've heard the name just recently? Yeah, there's a lot of new alts coming out. A lot. Hey, Body. All right, you guys, I am out for the night. I'm not going to keep you here all night for once because I need to get my ass to bed. I actually have had a lot of projects. Oh, back to this. Before I forget, we'll finish this. Just a couple minutes of this. I forgot I was showing you guys this. But this shit makes me cringe. Just how they're sitting next to each other.
Right. Like you brought it up in some of your early episodes, right? It's so important. So if you want to understand the Duggar family system, number one, and the Frankies too, because
it's interesting to me him trying to explain these family systems when Lauren grew up in similar family systems and has talked about it.
Used blanket trading. We need to understand blanket trading. If you really want to understand this, you have to ask the why.
The training is a form of control
question. And we're a why done it channel, typically. Not always, but often, most of the time. And the question I want to pose is,
God, she looks annoyed with him.
Why would a parent gravitate towards blanket training? Right? That's the question that's really going to unlock.
And another similarity between Lauren, Julie, and BJ, Lauren did the same thing. Lauren used her child as an excuse of why she withdrew the complaint against Christina. Bullshit. All three of them have used their kids. Yeah, if you guys, I have a video on it if you want to, or if you want a further explanation or kind of what it is and where it stemmed from. And I think I did it a couple of years ago. Blanket training is something I'm unfortunately extremely familiar with. That's something that's pretty normalized in how the group I grew up, or the belief system I grew up in. That's a very common technique, which I'm strongly against personally. It's, some will even say it's a form of neglect or abuse.
Our understanding of this family system. In other words,
it's basically like training them to be submissive and break their will. It's a form of breaking their will, control.
Why are some parents naturally interested in blanket training and some aren't? Right? What's that distinction? And where does that lead us on this discussion?
Agree.
Right. That's what we want to know. That's what I want to talk about. But
okay, let's do this.
Oh, okay. We're not going to do that. How many of you guys follow? Hold on. One other thing. Kenzie and I got into this. For some reason, Kenzie's into true crime. Like, she watches some true crime cases. But one of the cases I was telling her about today, because I was watching Dateline and watched one on, I've talked to you guys about this. I didn't realize Derek had done this case. So I'm going to share it with you. I've talked to my OGs, will remember this. When I was pregnant with Mackenzie, there was a horrific murder that happened in a couple towns up from where I lived in Florence, Montana. Derek did coverage on this 6 months ago. This coming November will be 25 years, and this case has not been solved. Broad daylight off of a main highway in Montana, Highway 93 headed south. These three ladies were horrifically murdered. This is Derek's.
At 11 a.m. on November 6, 2001, a customer arrived at the Hair Gallery Salon in Florence, Montana for her appointment with owner Dorothy Harris. As she walked up to the business, she noticed a man in a dark suit with a hat in front of the salon. She didn't think much of it until she stepped inside and discovered a horrific scene.
I know I've talked to you guys about this case in particular before because I was bartending at this time in Darby, which is south of Florence, probably about 40 miles. I don't know how long it would take you anymore with the traffic and stuff, but I was bartending and I was all alone. And Darby's an interesting town, as is a logging community, very small. Well, that night, one of the nights that I it was shortly after this, a few weeks later, I had a customer come in and he was extremely out of place. It was mostly locals. We'd get some out of towners, you know, that wasn't completely off the wall. But this guy brought this Florence murder up to me. And of course I knew it was all over the news. We all knew about it. And I'd seen that. I think there was even possibly a flyer in the bar or on the bulletin outside. This guy, there was other people in the bar, but he was drinking and he started asking how I would want to be killed if I was to be killed, and just really, really out of the ordinary questions that made me, I was 18, scared to death. And I closed the bar. Like I'd close up, lock up, drop the keys and the cash off, and then walk home because I lived close to the bar. So I would always just walk home. I was so creeped out that night, and none of my friends were around, so I couldn't get a hold of anybody. I actually had a sheriff's deputy drive down and escort me home that night because I was so creeped out. And he was older looking than this guy, but still one of the most uncomfortable things I'll never forget it. I'll never forget how uncomfortable that guy made me feel. But if you're interested in cold cases, this is a really interesting one that's never been solved.
Dorothy, her employee Brenda Patch, and their customer Cynthia Paulus had been brutally.
The guy's name was John. That's all I remember about him that made me uncomfortable.
Murdered. When investigators heard about the man in the hat, they believed he was likely the killer. But despite multiple sketches and an intensive search.
And I felt so dumb calling the cops to have him escort me home, but I don't regret it at all. At all. Oh my gosh. My best friend just called and said, I had an effed up dream about you last night. I just wanted to call and make sure you're okay. God, I hate that when that happens. I'm okay. Bon, I'm okay. All right, I'm out of here. But no, this was a salon. Well, we can play it for a few minutes. I don't have to go. I'll play it for a few minutes if you guys are interested in watching it. This is I'll share the link one more time because I'm just rambling, but this was one that I'll never forget. There's actually another one that was really interesting. It's a Dateline one that happened outside of Darby too.
Never been identified. More than 20 years later, the murders of Dorothy, Brenda, and Cynthia remain unsolved, and investigators are still searching for the person or people responsible. Hey everyone, welcome back to Detective Perspective. My name is Derek Lavasser. I'm a licensed private investigator and former police detective. Each week I'll be covering an unsolved case in story format. I'll then give you my perspective on the investigation and provide contact information for the individuals or organizations connected to the case so that if you have any tips, you can contact them directly and maybe you can help solve a case. So if you're someone who's interested in true crime, specifically unsolved cases, and you would like to hear my opinion on those investigations, please consider subscribing, whether you're watching on YouTube or listening on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or whatever platform you use. Okay, so tonight we're going to be talking about the Florence Salon murders, and it reminds me a lot of the Lane Bryant murders as well, if you've seen that episode where we covered that case. And for me, I've been going back and forth on this one. In fact, I was just in the gym, and
November will be 25 years that this case has gone unsolved.
I started to go down a path, and then I said, nope, can't go there. That wouldn't work, or that box can't be checked. And then I think about what happened in this case and the fact that there's already been somebody arrested for these crimes. We'll just leave it there for now. And yet 20 years later, we don't have justice. We don't have someone being held accountable for what's happened here, or I wouldn't be covering it. And so I usually, after I get done researching everything, I have my notes. I'll go back and forth with it. I'll go home, I'll throw some gel in the hair, and then I'll come back here and record my episode. But after I got done in the gym, I hopped in the shower, came right in here, and I wanted to get my thoughts out on camera before I forgot them. So here we are. I don't want to waste any time. Let's dive into this week's case. Dorothy Harris was born and raised in Montana. At 15, she began dating Ed Harris, the man she would later marry. The couple eventually settled in Florence, a small town in western Montana along Highway 93. At the time,
Ravalli County.
Florence had fewer than 1,000 residents and just a handful of businesses.
Okay, so or anybody that's familiar with Montana, this is what is referred to as the Bitterroot Valley. This is south of Missoula. So western Montana, south of Missoula. Gorgeous fucking area. Absolutely stunning. Loved that area. Just not for me.
Dorothy and Ed raised 5 children together. Ed worked as a farmer, while Dorothy worked as a hairdresser. She also ran a craft shop inside the building that once served as the town's post office at 5355 West US 93. According to the Missoulian, the building sat in the middle of Florence's business section, which wasn't very big at all. But Dorothy liked her spot because it was easy to see from the road and close to a residential area. Being a business owner also meant that Dorothy was well known in the community. Friends said she was the type of person who would help anybody at any time, no matter who they were. By the late 1990s, Dorothy and Ed were in their 60s, and they had been married for decades. They had 16 grandchildren and 2 grandchildren, and the couple really enjoyed their time as grandparents while still keeping busy with work. In early 2000, Dorothy decided to transform her craft shop into a hair and nail salon. She had partnered with her nephew Scott, but he soon left to start his own shop in another town. Dorothy invested a lot of time and money into remodeling the building before reopening it under a new name, the Hair Gallery. She also hired a manicurist named Brenda Patch to work alongside her. The Missoulian described Brenda as a wonderful, caring person who was very close to her family. She and her husband Mike had been married for 24 years. They had 2 grown children and a baby grandson that Brenda absolutely adored. Brenda loved doing nails, and by all accounts, she and Dorothy really got along well. At around 8 a.m. on
this area of the country is gorgeous, like absolutely stunning.
Tuesday, November 6, 2001, Dorothy arrived to open the hair gallery. An hour later, the salon opened for the day, and Brenda showed up for her 10 a.m. appointment with Cynthia Paulus, a 71-year-old grandmother of 11 who loved fishing, horses, and spending time with her husband, Jerry. Now, what's unfortunate here is Cynthia usually booked her appointments on Fridays, but that particular week she came in on a Tuesday because she wanted her nails done before a University of Montana basketball game that evening. Not long after Cynthia sat down for her 10 a.m. appointment, Dorothy left to go to the bank. Tuesdays were always her banking day since the salon was closed on Sunday and Mondays. At 10:30 a.m., Dorothy finished at the bank and headed back to the salon. That was the last time anyone saw her alive. 30 minutes later, at 11 a.m., a customer arrived for her hair appointment with Dorothy, but instead found her in the fetal position in a pool of blood near the back door. The customer immediately called the police, and when deputies from the Ravalli County Sheriff's Office arrived, they cleared the building immediately.
The way he said Ravalli. Ravalli.
According to the Missoulian, they then found 44-year-old Brenda and 71-year-old Cynthia in the back utility room where the hair dye was stored. Both women were dead, and the room showed signs of a violent struggle. All 3 victims had been killed by having their throats slit. Brenda and Cynthia also had cuts on their arms, palms, and fingers, likely from trying to defend themselves. Investigators searched the scene but never found the weapon, which they believed was a knife. They did note that cash and personal items like purses were still in place.
Broad daylight, right off of a main highway, like an extremely busy highway. Highway 93, even back then, was extremely busy. A lot of traffic to and from, because a lot of people commute to Missoula for jobs or up and down the valley. Broad fucking daylight. It's always just blown. This case has always bothered me.
Which suggested robbery was not the motive.
Plus, when being 18 and having that happen, like that guy probably had nothing to do with it at all. But that's shook me to my core. The guy asked, like, I've never been asked questions like that by anybody. And yeah, you meet some interesting people bartending. But the way he was dressed, everything was, and he caught attention from the locals that were in there earlier that night. And I had to kick him out at closing. And then he hung around out front. Like, he didn't want to leave the area either. It wasn't like I just called and was like paranoid. And no, he was still hanging out in the area. And I had to walk home and I was like, okay. Yeah, I don't regret calling, but it's still just, I'll never forget that night.
There was also no evidence of the victims being bound or sexually assaulted. The only things that appeared to be missing were 2 of the salon's hairdressing capes, which are pretty common. I know when I sit in the chair, my barber will put it around my neck to make sure that the hair doesn't get on my clothes. And I think we all wear them, right? Whether you're getting your hair dyed or you're getting your hair cut, it's a preventative measure to make sure you don't get stuff all over you. And as far as I know, as I sit here right now, those 2 capes have never been recovered. And as far as these capes are concerned, there's been some speculation out there. Some people believe that the killer or killers may have put these capes on to protect themselves from getting blood all over their clothes. To me, that seems like a stretch. I don't think these killers came in there, grabbed the capes from the other chairs, put them on, and then attacked Cynthia and Brenda. I'm just not seeing it. To me, what the capes might suggest is whether this was one person or 2 people who committed this crime. After they did whatever they did, whatever weapons they had, whatever they might have had on them that had blood on it, they wanted to take it with them, but they didn't want people to see it. So in my opinion, it's also possible that they took the knife and whatever bloody clothes they were wearing, they stuffed them inside this cape, kind of tied it up and made it a little bag and made it easier to carry out without having anything left behind. That would be my best guess. But as I sit here right now, I don't have any evidence to rule out that first theory, although I do believe that my theory is more likely. Just think about it, right? You go in there, the crime occurs, now you're looking.
Never say never. There's some interesting things that multiple investigators, Ravalli County is a small sheriff's department, and as I got older, I ended up knowing quite a few of the sheriff's department. I went to school with some of them. I still know some of the drug task force guys. Like, I grew up with those guys. So, well, you knew quite a few of them. There was a lot of them that thought that there was more than one person involved in this. A lot, actually.
Over everything that could potentially connect you to the crime, whether it's something you touched or weapons you used. You place them all in a central location on the floor on top of this cape. Then you tie it up, you throw it over your shoulder or under your jacket, and you can get out of there without any transfer evidence occurring on your way out of that location. We'll never know unless we catch this person. I will say the fact that 2 are missing is suspicious. I'd also like to acknowledge that they believe 2 are missing. I'd like to know how they came to that conclusion. And is it possible that maybe it was only 1 or none at all? The only person who could really fill in that blank for us would be Dorothy, and unfortunately, she's no longer with us. According to the Ravalli Republic, a team from the state crime lab in Missoula responded to process the scene. Investigators later revealed that they recovered a palm print, but they never shared any further details. They also found a pair of black-rimmed wraparound sunglasses in the middle of the crime scene. They didn't belong to any of the victims, leading some investigators to wonder if they came from the killer during the struggle. The sunglasses were sent off for testing, but just like the palm print, it doesn't appear, at least, that anything came from it. And I do want to throw the sunglasses up on the screen here. You can see what they look like. It would appear to me that this would...
I would like to know more. When he mentioned that nothing ever came of it, I don't know if there was never any confirmation, no matches, no nothing, like if there was DNA, anything. I'd like to know more about that palm print, though. That was a huge piece that was always talked about, was there was a palm print. But this case blows my mind.
Be the type of sunglasses you would wear if you wanted to cover up a large portion of your face. And I think it's very likely that the theory that's being laid out here is exactly what happened. There's a struggle and the glasses come off, and in a rush to get out of there as fast as possible, the offender forgets the glasses behind, doesn't throw them in the cave.
No, Perry, I don't know what you're talking about, which case you're talking about, actually.
Or however they were storing their weapons and everything else. And this is the one thing that we really do have linking to the killer. And I don't want to go too far here, but just looking at it,
A lot of people do feel it was a personal attack, and they thought one of the male relatives was likely the suspect, but all this time later and nothing.
this does appear to be something that a male would wear, not a female. And I think it would be easy to go to all the victims' families and show these glasses and say, hey, was this theirs? They would quickly rule it out. And then through process of elimination, you're only left with the one other person who wasn't at the crime scene, and that would be the killer. Investigators also spoke with the customer who had arrived for her appointment at 11 a.m. She told them she saw the man walking south in front of the salon as she came in. This man was described as being in his 20s or 30s, about 6 feet tall, 180 pounds, with no facial hair. He wore a white shirt, a dark suit, an overcoat or duster, and a hat described as either a stovepipe or a fedora.
See, now that to me stands out so much. But I also question, there had to have been somebody else that noticed this person. Well, you'll row to row, they looked into all of those different avenues too. I don't know. But this guy walking down the road, because in front of the shop would be, you'd have the highway, the sidewalk, and the shop, like right there on Highway 93.
After hearing all of this, investigators believed that the customer had in fact seen the killer. They knew they were going to need more resources, so they brought in the FBI and other agencies to try and help track down the man in the hat. And I do want to point out here that, in case any of you didn't pick up on the date, this was right after September.
The suit and the hat. The duster, not super abnormal if you see a duster with like Western jeans or cowboy boots, but the suit, the duster, and the hat, that all together for a 20 to 30-year-old is extremely off in that area. I'll have to look at that up.
September 11th. So I did see a video where the sheriffs were talking about trying to get the FBI to come in and help them out because they needed more resources. But unfortunately, with the tragedy of September 11th, most of the FBI agents were working that case. Understandably, it was a horrific incident. So just really bad timing here, because if it wasn't right after 9/11 had occurred, there would have been a lot more agents on the ground in Montana working this case, and maybe we would have a different outcome. So after examining the initial crime scene, investigators fanned out to canvass the area around the salon. Neighbors in the residential neighborhood behind the salon reported seeing the man in the hat. In these sightings, he wasn't.
This is Highway 93 right here. Right here. That's just
wearing the coat, but they thought he was carrying something. He didn't speak to anyone, but witnesses said he appeared focused, walking with purpose rather than running.
Yeah.
And this was part of the reason I came to the conclusion that possibly this man used the cape he had taken from the salon to kind of store everything that could incriminate him, to make sure he didn't drop it, and to also make sure that it wasn't noticed by a passerby. Let's say he had blood on the jacket or had a bloody knife in his hand.
Didn't the description of the clothing, though, that she saw, like he wasn't walking that fast for her to notice a white shirt, a suit, like she was pretty detailed in giving a description of, and the sketch is pretty detailed. So that means, you know, she was able to really set eyes on this person and see, like, I don't know, this has always bothered me.
You're not going to carry.
I say that 500 million times because it's one. Kenzie and I were talking about cases that I remember or recall because she finds some interesting ones that she really catches on to that I'm like, whoa.
Those things out in the open because someone's going to remember that. However, if you take it off and you wrap it up in this cape.
You know, Lindsay, I'm not sure if I made a report. I know I gave a description, but we had cameras in the bar too. So they could get a description of the guy. And I knew his first name was John. So I'm sure the deputy probably wrote down what I said because I had to call dispatch and wait. Like I had to sit in the bar and wait. Darby is a tiny little town. And at the time, there was only one marshal in the whole town of Darby and then the sheriff's department, but there was nobody in the area. So I had to sit and wait in the bar for like 20 minutes until they got there to escort me home because they had to send somebody down the valley. So I'm sure they probably did write it down, but I don't remember.
Has like a nylon material to it, which would trap in any moisture. Now you're just a guy walking down the road carrying something that appears to be a bag. Clearly, that's not going to stand out as much. And according to the Missoulian, after speaking...
I wonder if I could get that, Lindsay, if I could call and see if they like try to FOIA a report that I made. That'd be interesting. I could probably call Basna and see if he could get it.
With these neighbors, investigators pieced together the killer's movements based on these witness accounts. After being spotted in front of the salon, he went to the south side of the building, then through the alley. From there, he continued south on Linder Street, then onto First Street, where witnesses saw him jumping a fence to cut through a parking lot. He was last seen in a wooded area south of One Horse Creek Road, less than a half a mile from the salon. The entire area was searched, but as far as we know, nothing of value was found. And I do want to mention that a dog team from Missoula was brought in, and they were able to track a scent from the salon to a house near One Horse Creek Road, but that's where it stopped. And that house was searched, but apparently it was not connected, leading investigators to believe that the man they were actually after had probably gotten into a vehicle outside of that house. So as the search for the man
So was he picked up by somebody, or did he have a vehicle waiting?
continued, investigators also worked to establish a timeline for when the murders could have occurred. Since Brenda and Cynthia were still alive when Dorothy left the salon to go to the bank at 10 a.m., and the customer discovered the scene at 11 a.m., investigators knew the window was no more than an hour. And they were able to narrow that down even further using context clues. So according to the Rivali Republic, Cynthia's nails weren't finished when they found her. The old polish had been removed, but the new color hadn't been applied yet.
So they were just...
In addition to that, Brenda's nail drill was still running when officers arrived, and the iced coffee at her station still had ice in it. So based on these details, investigators believe the earliest that the attack could have started was around 10:30 a.m., and I agree. In addition to that information, they also knew that Dorothy left the bank at 10:30, which meant she likely returned to the salon between 10:45 and 10:50. We also know that she parked near the back door, just a few feet away from where her body would later be found. So she entered the salon through the back, and likely that's where she encountered her killer.
Such a short time frame, too.
From the timeline and the evidence found at the scene, investigators theorized that the killer entered the salon through the front door sometime after 10:30. He quickly overpowered Brenda and Cynthia so quickly that, as I mentioned earlier, Brenda didn't even have time to turn off her drill. And at that point, more than likely, he forced the two women into the utility room. After killing Brenda and Cynthia, the killer likely headed for the exit, and that's when he encountered Dorothy.
Lindsay, and I didn't even know he covered this 6 months ago. I talked about this case when we were talking about Shasta Groney. I remember mentioning this case. I'll have to go back and find the video where I mentioned this, because this, like I said, this case has always rocked me. Like, I'll never forget how uncomfortable I was that night and everything when I was bartending. But I'll have to go back and look and see what happened. Kenzie was just telling me about stories, and I was like, oh, I got one for you, this case. And I went to Google it and try to find out the details for her to show her. And I found his video, and we ended up watching it. But I didn't know he covered this 6 months ago. I had no clue.
Who had just returned from the bank. And that's when he attacked her near the back door.
Yeah.
And within minutes, the killer fled the salon, crossing paths with that customer who had arrived for their 11 a.m. appointment. And I agree with this theory for the most part. I mean, there's not a lot of detective work that has to go into it. You have a very small window. You know where the bodies were found. You know the condition that the salon was found in with the drill still being on. So you know it was a sneak attack. You know that. And based on where Dorothy was found near that back door, you know she was caught off guard. As soon as she walked in, she was killed. The question that I have, and in my opinion, the jury's still out on this one, is did the killer, while walking out the back exit, run into Dorothy, not expecting to see her? Or did this person know she was going to the bank knew she would be back shortly, and was waiting behind the door for her? The answer to that question would be huge in this case. Because if this was just a random act of violence and the killer didn't actually know his victims, I could see the first scenario. But if this was a targeted attack, you could make the argument that a more possible theory here would be the killer goes in, kills Cynthia and Brenda, knowing Dorothy's about to return, so he does it fast. He waits for Dorothy, kills her because they know she's going to be walking in through that back door any second. And then after that, that's when they flee. There's a real possibility that the killer killed Brenda and Cynthia in the utility room and had plenty of time to leave before Dorothy arrived. Might have only been 3 or 4 minutes, but still plenty of time to get out of the line of sight. Is it possible that this person waited behind and wanted to make sure that Dorothy was killed as well? And if that's what happened here, now you have to ask yourself why. Who is this person? What acts did they have to grind with Dorothy? What did they tie her to where they felt that she needed to be killed? It's a tough theory to explore without knowing all the details of Dorothy's background, and there's nothing from what I found that would suggest Dorothy was involved in anything nefarious, although I will say, I kind of teased it at the beginning, there is something that's going to come up here that's worth exploring, and this kind of leads into that. But yes, as I sit here right now, all of this kind of makes sense, except for, did they just run into each other, meaning Dorothy and the killer, or was this a planned attack? Back to the timeline, because we're still on November 6th, the day of the murders. That same evening, the sheriff's office provided an update to the public. They said the investigation was ongoing, no arrests had been made, and there were no suspects or major leads. Investigators also said they wanted to identify and speak with the man in the hat to see if he knew anything about the murders. His description was shared with the public and sent to agencies across the state. As the search for the man in the hat continued, investigators looked closely at each victim. They explored both business and personal relationships within the families, and this ended up being a fairly easy lead for investigators to follow because everyone who knew the victims cooperated, agreeing to interviews and providing DNA samples.
See, that's another thing. Like, everybody around them gave DNA, was cooperative. Like, there are so many odd things. Do you guys want to continue? Do you want to finish this out? I don't want to. I can send you over there too. This, one of the I think they're the granddaughters. Yeah, the granddaughter. I'm the granddaughter of Brenda Patch, and I've been begging people to cover this case for years. Thank you so much, Derek, for taking the time to bring light to this case. When me and my dad went to ask for updates or if there was any way we could get help, we were told we would be putting ourselves in danger, and the investigators recommended against it. I personally think so many mistakes were made and things overlooked. I hope someday my grandma and these ladies get justice. How sad.
According to the Rivali Republic, every single person who knew the victims was shocked by the brutal killings. They couldn't understand how it happened, and they couldn't think of a
I wonder why they were told that they would be putting themselves in further danger. Yeah, fuck that.
single person who would want to hurt them. Investigators kept digging, obtaining search warrants for financial statements, insurance records, telephone records, DNA samples. They even got palm prints from family members and friends. They wanted to know if anyone could have benefited from one or more of the deaths. But in the end, nothing pointed back to the families, and investigators said that while they weren't officially ruled out, because no one would be until an arrest was made, they felt they had exhausted every avenue and found no evidence of involvement. In the weeks that followed, the investigation continued in full force. Investigators interviewed more people in the area and collected surveillance tapes from every store they could find. They also released multiple sketches to the public. In fact, there were 5 in total. 2 were showing the man in the hat's outfit. The other 2 were composites of his face. A third version showed him wearing sunglasses paired with a photo of a real pair of black sunglasses similar to the ones found at the scene.
See, and that facial structure is very...
And from there, tips did pour in, but none of them led investigators to the man they were looking for. As the investigation stalled, detectives turned to FBI profilers because they wanted to know if the Florence murders fit into any known patterns. And
This is interesting.
what they found was that this case was an anomaly. There was nothing else like it. Sheriff Johnson told the Missoulian that one of their main questions was about the knife. They wanted to know if they should be looking for someone who is trained in using one. In the end, the FBI told them, quote, "It may be somebody with efficiency who has training, but it may not." Johnson went on to say, quote, "They were very adamant about that. It doesn't have to be someone with special training, just someone who was invested and who was a cool, calm person to begin with. That might be one of those personality traits." The profilers also cautioned investigators not to focus only on the man in the hat. They said he might have been involved, but he may not have been. It was even possible that he had been working with someone else. So they warned investigators to keep all options open.
See, and that was something that was floated around with the locals, is that guy was a red herring. Like, that guy was intentionally working with the other guy. So he was the one that was the spot, basically, to keep watch, because he was not dressed like a local, or, you know, that would stand out to people. I don't know. That was something that was always floated around too.
And I'm not going to spend too much time on this because it feels like the last few episodes where I've talked about profilers, I've been harsh. But I wanted to put this in here for this reason, because to me, it's kind of pointing out the obvious. It may be the guy in the hat. It may not be. It may be someone with special knife training. It may not be. Don't get too focused on one person, because it could be someone else. I would hope these are all things that the original investigators had already deduced. I will say, maybe reading between the lines, could FBI profilers have come in, saw what the investigation was currently focusing on, and said, "Hey, you guys are getting a little too much tunnel vision on this man in the hat"? Yes. Probability, it's him.
That was all of the vision was on this guy. Every bit of it was on this guy. I don't.
But it's also possible it's not. So just make sure we're exploring all options. If that's what they were doing, just, you know, keeping the checks and balances, I respect that. But as far as the actual profile itself, I'm listening to it, I'm reading it just like you guys, and I'm not getting much out of it other than it could be anybody. Thanks. But I do respect FBI profilers. I've met a few of them, very intelligent people, and they worked on numerous cases and have been a huge help. I just think in these particular investigations that we've covered, they're trying to do their best, but unfortunately they're not magicians, and they just didn't have a lot of substance to offer here.
I would love to see a new profile done on this with the advancements in technology over the last 25 years.
The investigation carried into the new year, and in February of 2002, investigators released an updated sketch of the man in the hat. It was their most detailed version yet, but it still didn't bring them any closer to finding the killer. By November of 2002,
this sketch right here gives me shivers.
A full year had passed since the murders. Investigators told the Rivali Republic that 2 or 3 people were still working on the case almost every day. They took in the tips and followed the leads from other agencies. Even so, they were still no closer to solving the case. Investigators weren't sure if the man in the hat was the killer, if more than one person was involved, or even what weapon was used. They also had different theories about the motive, some thinking it was targeted, others leaning towards a random act of violence. And as I said earlier in this episode, this case is going to take a very interesting turn, and that turn is the arrest of 2 individuals for these murders. We're going to talk about it right after the break.
Spoiler.
You ever go through something tough? The Rula is changing .com/. Okay, we're back. And after the 1-year mark, reporting in the case slowed down.
Just wait, though. You think, just wait.
There were no major developments until 2008 when a bombshell dropped. In April of that year, 2 men, Brian Weber and Lincoln Benavidez, were indicted for the murders of Dorothy, Brenda, and Cynthia, along with multiple drug charges. This next part might be a little bit confusing, so please just try to stick with me here. The indictment alleged that Lincoln ran a drug trafficking operation that moved methamphetamine and marijuana into Montana. The drugs were distributed through a network of dealers across 4 counties. According to the Ravalli Republic, Brian Weber was alleged to be one of those dealers. He also collected money for Lincoln, often through threats or violence. How this is all tied to the murders at the hair gallery salon is unclear. Most of the court records remain sealed, and the general theory reported on was that Lincoln ordered Brian to kill the women as a way to collect on a drug debt owed by someone connected to them. But as you probably assumed, not everyone agreed with that version. Former Missoulian crime reporter Michael Moore later told KPAX that his reporting pointed to something different. He said, quote, I talked to a number of people here and they told me it was not someone connected to them, but that it was one of the women. Moore went on to say, quote, that person had run afoul of Lincoln on the end of a bunch of money, which wasn't where it was supposed to be, and that Brian was sent in to reinforce the message or something. So this theory is pretty out there, and I had kind of alluded to it at the top of the show. It seems like a stretch to me, but as I sit here and as we end up going into the perspective, how do I professionally sit here and rule it out? What basis, what authority do I have to say it's not possible? Dorothy, Brenda, Cynthia could have all been great women. I know a lot of great people who have made bad decisions. In most cases, the criminals that I deal with, they fit that category. It's very rare that I get someone who is truly evil.
Though.
I've said this quote a million times. I've probably said it on here. A lot of the times it's good people just making bad decisions. And is it possible that's what happened here? Is it possible that one of these women got tied up into something and they were involved in a money laundering scheme or just maybe serving as a front? In that case, it would be Dorothy.
Mercedes girl. No. I mean, that's the dumbest shit. I don't even know who Spilled Tea is and Dazed and Confused. Whoever's starting that shit, and it's been going on for quite some time, because I won't do a deep dive on Jay, and I am not a fucking babysitter of everybody else's fucking drama and bullshit. People like that just fucking crack me up. I probably had the least amount of communication with Jay out of everybody, but yeah, best friends. Nah, people like that just are fucking being stupid. Let them be.
And Brian and Lincoln decided to go to this extreme to send a message. I guess it's possible. We're sitting here 20 plus years later and we don't know what happened. So sure, it's possible. It seems pretty out there for me. And I'll talk about it now instead of the perspective because it won't make a lot of sense if we save it to the end. But if it were to be a targeted attack where they were sending a message, it's not Cynthia, right? Cynthia's making an appointment to get her nails done. This wasn't even her scheduled day. She's usually there on Friday.
Yeah, that part right there too. The fact that she was not supposed to, like, that's not her normal day, but she wanted them done that night because she had a game to go to. That was out of her normal routine of being at the salon.
She shows up on a Tuesday. So I would like to rule her out. Then you have Brenda and you have Dorothy. And if it was Brenda, then the killer goes in there, sees Brenda, sees Cynthia, has to kill Cynthia because unfortunately she's collateral damage, but kills the main target in Brenda and then leaves. Instead, as I had suggested earlier, if the killer stayed around waiting for Dorothy to return, then that would mean she was the target of the attack. And if there's any validity to this theory, I would speculate that more than likely, if it was a specific target, that person would have been Dorothy because it was her business. Maybe they were using it as a front. Maybe she was involved in something where she just had to look the other way. I don't know. As much as we don't have evidence to rule this theory out, we don't really have any evidence to
Welcome in, Clue Crew on Kick.
support it. And I'm not the only one.
This is a 25, almost 25. November of 2026 will be 25 years since this case happened. This was a case that was local to me when I was, well, happened when I lived in the area.
Who thinks that? Because Lincoln and Brian both pleaded not guilty and maintained their innocence. And eventually, the murder charges were dropped. Officials said there wasn't enough evidence to move forward, and the case was complicated by prosecutorial misconduct. After the charges were dismissed, the Ravalli County Sheriff's Office said the triple homicide case was still open. They emphasized that the investigators remained committed to solving it. Since then, there have been no major developments. In 2018, the current sheriff at the time told the media that Brian was still considered the prime suspect. Now, it's unclear what investigators believe now, 7 years later.
I've never bought that. I've never bought that that was correct.
The last significant reporting came in 2021, marking 20 years since Cynthia, Brenda, and Dorothy were killed. The sheriff's office said a detective was assigned to the case in the event new information or evidence came forward. Former Sheriff Johnson also spoke to KPAC saying, quote, "In my career, this probably ranks as the toughest, most important case I ever investigated." He reminded the public that the case remains unsolved and urged people not to forget the victims. He ended his statement by saying, quote, "There were 3 innocent women that were productive neighbors of ours, and it changed our community and it changed our families. And it's good to know."
That theory just does not connect for these, according to their families. Their families were very outspoken during this time, and it just does not match.
Never forget that each of us makes a difference, because these women all did. All right, let's dive into this perspective, and it's not going to be as long as some of my other ones because we talked about
Mercedes girl, let him. Seriously. I mean, and I'm not mad at you or anything, but let him. Let them have all their opinions. Let them run around looking stupid. Guess what's never going to happen? That's never going to be true. I know that and can confidently say that every fucking day. They can throw out random fucking bullshit constantly. It's been happening for since I started pulling back stuff with Chroma Reels. We're not going to sugarcoat shit. It is what it is. I talked about it the last time I was live. I don't give a fuck what their opinions are, but they are trying to do anything and everything to make shit that doesn't exist. And I'll say this again because I love to piss people off with this. What the fuck would it matter if I was? I'm not. They'll never be able to prove that. But even if I was, what the fuck does it matter? I didn't realize a bunch of fucking random subs on the internet got to determine who I can and can't be fucking friends with. Don't fucking set me at tables that I've never fucking sat at. But if I choose to sit at a fucking table and have a conversation with somebody, what's to you? It's just stupid. It's fucking stupid. That's why it doesn't get a rise out of me, because it's so fucking funny. Like, I really had very limited communication with her. And I could scream that until I'm blue in the face. I could drop all my messages. Nah. The fuck? I owe them nothing. Carry on. They'll look just as stupid as Jay. And Julie. Jay's been talking shit. Like, what the fuck? Jay was talking all sorts of crazy shit out the side of her goddamn mouth to Duchess. You think I'm fucking buddies with somebody? Get fucked. Straight up. Some of you all fucking need to loosen up your tinfoil. You got it on a little fucking tight, and you might have it stuffed up your ass instead of on your head.
The theory involving a targeted attack possibly connected to drugs and or money. We can hit it again because it's important. They arrested 2 individuals on this theory, so clearly investigators believe that it's viable. And with knowing more information without having everything sealed, maybe...
Listen, Mercedes girl, here, let me... And I'm not trying to be disrespectful. I know it bothers you, and I know that's why. But if it bothers you, don't go and watch it. It's not going to get better. Those lines were drawn a long time ago. I didn't draw them. But if it makes you uncomfortable watching those people, they're not going to change it. And it is what it is. I don't give a fuck. They're not affecting me because I don't even fucking know, nor do I care. I've heard the shit. It's been going on for fucking whatever. You got to choose what you want to engage in. But if it bothers you, don't go there. Or keep the chat off. If you enjoy the content, just keep the chat off. But they're also continuing to do this, so it upsets people like you and others. And then you come over here and say something. They're trying to get a rise out of me. It's not going to fucking happen. Bitch, I don't give a fuck. Go fucking simp for fucking the lying McLyerson. Pick one. BJ or Julie. They're one and the fucking same. Save your fucking energy. I'm not fazed by these bitches. But you got to pick and choose what you want to engage in.
I would hop on board as well. Maybe there's something in one of the women's past that would connect them to Brian and or Lincoln. But without it, it's all speculative for us. So I don't want to go too far in the weeds on that because
look, I'm not saying I don't know what was said, you guys. I don't need to know. Again, there are people going around stirring shit that I've never seen before. We've talked about it. I've told you guys the accounts, the Scotland County girls. There's a lot of shit going on, okay? Look, we're not going to play stupid over here or like it's not happening. There are some names that I recognize. Let them have their motherfucking opinions. I don't care. It doesn't change the fact that Julie's a fucking liar. They don't have to like me. Julie's the one that sent us on the road we're on. If they were pissed about something before that, be pissed. I don't fucking care. Cromwell Reels, Terry Lynn have been involved in every fucking thing. Melissa, can't stand her, never could. She was a real lifer from jump. And what else have I said that's rocked anybody's core? Instead of fucking being angry, understand this is just the shit that's going on. I'm not choosing it. We're all watching it. That's the fucking issues. And I have not sugarcoated shit about not saying what I think. These are the same conversations I've been saying all along. I don't know who the fuck is involved in this shit or what's going on or where it's coming from or why. I'm not going to pretend I do. No, Mercedes girl, she's talking about the people I just named. Cromwell Reels, Terry Lynn, all of those people. That's what Crimson's talking about. Like, we know where the problems are stemming from. That's why even, like, I won't sit here and say Jay's. It just doesn't match. Like, that's why when people want me to have this energy towards Jay, freedom for me to you, for you, whatever that fucking account is. I'm sure they're in here in the fucking bushes. Okay, it is what it is. They went into Queens the other day, and I've talked about this already, demanding that I do a deep dive on Jay. I'm not a babysitter between fucking creator drama. Never have been. That's not what I do. Never have I. I don't understand all that. Anybody that I've talked to can tell you the same thing. I don't fucking know. She was even to the point where she was sending super chats, expecting a deep dive on Jay. Weird fucking shit. Coming from a lady who went into Granny's chat the other day and admitted to calling CPS to ask questions. You want and are demanding me to do a deep dive on Jay for what? So I can prove once again that a lot of the shit she was being accused of isn't true? Like, Kramit was sending fucking links that had no proof that they linked to Jay's Discord. Like, what do you want me to do here? You don't want me to do a deep dive because there's already too many questions that I have right off the fucking jump. Why was Kramit sending fucking Clue and Cletus's docs to Jay? They'd already been doxxed. This shit doesn't make sense. So demanding I do a deep dive because Julie is using the courts? Like, what? I didn't pick Julie out because there was nothing going on. There was a docket that fucking hit. When people want to continue to tell you that they're confused of the timing of this and my choice now to talk about Julie, the docket just fucking hit. I knew about a restraining order. It had been talked about. There's no paperwork with it. Then this criminal shit came up. I didn't fucking know. I was like, what? I had heard rumblings that there was intent of trying. Nah. We hear a lot of things. I was stunned. Stunned, I tell you. Then I really thought, oh, fuck. If she's saying she was threatened, guaranteed, because there's a lot of shit I do miss. There's no humanly possible way to watch everything BJ or any of these people do. It's just not rational to think that. And a lot of this was happening around the holidays. I missed a lot. So I thought we'd go back and find all this stuff very easily to follow. We didn't. We factually found further fucking misrepresentations of the truth. Right there, Gray Pearl. What's the change, Gray Pearl? What does it fucking matter if I cover it now or when it's over? Please enlighten me. What does it matter if I cover it now and Julie's exposed for a liar? Or in the end, when she's exposed as a liar? You understand that the outcome of the court is going to be the same. They're going on the law, not my opinions or my feelings on this. They're going over what Julie presented as her evidence. The same thing she's detailed publicly. Hopefully there's still some fucking random thing she has out there hidden. They're going to fight this based on the law, not my coverage. I don't understand what waiting. And again, I know a lot of you are new here and don't understand, but the last person that JLR sued was a very similar situation to this. Some of you don't realize that. This is not the first legal shit that I've been a part of or around or creators or whatever. When JLR decided to go after Uni, it was a lot of the same fucking bullshit. We didn't cover the court case as extensive. You know what we did? We covered his fucking words, his lies. The same thing I always do. I use their own words to debunk. We figured out he was lying. He was trying to wrap other creators up into it. Very same thing that's happening, just different people. I've always talked about this stuff. It doesn't change the outcome of the court. My opinions on these people and the lies that they put out there don't change the outcome. Julie presented a case and has to have evidence. The burden of proof is on Julie. She has detailed it very publicly, what she was using as evidence all along. And now you're mad at me because we went and listened to her fucking words? Look, I don't give a fuck who's involved. It's Julie versus BJ. I don't have to fucking like you to understand that this shit in our courts is never going to be something I'm okay with. I wasn't okay with it. No hesitation when it came to Clue and Cletus. Granny barbecue, zero hesitation. I'm not going to change it now. I dislike BJ because of things she's actually done to people. People deserve justice from her bullshit. I'm never going to be about seeking revenge for shit that didn't happen to you, to be a martyr in a fucking community, banking off the hate of another fucking person. No matter if I like that person or not, they still have the right to defend themselves. And I'm not cool with false allegations to police or courts, period. End of. That's not going to change now, during this, or at the end. If you heard the fucking hearing today, actually, let's just do that. You're obviously having some issues, Gray Pearl, because this is like the fourth fucking time. In fact, I asked you to have a conversation with me. Come up here. Talk to me. And you didn't want to, which I respectfully said, okay, look, that's fine. But if you notice one thing here, nothing that I have talked about got brought up today. You know what got brought up? The court proceedings, how these go. This is a private citizen's complaint. There's standard procedure in how these play out. Whether I give opinions and play her own words, ma'am, up here. But you won't hear anything in their standard procedure. Mandatory mediation is what the procedure is. Now, what these two decide to do from here, that's on them. It shouldn't even go another step, but here we are.
This is my her attorney.
What did you say?
Julie, are you there?
I am.
Great Pearl, let's not front. Stop. Let's not front on that. Legally, nothing. I just think the community could have been spared this in light of Clue being kicked and Granny being in the home stretch, if that makes sense. Really? Really? Legally, nothing, you admit. I just think the community, right? Okay. Could have been spared this in light of Clue being kicked and Granny being in the home stretch, Granny and barbecue, if that makes sense. Now, look, I'm going to be as respectful as I fucking can right here, but let me just say this. You're coming for the wrong motherfucker. So you acknowledge that nothing I have done is legally impacting this. But because Julie decided to go lie, take her ass down there, lie to her community, lie to all of you guys, misrepresent what was going on here. Her own words. Story after story after fucking story. During the home stretch for Granny and barbecue. Clue losing your channel. Two people that I have stood by supporting. Because I wanted to make sure the community knew how badly BJ had lied on both of them. I spent months from my own interest making sure people knew how badly she scammed her community to try and hem these people up legally. Because they deserved the truth to be known. So you expect me to be silent as somebody comes out here and unravels the progress we have made. Right? Is that what you're telling me? Because Clue got kicked, to which I called bullshit. Complete bullshit. Absolutely did. Granny and barbecue, I'd been calling bullshit since October of 2024. Julie made these allegations. Julie took the opportunity and the hatred of BJ advantage. She took advantage of the hatred of BJ because of what BJ had done to others, not to her. She took advantage of the hatred of BJ because of what BJ's done to others. But the community, Great Pearl, listen, this might be harsh, but take it for what it is. I don't want to be a part of a community that's situational. Truth is convenient. That hate bonding leads us to the point where false allegations are accused to police and or courts. I believe in free speech, even when it makes me uncomfortable. I believe people need to be held accountable and justice is had to the people that have been wronged. Sure do. I don't believe in seeking revenge. We're wired differently. That's what it is. But, well, real victims are being shit on, ultimately, by people like BJ, Julie, JLR, Lana, you know, the list goes on and on. How many people have done things like this, used our court systems? Real victims are impacted. And I don't want to be a part of a community that instead of saying to the person that's made false allegations, just like we did, we screamed when BJ did it. Silence is now the answer, though, because this person is going after somebody I dislike. Yeah, I don't want to be a part of that. So take that for what it is. If me being accepted into a community or condoned in a space where that's what you have to do, basically shut the fuck up as people are lying and using our courts and resources and real victims are suffering, count me out. Every motherfucking day. I said what I said.
Okay, Ms. Skolnick, this case involves Miss Jackson. We don't have Miss Jackson on yet, so, but I want you to make a note.
Yes, I'm here.
You have my contact.
Respectfully, perpetually lazy. It's been getting spicy for about a month. I've had a character trampoline of sorts because of my opinion, which I'm cool with. But instead of arguing the facts with me, they've been going after my character. Somehow, I'm expected not to be a little spicy.
I'm here. I'm Brittany Jackson.
Oh, and those that I'm talking about know exactly who I'm talking about. I've been naming names. I've been explaining who has been talking the shit and the accounts that are popping up that are really like the ones that are like, So if you don't know who I'm talking about, it's listed many times in videos.
Okay.
I'm so sorry. I don't know.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how to change the
I'm going to change it for you right now. So hold on 1 second, Ms. Skolnick. Hold on 1 second. Let me just do one thing at a time here. Rename. ITT. Brittany Jackson.
I'll point out things that people, let's just pretend that this is BJ. Let's reverse the roles for a minute. Let's just reverse the roles really quick as we watch this before we end up for tonight. But for those of you that were hanging out with me before we got off topic here, I highly encourage you to go finish Derek's video. I'll drop the link one more time. That story to me is just wild. And it's one I will never fucking forget, ever. 25 years coming up in November.
Okay, Brittany. Look now, I put Brittany Jackson and Julie Skolnick so that when this goes.
Yeah, there's been some absolute crazy shit going on, Lazy Wolf. We're not blaming everybody for it. I've been very clear on who I'm talking about and shit that's being talked. No, you're okay, Mercedes Girl. It is what it is. Fuck yeah, Belinda. I would be. Belinda, when she did the dog handler shit, I was on that ass. When she did the dog handler fuckery and intentionally ignored when we were all correcting it, I was on that ass. I was always very hesitant because of, I was willing to see, like, she went back and admitted she was wrong on some shit and corrected some shit. I'll give Jay that. In the Sebastian case. I enjoyed her Lauren Mathias coverage. She knew like the crime side of shit from Lauren's coverage and the cases she had covered. I knew like the Mormon church cult part of it. So it was really interesting to have conversations with her about that case. There's many of you in here that watched both of our coverage during that. And we were interested in it because of the crossover with the cult and the crimes.
And before the judge, he knows to have both of you present. Okay, do either of you have an attorney? Because if you do, I'm not allowed to.
Real quick, Andrew Coletta and
Nicole here? Okay, I'll be with them in a minute.
Okay.
All right. Yeah, just have them sitting there and I'll come and get them in a minute.
All right.
Because if you're represented, then I can't.
Well, Belinda, it's just odd. Like, this is so ridiculous at this point. I didn't pick the timing of this. I'm not like fucking, yeah, I have a bias to her, but an expected one. She's been out here fucking lying on me, threatening to sue me. Like, yeah, that exists, but we're going off of her fucking words and the shit she's doing in this case. Like, she's given BJ should be an easy win. Should be. Now she's dumb, so we know how that goes. But this should have been an open and shut case.
Speak to either of you. So I know what's going on here. What our court rules provide in the case of civilian
Sorry, I had to get a piece of plastic out of Cooper's mouth, so I was like bent over trying to get it out of his mouth and talk to you guys at the same time.
complaints like this is mandatory mediation. Now, Miss Jackson, you're in Carolinas, or where are you?
Yes, sir. I'm currently and I reside in North Carolina. Yes, sir.
You ever have occasion to come to New Jersey?
No.
It just goes to, oh my Atlanta, I think it goes to show that a lot of people don't know what I cover, because I have been covering BJ so extensively, so they don't realize this is what I've always kind of covered. BJ has been a guaranteed, she lies every fucking day. There's always something to debunk. Her lies don't stop. There's so many people that are doing coverage on her. I'm just doing a different character, but Julie's a character I've done already. We're just wrapping back around. And BJ, they're just merging. Julie's been a fucking clown since she came in. The BJ stuff, I can't. The pregnancy shit, I can't do. And that's okay. People don't have to like this situation. I don't either. It's fucking shitty. Shitty on Julie's behalf, not mine. But the fucking bitching about how much content, I've always done this. Always. When there's so much that we had to catch up on, I didn't know she did this much coverage.
No. Okay, and Miss Skolnick, you live in North Haven. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, so this is preliminary. This is the first hearing date on this. I'm going to send you before the judge. He's probably going to discuss with you.
No, today in court, Tara? Is that what you're saying? Yeah, she was way more respectful than I thought. It's just my name. It's nonsense on the web at Gmail. Sorry, please understand, like, people are like, ooh, you're being spicy. Yeah, the fuck I am. Yeah, I am. She's lying. Like, I didn't choose her to lie, but people are fucking mad about it. I get it. She's using her kid. I get it. It's fucked up, dude. It's really fucked up. I'm not the one that chose for her to do this when she did it and go about it this way. She did that. It's embarrassing to see it, especially to give it to BJ when she does deserve to be held accountable for the shit she's done to the people she's done it to. Like, I get it. But fuck, be mad at her.
Mediation. When it's civilian complainants like this,
right,
we have court-appointed trained mediators.
That part too. That part, Autumn.
And our court rules provide that you should be you should participate in that process because it eliminates the criminal justice process. So this seems to be an appropriate case for that. So let me just send you in.
So mandatory mediation. Okay, cool.
Before the judge, both of you together.
Can I ask a question, Your Honor?
This should have been 3.5 minutes long, right? He was like, let me put you in for the judge. They're not even 4 minutes in, 3 minutes, 14 seconds. He's trying to push them to the judge already. Like, they have 40 people. And this carries on for an additional 9 minutes. 9 minutes. He's got 40 other people.
Yeah.
Prosecutor DeSalle.
Yeah.
What is this chart? The initial criminal complaint was for cyber harassment.
Right.
And my understanding was sent down.
Heather, that's what is being said, is that she's denying mediation. I don't know what happens at that point.
To municipal as simple harassment, disorderly persons.
Right.
So a lesser charge.
Right.
But the original complaint was a criminal cyber harassment, which would have been a felony for level 4.
Right. But it's been downgraded. So,
so what I'm saying,
hold on, ladies. Let me finish answering Ms. Skolnick. So in that case, with civilian complainants, at this level, these cases go to mediation. by court rule. All right, Ms. Jackson, you wanted to say something?
Yes, sir. In regards to, I'm perfectly fine with the whole mediation thing, but I need to, because I'm not familiar with any of this, but I need to know who I need to speak with to send over evidence, because I have an abundance of evidence to prove that Ms. Skolnick has blatantly lied on my name and my fiance's.
Okay, so look on the bottom of your screen. I'm going to
Okay.
give you my email.
Okay.
Like, how dumb, I'm sorry, I just gotta say this, to go into this with as skewed as New Jersey laws are and hard to understand, like, this process for anybody. If BJ was paying attention, she would have understood that nobody understands New Jersey law, including Julie. No, these are all fucking weird private citizens complaint situations that there's only a few like variations, but BJ didn't get a consultation with an attorney. What an idiot. That's on her. She should have been able to get this tossed out already. Like, and she is so dumb. She's like, like, how dumb? But she's getting triple on her baby shower wish list. Like, what an idiot.
Of course.
And this was downgraded, as we knew. There was nothing, like, she wanted cyber harassment, which she intentionally misrepresented for the last how many months of videos? Fuck. 3 at least. She intentionally misrepresented what she was going for all along, while knowing that this had been downgraded. She wanted a felony fucking charge. Look, I know to a lot of people that doesn't seem like a big deal, but it is. And especially when there isn't shit directly, like, I get BJ don't care about people's freedom either. They are LawCow and LawCow, straight up. But that's some fucking crazy shit. Especially when it's like, to be able to lie and say that you're afraid of somebody. There ain't no fucking fear. She didn't even go wake her husband up. She called the cops, let him sleep, and told him the next day. What the fuck, man? She can put on an act for sure. That's one thing. She's an actress. People like her scare me. The willingness of her and BJ to use the cops and the courts, fuck that. This shit's got to stop.
Hold on one second.
Fuck, it's crazy, right?
Carlos Sal at northhillmannj.com.
Oh, Tara, this shit's fucking wild, though. That's why every time we go look at it, we're like, oh, well, what if? Because we don't fucking, it's been wild to understand. If BJ would have had an attorney, and I said this should have been tossed based on the fucking law. From what we have read over and over again, they should have been able to get rid of this. But here we are. She's an idiot. A fucking idiot. Granted, it's like a fucking slap on the wrist, if even. But Julie's over here, like, trying to get felonies and shit and denying mediation. And, man, what the fuck?
I'm also going to put my cell phone number in there. Okay. So everybody should have my email and my cell phone number available. You can send that to me. Again, if either of you hire an attorney, then your attorney should contact me. And for today's purposes, which are just very preliminary.
And where's Al? Why isn't he sitting next to her? She's protecting her family, but he is yet to be present for any of these hearings. But yet he's such a, I'm sorry, but we all know if I was in court proceedings and protecting our family, Kyle would be right next to me. Think of your favorite creator. Would their spouse be sitting next to him if they were protecting their family? Again, that's what she says. She was adding Al because she's protecting her family. You know who would be sitting next to me? Kyle. If it came down to it and it was this serious, like she's saying, that man's going to be sitting next to me to support me because he doesn't even feel secure and supported me going to the courts for protection of our family. If Kyle got to the point where he thought he also needed support in protecting his family, not that a piece of paper would help ultimately, but if it got to that point and that man had to say, okay, let's It's one thing to document and keep a paper trail. It's a whole other thing to do this intent, planned out fucking scheme that she's done. This is some major shit people don't realize. This is BJ Sr. She's a mix of BHB, BJ, Lauren Matthias, all like this is fucking insane. We're talking felony charges. I'm not going to be okay with it happening to Cletus. Granted, theirs wasn't criminal, but she would have done every fucking thing. And I said that right from jump. If she could have got that RO on Cletus, she would have absolutely, they would have tried to start having him violated. Same exact fucking thing. Same exact motherfucking thing they would have tried doing. And I would have fucking screamed from the rooftop. In fact, that's what I thought they were doing. Jess and Barbecue, they went around saying that they could face up to 20 years in prison. They were fucking fear-mongering with Bruce Castor and Joseph Lesiak's name. And like fucking trying to make everybody, and it was an entire coordinated effort. The green team went round and round in a circle, one by one, and reviewed this and escalated it and amped it up. Subs were afraid to chat because they were telling these creators that they also had to control their chats and everything the chat said was going to fall on them. Like they were fear-mongering the fuck out of people. I'm not going to be okay with this done to anybody, you guys. Period. I don't fucking have to like you. This shit's not cool. I have zero empathy or sympathy for BJ. That's constant because of the shit they've fucking done. But Julie is using BJ's playbook and saying, hold my beer, I got this shit. I just watched you do this. She talked about watching the Turtle Boy shit and how the case in New Jersey played out between, I don't remember the person's name, and Turtle Boy. Like, she had been studying for this role. You'll never convince me not. These people are all amongst us. It's been fucking wild. Everything Terry Lynn's involved in, but never involved in anything. Melissa came in fucking going real life on Barbecue. Those people have always given me a weird twitch. They're just all mixed in like weird shit right now. And then you got Julie doing this with a swoop. Like, were you trying to wear BJ's hair for court? What is happening? Why?
I'm going to send you before the judge. Any other questions or comments?
Yes. Yes, I have one more. My fiance, he is currently he is represented. He's currently
well, look, you guys might not realize this, but condoning Julie, I want you to think of this. Is condoning Nick the Hat, JLR, BHB? I got too much pride for that motherfucking shit. I'm sorry. Condoning what Julie is doing or what BJ, like, we know what they've done. They've been addressed each independently for years because of what pieces of shit they are. BJ, piece of shit. Nobody's arguing that shit. But I will never, I got too much pride to ever condone the shit that JLR, those guys, Uni was trying to get ROs on JLR. JLR trolled him with $1 fucking PayPal and put his address in the memo. Again, not nice. But JLR fucking trolls. He poked at JLR for a fucking reaction. And he got one. He knew, and that's why he did it. But then when he did it, he lied about it. He said that his mom was sent a threatening letter and Queen Bee was mentioned in it. Turns out it was a fucking C and D that he was sent. And there was a link to Queen Bee's video with her name in the title of it. She wasn't threatened, neither was his mom. It's shit like that. He would have had a lot of support taking JLR on, because that was when they were all threatening to like go after Molly, Dolly, JLR, and Betty were all going to go in together and go after Queen and Heels. And they wanted to wrap Burnt Toast into it too, but they were talking about as a group. Molly was, I played it the other night, Molly telling JLR and Betty that they could use her address to gain residency so they could all go after these people legally. Granted, Betty ended up having to sue Queen in Illinois, and they got rid of everybody else that she tried to add in. But At one time, like they were the at night. They were just called Heels on the Ground. They're a fucking train wreck, but Uni wanted that fucking attention and had to escalate everything to be noticed and poked louder than anybody or more aggressively or right in your face. Just like Julie has been doing. And proudly, she's like, look, I have all the information. I've been collecting on her for a fucking year. I've got all this information. Before any of us were cool with Julie, Julie was collecting on BJ. Julie's been doing Julie. She ain't any different than the rest, but I ain't condoning this bitch. I got too much pride to condone the fucking shit that these people do. They embarrass me with their lack of self-awareness.
In litigation with,
and I'm the anti-woman, get fucked.
Miss Skolnick regarding her, she's got a temporary protection order, and
Okay.
they have to have a court hearing on the 8th. So he is represented by an attorney.
Oh, Nicole, they had for a few years. But the crazy thing is Jess got the blowback for a lot of things. A lot of other people did too. Like her and BJ were good. There was a video I played. I played it because Jess and her were at a decent spot. She wasn't blaming. So every time she says that Granny was the first to do this or Granny was the first to do that, it's on video of her admitting that Granny wasn't the first. She was already involved in drama. But they had gone back and forth, and Jess got blamed for a lot of shit that others were involved in too back then. They've detailed that, and neither one of them, they were all involved in drama. That's the chroma side of things. But it's really interesting to hear BJ, like at that time, she said the same thing, like Jess wasn't at fault for everything. But it goes back for a long time. But you see how fast she is to it's crazy. And I think she said it not long ago when she was talking about Wolfie. She said that Wolfie's channel was so vile, she thought it was Granny and Granny's people. Like BJ just accused random people she actually, when this lawsuit started, interestingly enough, she said that channel would be subpoenaed and she knew it was Granny and those guys. Such an idiot.
Where is that case pending? On the 8th, where?
Miss Skolnick can answer that.
That's in Passaic County. That's in Passaic County.
Okay, so there's something pending in Passaic County Family Court?
That is for...
Well, she's on season of X Mods by now. They all independently. It's wild. When I first started reviewing her, she kept blaming everything I did on Granny. And I was like, what? Your panel is what I'm talking about. But somehow she'd be like, but what about this? I'm like, that has nothing to do with your... God, it's been a wild 2 years. She lies. One thing she does is consistently lie every fucking day. BJ does.
Her domestic partner, Roger Craig Black. It's a separate...
Oh, okay.
It's
Hold
not
on
the
one
same.
second.
It's two different people.
Yes, I understand that. And thank you for just reminding me because I have his documents here. So now I'm going to send
he's got the documents for Craig right there.
Everything in together.
So it's all going to the judge.
Let's see. Roger.
Guys, yeah, YouTube is very inconsistent. Very much so inconsistent. And that's the thing is they do break terms of service. I don't know.
Still at...
Yeah, we're the ones that always get reported. It's wild.
At St. John's Church Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. And I have Brittany.
Right.
And I have Julie.
He did. Fuck yeah. Well, can you imagine though, perpetually lazy? She has gone in there so many times. Like she has 12 incident reports. I think what I figured was 8 of them are different reports and 4 follow-ups, I think is what it was, of the 12 incident reports from the police. But each one of them, they're basically sending up to the county prosecutor or the on-call prosecutor, which it all kind of, they cross paths. But she had been trying to attach all of this stuff and filling things out and crossing, her complaint that she filed on BJ was so sloppy. But she's been collecting her gathering her paper trail that she drove these poor people nuts. You know that they were waiting. I said she owes them an edible arrangement because she's given fruit basket.
Hold on 1 second.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, good. Thank you for telling me that. So somebody should let us know. Everything should either go to the...
I mean, we got the fucking red light district and the old folks home. Like, what the fuck is happening up here? Got a red light special and retiree. Like, what the fuck? Grandma, can you see in your glasses? Like, what the fuck is she doing?
Court administrator or...
Why she didn't have a shawl on and, like, a fucking walker next to her. Jesus, Julie.
To me, I'm the prosecutor. Again, unless you have an attorney. And then I'll help you guys sort everything out.
I don't think so either.
So, any other questions?
Yes, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is it typical?
Fuck yeah, especially over here. Grateful Cat Mama. I'm an asshole with the YouTube channel. We talk about the fucking shit show of YouTube. So us being the asshole makes sense. These guys are grimy fuckers. They exploit true crime cases as a job. That was, Julie wasn't doing it as a job, but as a part of her legacy. As she's this esteemed author. They exploit cases and then they become the victim. This is the shit show of fucking YouTube. The creators who are so going to put and solve these mysteries fucking cry if somebody looks sideways at them. God, I got a lazy eye, bitch. That wasn't my rolling my eye. My eye just fucking fell out.
In a civilian criminal complaint for the plaintiff to be represented by an attorney.
Julie's been sending this courthouse so much shit. You know it. She's like a fucking... You remember what she was doing to Sumner County? Do you guys recall when she was going after Chris and Katie? Oh my God. You know one thing she is fucking annoying. If she could have gotten away with calling the prosecutor's office on the phone, if we wouldn't have been covering it, she would have fucking lost her goddamn mind. She would have been calling them, harassing them, trying to create this entire conspiracy that BJ had paid off her police department or some shit. I'm joking, but this bitch is fucking one thing. She's an author. She's a fictional author. She's got some storytelling abilities.
I want to know if it's typical. Right now, I'm your attorney.
Right. So my attorney would be the prosecutor.
Yeah, but now that there's cross complaints, I can't represent both of you. So,
but nothing's been filed against me. We only
I'm sorry, I can't represent.
If there's cross complaints, he's just anticipating this. I think he's just like.
Is there any cross complaints between Roger Craig Black and Brittany Jackson, or no?
He called him Robert earlier.
No.
Like
okay. So since nothing's been filed against you, then yes, I would be representing Julie Skolnick. And then Miss Jackson and Mr. Craig Black have the opportunity to hire their own lawyers if they want.
Right.
Any
And
other questions?
based on what Miss Jackson just said, she said Mr. Black is represented by.
Okay. Choo-choo. Okay, probably a stupid question, but why would BJ be sending her evidence to what is essentially Julie's representative? I'm confused on that part. So it's not really like that. He's representing her. It's the state versus BJ because of the private citizen complaint and who filed it. So he's a coordinator. It's not like he's going to go make Julie's case for her. That's not how this works. The burden of proof is on her. So she has to provide her evidence and he has to collect it from both sides. And then once they collect it, but it's going to mediation, or that's what their normal is. The standard is mandatory mediation. So usually they go through mediation and they both say like, this is what I have. This is what, and they come to an agreement. The mediator suggests the best outcome. Like, we're not going to talk about each other no more. I'll delete these videos, whatever the case may be. They come to an agreement, usually in mediation. But where Julie's denying it, I don't fucking know what's going to happen. But he doesn't make her case for her. She has to. They basically collect evidence from both of them, and then the judge determines, and they suggest mandatory mediation. Like, that's what's automatic in this, is mandatory mediation. So I don't know now where she's denying. I don't know if they just toss it or what happens.
Attorney for the case in Superior Court.
Right, we don't have any.
Right, and that has nothing to do with this
court.
case. And in my case,
I don't know anything about that
Right.
case until
So
somebody sends me
the
information.
reason I was saying is that I would have, if I was under the understanding in a criminal complaint that I was represented by the prosecutor.
In a criminal complaint, like if they chose to charge him, if this charge wouldn't have been downgraded. Look, if she wouldn't have picked this up and filled out this private citizen's complaint, it would have been done. There would have been nothing further. The prosecutor's office did not pick this up. They gave her an option that this was her only other option, in my opinion. This is what her rights are. If they declined picking up and charging him, which they have not charged him, then her option was to fill out a private citizen's complaint, submit evidence, and have a judge rule and go to some mediation and try to come up with an agreement. She wanted felony charges. That wasn't going to happen. But this guy here is kind of like just the go-between, the paper pusher. Yeah, it's really confusing, Choo Choo, on all of this. But that's the best explanation, and I could be completely wrong. But from what I've read and gathered, yeah, they have. They absolutely have. Completely. This is beneath, it's kind of like a moving violation. It's not that deep. They chose not to. And if you read the police reports, she was trying to get him violated on the TPO. Multiple times she tried to get him violated before the first hearing. The on-call prosecutor denied charging him at that time. Charges pending at the bottom of that is what was stated, or the very last line of that police report. And then again, she tried. And again, they didn't pick up charges. The prosecutor didn't pick up charges. Julie had to go in and fill this out. This was the only other option she had because they weren't going to take this on. So now he's just acting as a coordinator of sorts, collecting evidence. And then they are supposed to come to an agreement usually. Now, who fucking knows?
You're going to be represented by...
Could be fucking tossed because they could be like, yeah, you didn't have enough to begin with. This is why if BJ would have had legal representation, like what a dumbass for not consulting with attorney on this, and too many possibilities. Based on the law, according to New Jersey, it should have been easy for her to get this taken out. But here she shows up half-assed. This is why I got no whatever.
Me.
Right.
Okay. Anything else before I send this into the judge?
So in regards to the information that you provided, I took a screenshot of your contact. I can start sending evidence over to you as early as today. Would that be okay?
Yeah, but that's the thing is they're not, I don't know what happens now. Now his role could change. That's the thing is his role could potentially change here because she's declining mediation. So I don't know what his role now becomes where she's declining mediation. The typical route is mediation. They come to an agreement, they sign it, move on. Now that she's denying that, I don't know if they will decide to toss it. If there's what the next steps are, I'm assuming it's going through, goes back to the judge. The judge has a decision, but I don't know what the options are for a judge. I'm sure one would be to dismiss. I can't see them wasting a fucking trial, like a trial for this, you guys. Does that even sound normal?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, with these fucking idiots, that's probably going to be what happens.
Absolutely.
I will be sure to do that. And can you clarify something for me? Because I know Miss Skolnick.
Can you fucking imagine if they get a jury trial and then one of them, whoever loses, you know, they're going to claim jury tampering, witness intimidation. Are they trying to write a fucking book? Is this just part of the fucking screenplay at this point?
But she goes live on her channel and she tells her, you know, subscribers and stuff. There's a lot of people. There's a lot of harassment.
Look, I don't know what can happen if she denies it. I wasn't prepared for. I don't know. I don't understand the purpose of denying mediation at all. Like, that says a lot to me. So I'm not really sure what she is trying to accomplish with that. So
happening against me by some of her friends, and she'll go live and tell everybody that the prosecutor has picked up this case and that it's basically, is it the state of New Jersey versus Brittany Nicole Jackson, or is it a citizen complaint? I'm just, you know,
and this is so irrelevant right here. So irrelevant. Like, these two, this is only for content that they're doing this. This doesn't even fucking matter, like, what the charge is from.
The title of to answer your question.
It's just a formality of how it's listed. It doesn't even fucking matter. It's a private citizen's complaint.
These complaints are filed under New Jersey state law.
Okay.
So these are New Jersey state statutes. So the title of the case is State of New Jersey against Robert Craig Black II and State of New Jersey against Brittany N. Jackson.
Yeah, I figured, Tara. That's why I'm saying, like, I don't know what's next. I'm just being a smartass thinking about the screenplay that Julia's probably playing out in her head. She told us that she wanted to have a screenplay of her book, A Gangster and Her Family, done, if you recall. And she told us about her book tours and stuff. Like, she thinks everything's her stage. Everything's a performance. So I wasn't prepared for the denial of mediation. That just doesn't make sense to me. Like, you want this to go away, then it's going to go away. Like, mediation is the next step. But she's pulling a Betty move that, no, I'm above that. Mediation, screw that. Let me cost the county some more money. Like, everything's a performance to her at this point. So I'm not prepared for any of the further, like, I didn't look further into the mediation part. We have a lot to learn.
These are
about New Jersey law.
Still civilian complaints. The complainants are Ms. Skolnick.
Okay.
And I am the prosecutor in this court. So these are my cases to handle. These are in New Jersey, we have 6 levels of criminal offenses. First degree criminal, that's like murder.
So what I anticipate, just like thinking about it, I anticipate her or them trying to get Craig to do something, say something really crazy between now and the 8th of April, next week. So she can get an RO issued, so she can use that. What do you think? Because if she can somehow pull it out and get an RO, right? He was expecting, 4 minutes. I'm sure he has an allotted time slot for all of these people, and they took up 3 of his fucking time slots.
First degree kidnapping, second degree less serious, third degree less serious, fourth degree.
But what track record? Perpetually lazy. He's been charged but not convicted. And I don't know if that stuff will be able to be relevant to come in. He has an attorney. Craig does. He's got legal representation. Julia's confirmed that he's got legal representation because that's who was there at the court hearing. So although we know he has a history, quote unquote, he doesn't have charges. He doesn't have a record. And some of that's going to be irrelevant because it doesn't show anything between these two parties. There's got to be a history between these two parties, not all these other things that were said to other people. And, especially when he hasn't been charged with anything. Oh, yeah. Perpetually lazy. Agree. Yeah, sorry. I was like, oh no, but sorry. Everybody has been saying like he's got a history. Julie keeps saying that. And I'm like, he doesn't. We've been arguing about that too. Not arguing, but just going back and forth. Like she thinks she can use that. I don't think she'll be able to.
Less serious. Then we have disorderly persons complaints and petty disorderly persons complaints. Those are the bottom two of the 6. Below that, we have municipal ordinances like not getting your dog license or things of that nature. So these complaints are, let's see how these are written.
Bitch, he compared these two. One level above getting your dog licensed. Like your mini cow. Moo. Like 10 minutes. These people are one step above getting your dog licensed. That's the charge.
These are petty disorderly or disorderly persons complaints. So they're bottom 2 level. So technically, I don't want to get too technical with you, but you asked me if these are criminal complaints. Yeah. The way the law describes them as quasi-criminal complaints.
Yeah. I mean, quasi is honestly like fitting. The Quasimodo reference was mentioned earlier, and that's fitting.
Right, and state of New Jersey versus Brittany Jackson.
Yes.
May I ask a question?
The criminal burden of proof on it, right?
You heard her, Mercedes girl. She's ready to run her vacuums. I'm on my time limit now.
Right. Yeah, but we got to kind of wrap this up. You both can call me to.
Yeah, I just want to say one thing.
Because I have like 40 other people waiting.
That's the other thing. Like, it's really sad. I had no idea until going through some of these stories with some of these ladies that I've met on here, how much victims actually are denied resources. I had no clue some of the things that victims are denied or how they're treated through the process. And it's because our judicial system is overwhelmed in part. The prosecutors, the DAs, there's not enough resources for victims. And I didn't even recognize what an issue it is. But this type of shit is really like, I've ate my edible now, so I'm way more mellow, but this really pisses me off. When you've heard the stories of how people are really impacted by this type of shit, I can laugh about these two, but the fucking overall harm it does is massive.
Last question I have.
Arctic Fox still hasn't been charged. Think about that shit.
Due to the fact that there's serious complaints about here in this case about serious harassment of.
Yeah, Earth brought up some amazing stats the other night when she was on panel with me. Earth brought up great stats and like different cases and stuff. She was looking at all the numbers just in New Jersey, because Julie even admits that there's backlogs.
Myself and my family.
Like, try disengaging. She hasn't even tried. She obviously can't handle the heat. Let other people handle the heat. Stop trying to fight people's battles for them.
Members, and including facilitating threats of violence against me, and harassment of my autistic son.
Sorry.
So I'm not sure that
this pisses me off right there. She used her child's. Sorry, that frustrates the fuck out of me. Her child would know nothing about this, you guys. Nothing about this.
They're serious.
Absolutely nothing. Another situation. What she's claiming happened didn't actually happen. Look, I get it. They say some not so nice things over there. They go, I had a fucking account made about me that I'm a human trafficker and Kyle touches kids' genitals. Trust me. I get there's some not nice things said amongst those people. I'm not saying Brittany and Craig did that, but that's when you fuck with people like that, their buddies do and say crazy shit. I get it. But you're not out here, like, this is a Samantha Joy thing, calling the cops on me in my chat, trying to say we were doing a hate crime because nobody would engage with a fucking weird conversation she was trying to have with herself. These people are fucking crazy.
Complaints about here.
She's using her children. She's using her child as a weapon and a shield. She is doing the exact same thing the fucking gross motherfuckers are doing. It's no different. I get they fucking do crazy shit. They've called us all chomos. They've fucking taken people to court, cost them thousands of dollars. I get the fucking anger. Trust me. Before a lot of you knew who Brittany J was, I was reviewing her because of the fucking foul shit. I'm not trying to say before Granny or the fucking ex-mods before me at all. In this particular situation in Sebastian, I was on her ass and have stayed on her ass. A lot of other people have flip-flopped, or she got them tied up in litigation and accused them of, like, I've been detailing her. I know her games. She wanted to go legal on Granny and myself in April of 2024. I started reviewing her March of 24. Within a month, she wanted to go legal. They called me Lady LaDude. I get the fucking anger to her. She did all of that. She tried putting blame on me that if something happened to her mental health, basically trying to say I was suicide trolling her. She eventually got to the point where she just called people out and said that that's what everybody was doing. I get why people dislike BJ. I get it. Her friends are fucking... My nickname was Nonzy, and she was told exactly what it is, and they've still tried to continue to call me it. I get the fucking anger. But what Julie is doing is fucking dangerous. And normalizing this shit and being okay with hatred over somebody. People like this have no boundaries. She's BJ on steroids. Because unfortunately, she panders to an audience that believes her bullshit because she turns on the manipulation tactics and has the tears on command. She's dangerous. She's dangerous to victims. The way she fucking smooth inserted herself into that case and started calling and harassing the police and all the petitions and shit, saying you were abusing your child, trying to write letters to agencies and shit. There was no proof of that shit. There might be. Not publicly available anywhere. Not shit she was shown. She wasn't working with police. She was just fucking calling, making it content. All the shit we stand against. She did it all. And now she's just used those tactics on a creator who's a fucking distraction.
Here in this case about serious harassment of myself.
People like this are fucking not okay to have around victims' cases at all. Sorry. That might be harsh, but that's the fucking truth. Her and BJ. The way they become the victim and lie, fuck that.
And my family members, and including facilitating threats of violence against me.
Facilitating threats of violence against me. We knew that that was going to be the game that she played. We called that.
And harassment of my autistic son.
Harassment of my autistic son. That's bullshit. Straight up fucking bullshit. I got you, Earth. Okay. I gotta go, though. I'm on a time limit. So I'll send it to you for a minute, but I gotta go. Kenzie already gave me. Sorry. I missed that earlier. Damn it. You should have told me. You probably did. And I probably wasn't looking. I'm sorry, Earth. Now I got my fucking time limit. And I'm like, God damn it, I'm sorry. Sorry, I didn't see that earlier.
So I'm not sure that this case is appropriate for mediation because of the seriousness of the threats.
Tell that to the judge in a minute when I send you in front of the judge.
Okay, sounds good. That was it.
All right. Anything else?
Nope.
Yeah. Her Powerade.
Okay, so I'm going to ask.
She starts her vacuums usually. Usually I'm in bed. I've been later lately.
Both of you, look on your screen. Let's see. I'll do Ms. Skolnick first. Ms. Skolnick, you'll see something on your screen. It's going to say join main session. Click on join main session. You'll be with the judge. Likewise, Ms. Jackson, right now you should see join main session. Click on there. You'll be with the judge.
Thank you, Mr. LaSalle. Have a blessed day.
You. Thank you. You too. Everyone else, I'll be back to you momentarily. Please.
That poor guy, though. Straight up, that poor guy. What's up?
Hey, tell Kenzie I owe her a Powerade, okay? But she has to go get it herself.
Okay.
All right.
I'm not going in there because she'll yell at me and tell me I have 5 minutes. I'm hiding for the next 5.
All right, let me explain something. And this goes to everybody. Quit going to Nonsense or anybody else about doing deep dives on people. Nonsense ain't the gatekeeper around here, and neither is anybody else. Look, all you people have channels. Learn how to fire one up and do deep dives yourselves. If you really have a problem with people like Jay, because I know people have a really big problem with Jay, and I'm sick and tired of hearing about Jay personally. I don't give a fuck about her, and I give a fuck less. Okay? If nobody gives a shit about Jay, why should we? Like, why? Go find somebody. There are billions of people on this platform that are willing to do deep dives on someone like her. Pick one. Fucking pick one.
That's the interesting thing, though, is there's no need. Like, I get Jay had a lot of issues with other creators there at the end, but those creators don't need backing. These creators have spoke for themselves, have talked about what their experience has been, and that's that. Like, why do I need to go back? If I do a Jay deep dive by proxy, it overlaps because the interest for me peaks around why were Clue and Cletus's docs being sent, like shit like that. And that's not just gonna. There's been years of information out there. People have been talking about it. Olap's been going back and clipping Jay and JLR, doing a great job. Like, people are showing different pieces and interest. You don't need me to go back. Like, that's never been what I've done. I don't monitor creator to creator drama. Has she done shit in cases? Absolutely. I did content when she hosted and platformed The Dog Handler. It was some of my favorite content that I've ever done because the fucking dog handler situation was insane. Insane. We got to the point where we laughed about it. I don't have the same experience because I was already guarded. Like, the expectation of me to cover Jay to begin with is not what I've done.
Well, I know what people are doing, and I know why they keep coming to you to do a deep dive on Jay. I'm just not going to say. People will figure it out later what they're trying to do.
Well, yeah, they want a derail back to Jay. I get it. Because it's very obvious the hate of BJ. Like, people are okay with hemming these guys up to a certain degree. I can understand certain people's hatred. I've said that from jump, and I said I wasn't going to even say this anymore because there's no need. Like, I don't need to explain this anymore. But it's still, this is what's happening. Like, it's such a bigger picture. We've been seeing this with people using these cases, how this has gone. We're not just talking about Julie versus BJ here, or BJ. Like, BJ's disliked. That's why when if Uni wouldn't have lied, he would have had a ton of support taking JLR to task legally. But he lied.
Exactly.
This shit's been going on. And people get caught up because they lie. That's what we're interested in. Not that we like one creator over. Most of the time, it's piece of shit on piece of shit.
Yeah, we're not all going to like the same people. It's just the way it is.
Yeah, and I don't. Do you understand? Here's my question to you. What does that have to do with this situation with Julie ultimately and BJ? What does Jay have to do with this?
To be honest,
there's body.
Absolutely nothing.
I don't understand.
But if you really want me to answer that nonsense, I can really piss some people off.
But I'm serious though, because Jay and Julie's fallout is so weird to me. Like, Julie's obsession with Jay concerns me. I didn't understand their relationship. I didn't think they were that close. I'm genuinely asking that. Like, what does this have to do with Jay? Julie chose to do this after her and Jay had fallen out. Her weird attachment to Jay is a whole other side piece that I don't get. So why is this expectation about Jay? Like, what does she have to do with this?
There's one piece that I will discuss with you after this.
Okay.
But I will not discuss it right here.
Okay.
Not until it's vetted. The other part is I don't know what her obsession is, but to tie you into it is what concerns me the most, because she really, really wants you to do a deep dive on her. But for what reason? I don't know. Maybe to get you away from her, meaning Julie.
Hold on. Julie and her friends. Julie said that her, Regina, and Lady V were working on a timeline. They said that they were doing a timeline and putting this together. So why does you see what I'm saying? Like, they already said that Julie was working on a timeline of the fallout with Jay and their experiences. I don't know these things. Like, I had no idea. I just learned that this fallout between the two of them has rocked Julie to her. Like, I didn't know any of this. I wasn't watching.
I've heard some things, but all I know is that things have gotten messy with those two. So anything else above that, I have no idea. I stayed out of it.
Yeah, same.
Because it has nothing to do with me.
Right.
If that's the thing that they wanted to do, well, then go do it and make sure it's presentable. Just don't get on panels and not have anything ready. I mean, that's where you fuck yourself up.
Right. It's just weird though. Like,
right.
Do it. You know, they were talking about doing it. Janice in accounting says rights that could be lost with a felony conviction: 2A rights, voting rights, jury service, employment, international travel, parental rights, public benefits, housing, maybe more. That is not accountability. That is true. Thank you for the support. I completely agree with that.
I do too.
That's the thing is, I don't have to, I've been very clear on that. I don't have to like somebody to support their right to do XYZ, you know? And again, I can get this. These are major things. These aren't just like little things she's trying to do. If she was really threatened, I would feel differently. If Al was concerned about their safety and right beside her supporting her, I would feel differently.
Right.
I sure as fuck would. Because then it would mean that the man of the house that's been protecting their family, that has held it down, would be saying to the court, I don't feel safe protecting my family, and we need protection from these guys.
Well,
that would think differently to me.
But you would think the same thing with Craig too. He would have been in court with BJ over the Clue and Cletus too. So
I said the exact same thing, and he would have been listed on the paperwork.
Right.
I said the exact same thing with them. I said, and it's not because women need a man either. Please let me say that. Like, that's not what I'm saying.
No.
The way these women talk about these men, that they're the protectors, the providers, they talk, especially Julie, up talks Al that he is just this exceptional, and he seems like a great man. He does. There's some things that I've heard that I'm like, ugh, not so appeasing. But oh well, okay, none of my business. She's happy, but that man is not going to let his family's safety be at risk. He's going to be right there to protect his family. If he thought his family was in danger, he'd be sitting right next to her. That's my opinion based on, and I think it's disrespectful of these women to put their men out there that they are such pussies that they're having their women run to the courts to get protection, and they don't even stand by their women. Like, if Clue, I can say this, if Clue ever had to be in a, Cletus would be right fucking there. Right fucking there. No questions about it. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely. Just like Kyle, he would be right there with you as well.
Heather, you don't do 25 additional videos if you're actually in fear of somebody. I wanted away from the anti-KJ group because they were pulling people into legal shit, accusing people of shit. You know what I did? I shut up. I moved. I pivoted. I wanted nothing to do with that shit. It was going to be a continual thing, had been with them and creators for 5 fucking years. I pivoted. I moved away from it. I did other content. I actually did move. You have to disengage. They were putting my name in legal papers. No shit. I got called to be a witness. They were doing crazy shit. And it could have been really fucking insane. I could have kept fucking doing content. They were giving and giving and giving. I had to disengage. I pivoted, completely went almost silent for a while on them. And they did heinous shit. I got fucking emails of death threats, threats of putting my kid on the dark web, death threats to my mom, calls on my phone, fucking pages created. The world's most dangerous man, Molly's husband. She was openly asking for my fucking information to send to her husband on her Patreon.
I'm sorry, but
I know.
I'm sorry, but that just makes me laugh every stinking time. That's brought up the world's most dangerous man. Yeah,
I'm not fucking
5'1" motherfucker is the most.
Oh my
Okay.
God. I wasn't scared at all, but I had it coming from every motherfucking direction.
Yeah.
I had death threats. I had phone calls. I had my information being sent. The custody of my nieces was threatened in a multi-page email from somebody. She claimed she had an attorney that was watching every single bit of my content over the holiday season. I laughed. She said she paid $10,000 for an attorney to document everything I did. Threaten the custody of my nieces. Like, you name it, I've had done. I had account created when I was reviewing Britney over the last year and a half, 2 years, that I was a child trafficker. Child touched children's genitals. That's what this account said. I had some woman, same thing that Britney did, accuse me of mocking her DV and shaming her SA, say the same exact thing, do all these fucking videos on me, showed pictures of a car accident injuries, and claimed that they were from a DV incident. No, they were a laminated book of pictures from a car accident when she sued her insurance company. She told the story about the car accident and how her legs were pinned and the injuries to her legs. And then she took those pictures and used them as photos to shame me and say that I mocked her DV. I've been down the fucking road, dude. I've been through crazy shit and people coming at me from every motherfucking direction. I've got the emails. I've got the everything. I shared it openly.
Mm-hmm.
They would do it. I was accused of being a child predator. I've had all sorts of crazy shit thrown at my direction. We all have. We've all been through crazy shit and can tell stories. When you walk into these spaces up against the people that we're talking about, you expect the unexpected. They do wild shit. Julie came in doing wild shit to parents of a missing child. I came in saying, fuck you people. Stop doing this to parents of missing children. Laws need to change to protect victims. These people don't give a fuck when they do this to parents of missing kids. Do you think they care when it's a fellow creator? Fuck no, they don't. They're trying to hem up somebody whether they have evidence or not. In a missing children's case, do you think they're not going to do the same fucking tactics when it comes to a fellow creator? You've got to know what you're up against, and you've got to be able to stand firm and say, you know what? I'm not bowing to you bitches. You just got to know when to fucking pivot. There is a lot of motherfuckers out here that play stupid fucking games in these cases because they are fighting for their right to exploit families at their worst time, their pain and suffering, accuse them of heinous shit without proof or evidence. And they'll do anything to protect that right to fucking destroy families going through the worst. They have zero ethics or boundaries to begin with. Julie couldn't handle this arena to begin with. She came in trying knocking on that fucking door. No, she didn't. She kicked the motherfucker in and said, night one, I'm going to fucking build a story out of complete fucking bullshit lies that she didn't have confirmed. BJ hosted panel after panel degrading parents of missing children. Jay was platforming fake dog handlers. Ultimately, no fucking harm, thankfully. The shit was fucking wild. They were all at one time. They had a registered sex offender out there searching on the ground, promoting him. And then they got really quiet. That should have been one of the situations of, no, we shouldn't have registered sex offenders out here fucking searching for missing kids and exploiting families. His colleagues were speaking out against this guy. And yeah, they finally admitted it and said, you know, not my fault. But they should have been fucking loud as fuck over that. These people are a problem. And what they use our court systems for is exactly what they're trying to do to these victims and these families. But she's trying to, holy fuck, if people can't understand, if she's trying to get a felony in this situation on either one of them, put it whichever one. Imagine what she would be willing to do to try and get Chris hemmed up as much hatred as she has for him. Think about that. It should be scary. I don't know if Chris and Katie did anything. I don't know if Seth did anything. I don't have evidence from law enforcement to support any of it. People like Julie and BJ scare the fuck out of me.
And the thing is, and I've said this many times, we're not detectives. We're nobody. We're nothing. We're just people on this platform with a channel, and we have opinions, sure, but it is not our job or our duty to go around accusing people, especially families with the missing or murdered, that have done nothing wrong without solid proof. That is left up to law enforcement. Follow the news, follow the papers, follow what's on the internet. Leave that to them. You have your opinions, yes, but remember your opinions come with consequences.
Well, oh God, Chris Katie. SF. She sat there and doxed that man. You can have, I've never been a huge fan of SF. I'm not a huge fan. And the reason of that is, like, I've never hit this. I know he private does not mean he has to be behind the scenes. I respect the man because he's on the ground. So let me first say that. However, I think sometimes he plays in the media too much. He does it for certain benefit. A lot of people say he could. Look, I'm not in his shoes. I will never shade the man because he's on the ground. He at least searches. He gives his all to a lot of different cases. So that's that. But you don't have to like him at all to understand what Julie did. She doxed the wrong fucking man.
Yeah.
And then she used his SF's business license to go and give a tutorial on how to report it and try to get him fired. What? You're going to take somebody's livelihood? Like, and she thinks she controls all of that. That's what she keeps saying with BJ too. Is that she thinks, you know, well, in my experience and my jobs, yeah, we get that. Welcome to 2026. A lot's changed. But she thinks she has that ability when she doesn't like somebody off poopy, mean words. Look, they're not your fellow employee. You're a self-contractor, bitch. A lot of people better be lucky that we don't have an HR department and aren't coworkers. There would be some fucking crazy harassment claims in the workplace. Y'all would be fucking HR department's worst goddamn nightmare. Seriously, though. The HR department would quit in 1 fucking hour. Pack it up. These tattletale entitled Karen ass bitches, holy fuck. Mom. People need to understand the difference between what we have control over too and what a fucking mockery of systems people make. CPS. That's a fucking game. We got to stop giving it. People got to stop calling. They give her that victimhood over and over again. She baited for CPS. She started accusing me of being associated with a person, Dark Horse, who threatened her in April of 2024. I'd only been reviewing Jay for like 2 weeks. Huh?
No, I remember that.
Yeah, she tried accusing me that I was connected to Dark Horse when Dark Horse threatened her in 2024. I was like, I don't even fucking know who this is.
Dark Horse is just some crazy bitch looking for clout and attention.
Yeah.
That's all she is.
Kay, thank you so much for the support. Yeah, she's fucking wild. But nobody called. Nobody called. Dark Horse threatened. I don't think anybody called. I sure as fuck didn't, and I didn't know who Dark Horse was. A full year goes by, and she was trying to bait people. When she signed that injunction against Barbecue and Jess, she stated, you don't know how basically much in fear she is for the next knock on the door. She hadn't had a knock on the door due to the internet yet. She'd been acting like she was going to get one, and in my opinion, rage baiting people to call. But nobody had bit. Nobody called any agency on her. She hadn't had a call from the internet except a well-being check to keep her ass alive. But she put that in the papers in the injunction against those two. Like, her door was going to be kicked in because of the big bad people online that hated her so bad.
Oh, boo-hoo. And we're supposed to give a shit why? When it has nothing to do with us. But yeah, she goes in and she lumps all of us in together. The ones that do review her. But it's always a this, they, them, us. But then she settles on one person, then goes to the next, and then goes to the next, and then it's right back to lumping us all in together. Fuck out of here.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but the ones who should be the loudest are the ones who've had to fight to get ROs on legitimate perpetrators, because this is equal to false SA claims, making it harder for real victims. Oof.
Absolutely.
Oof. That's the thing is, that's what made me sick about BJ when she came out. So she could have came out right away when she took that out, because of the way those papers in North Carolina are displayed. It's easy for somebody, if you only get one, like granted, nobody knew, Cleus only got the first page or something the first time he was served.
Get out.
So
No, you out.
come on, Coop. Come on. Yeah.
Bella.
But keep her in. Oh,
It's
let
your
her out.
Karen.
Okay. She's being a Karen. Hey, Coop. Sorry, Coop's being a poop. Do you hear him?
Yeah.
The gremlin.
Good
Cooper.
goodness.
Oh no, everybody's fine. He's just, that's how he sounds when he gets all, he's not being mean. You just have to grab him.
Cooper, you should be happy. I got you that cease and desist. Now y'all be
Poor
happy
Hank
now.
poor Hank, he goes and hides under Hank after he does that. He sounds like such an evil gremlin. He sounds nasty as fuck. And then he just stands under Hank. Watch. Here. And Hank's like, Mom, get him away. No, he wants to be in the camera. But you just follow Hank around. God, he sounds so. Yeah, no, it's not bad at all.
Poor baby.
If you haven't heard that before, that's, who put water on the gremlin? That's exactly it. He's such a dork. Look at him. See, he goes again. See? That's what he does.
But Hank's a bully and also stands on him.
Yeah, he's also standing on top of him. Do you see that? Hank's literally on top of him.
Wait,
these two boys, they're so bad.
Looking at New Jersey's statistics on restraining orders.
Oh God.
Yeah.
They're bad. They're real bad.
About 80% of domestic violence cases are ultimately dismissed.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. Our prisons, it's such a trickle-down effect too. Our prison systems are letting out. That was something I learned with talking to some of the ladies that have shared their stories. Horrific things like how many offenders are released early because of housing in our prisons, and the prisons becoming for profit, like how the trickle-down effect from local county stuff, things like this, all the way up. Like there is so much. NorCal Gym, the assault kits, there's just so many things that are resources. This is a big deal. Like, I'm not trying to be a martyr or fucking anything. This is a problem. This is why these people like Betty went after the laundries.
Yeah. Over a goddamn sign in the damn yard.
That's what it was. Thank you.
Yeah.
For like $40 or something, I think they ended up.
About that, yeah, around about between 40 and 60. And look, you know what? I understand, because what Betty put on there was fucking vile. Has something to do with the laundry's daughter.
Well, I get, but she did that for attention. She rode the attention.
And
like,
shock value.
Right. She knew that filing suit against them because they were in the media would get her attention. That's why JLR too. Like, these people tie up our court systems. What JLR did to the Sandy Hook victims is unforgivable, like unforgivable. And then all the lawsuits that he filed just for shits and giggles.
Mm-hmm.
The hat. That's what he came in and did. This was all for shits and giggles. Using a missing child. At the end of the day, there's a missing child. And all of this, we overlap all of these people. Julie came here because she was following Sebastian Rogers. BJ, I started covering her because of Sebastian Rogers. Like, for me, this all connects because of this specific case. These families are fighting to find their loved ones, and the time and resources that people like this are taking from law enforcement, from courts, is unreal. There's so many families that are fighting for their loved ones to get answers, victims. Like, this is so selfish. But they do it for attention. They don't give a fuck about these victims. They say they care about the victims. No, the fuck they don't. So is Betty, NorCal.
Yep, she's a proud boy simp. And she's not afraid of it either. I think Heels in the Air still has a video of her chumming it up with them before half of them got arrested.
None of us know the solution to this.
No.
None of us are pretending that we have a solution to this.
No.
This has been decades of this shit happening.
Let me see. This is what. Go ahead, baby.
No, go ahead.
I'm gonna show. I just want to show something after you're done. So go ahead.
Oh, go. No, feel free. You came up here. I've been rambling.
You're okay. Your rambles are fun.
Well, this is just something I'm really passionate about, and I've been recentered, and I've been thankful. Like Earth can tell you, I've been very grateful, even though like the attacks, and there has been attacks from accounts that I don't recognize. They're new accounts. I don't care if people have difference of opinion. It's the fact that the very same thing that people used to, the same people, if I've seen the accounts, the very same people that used to really appreciate me for doing this type of coverage on BJ so they could learn the facts, have a lot to say about me doing the same type of coverage on Julie. That part bothers me. And then you just have the fucking personal attacks on my character from people I've never seen. It's really annoying. But it's allowed me to remember there's so much outside of BJ that matters. And I'm not saying she doesn't. She needs to be held accountable. Craig needs to be held accountable for the things that they've done to the people that they've done them for or done them to. I'm not forgetting that. But there are more people out here that do and are willing to do the exact same thing. And they deserve this attention and people to know. Because what happens when the next case comes, the next family comes, the next creator comes? We open these doors and normalize this. It's your favorite creator next time when they disagree with her. What do people just think that if she gets granted this is going to be a one and done? No, it's going to be anybody that offends her or the group doesn't like. And if she, she's going to go do whatever until she disagrees with the wrong one.
Absolutely.
I don't have answers. I'm not going to pretend I do. And I don't think I'm above anybody. This shit just bothers me. This is why I came here. Molly and those guys were accusing a Marine veteran's wife of murdering her husband and blaming everything. Like they created fake court documents. They created fake news articles to support their fake news. They announced this man passed away and put his family through that and didn't even give the family the heads up that it was just a post that they saw that didn't actually even exist. That's how I ended up on YouTube. I learned really fast how bad victims and their families have it. At that time, I was really tunnel visioned and only saw that one because it was so much fucking content just from those 3, 4, 5 creators. But then when you step back and realize it's a fucking trending problem, that you have Kresha K, what they were done and how they were done because of their family's trauma being exploited. You have John O'Keefe's family. People can tell you Karen Reed, but they forget John O'Keefe's name. The Watts family. Frankie Rusick just made a post last week about finally getting some movement with Armchair Detective. This shit's becoming a trend. It's a big problem. It's way bigger than Brittany. Brittany is a cog in the machine. She's a useful idiot for people like At Night. As long as they have people like Brittany and Julie, we're fucked.
Mm-hmm. And she's not lying. We've had this conversation.
Look at Dolly. Look at JLR.
Yep.
They have such in-your-face grifts and exploitation right in your fucking face. And one of them is almost to 100K. And the other has over 500,000. And people rely on him for their news. And he is very beneficial to the fucking look over there, not over here shit. I wonder if he's came out and done any Charlie Kirk. It wasn't a 30-06.
I have no idea.
I'm going to have to find out because he was really hot and heavy on that case. And now with that coming out, I wonder if he's done content. Huh. Sorry, random. Go ahead.
Well, hold on. Locked and Loaded, the comment that she made about Chris Proudfoot dressing up as Seth. This is
Mhm.
where you and I are going to differ in opinions here. It may not have been right what he did by doing that, but also you have to look at it at the side that Seth, you got to look at it his side. The things that Seth has said about Chris and Katie for a couple of years, the nasty shit he has accused them of, that isn't right either. And they haven't come out and poked either. But I'm not saying what Chris did was okay. No.
No. Mm-mm.
Two wrongs don't make a right. However, I see where Chris was coming from. It was his time to poke.
I don't.
But it's not right. It's not.
No. I don't disagree with you at all as far as like my thing. I think the way I would, for me, what I say is don't think it's like, was like, okay, no, but I'm not in their shoes. I'm not
No.
in their shoes with the pressures that they feel. And do we all have a petty side? Yeah.
No, we do.
Would I be the perfect parent of a missing child? I don't fucking know. I've said it from day one. I think I would end up in jail. So I have a hard time saying, or like disagreeing. Do I think it's appropriate timing of it? No. A lot of it's been really interesting. There's a lot of intentional poking, a lot of back and forth. These guys have personalities. That's why they've had these fights and these, like, there's an interesting family dynamic. We all see it. Okay. They go to certain channels. You know, we know how it goes. Seth is running around right now too. He's in certain channels. We all see what happens. But I also, like, even with Seth, I've had a hard time saying I wouldn't have associated. But when you're that vulnerable, I don't know who people would associate with. When you're that desperate, Tony Mathis and those guys sucked on to Seth Rogers so fucking fast.
Oh, they did.
Oh my gosh. And Chris and Katie, like, they really, but they talk to anybody and everybody. Chris has talked to like everybody. I've only talked to him a couple times, but that man can talk and talk. I don't know what I would do in their shoes. Do I think a lot of it's odd? Yeah, on the outside looking at it, but I don't fucking know either. So that's why I have a hard time with either one of them. Like, I don't know what I would fucking do. I think their personalities, the dynamic is very, odd. But I don't think any family in this position is going to really seem normal either. When you're looking at it through the lens of they're peeling everything apart and creating stories about their life that we don't even know if they exist or not. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, well, yeah.
I don't know.
But nobody knows what, nobody knows how anybody would live in
Locked and loaded. That part right there, though, Earth, we've talked about that. I've said that publicly. I've always had a hard time with understanding because you only fucking do and invite Molly down. Queen, like, I didn't know that until recently. But the Molly part, I knew, like, right then, because Molly had called Chris on the phone and, like, screamed and hollered at him, if you guys remember that, for content. And then the next thing I know, Molly is going down there to be at the court hearing. You know what that was about. Molly is a provocative one in the ways of she can provoke a reaction, and that's what they were hoping to catch Betty up in. That was very clear. Oh, for sure. Same, Coco. Like, there's been a lot of things that stand out to me. I've just remained silent on a lot of it. It's not that I don't see it, but I can see it from both sides. Like, I don't know what I would do in certain shoes. Fuck, the things that Betty has said and done and the accusations she made, I don't fucking know what I would do. This woman has been in their estate how many times just to fucking surveil them, fucking make up rumors about them. Like, at some point, humans are gonna, under that much pressure and stress, I don't know. Some of these people can't handle the back and forth on here.
Yeah, I think I lost count after 3 times.
Yeah, I think I would end up in jail. I think I would. Like,
Who
I don't
wouldn't?
know. Voices behind the shed. I don't know. I have not seen proof of the money transaction. I have heard Molly say that Chris did, or allude to that Chris paid for her. I don't know if he did. I think somebody else paid for her travel. I think her subs ended up paying for the trip, but I think she's put it off that he has or did offer. Yeah. Okay. Sorry.
You're
Earth.
right, Lazy Wolf. You're right. BHB is worse. than BJ. That is not a lie.
Well,
and I've always said that.
In different capacity. BJ's lazy. Betty's not.
Well, yes, in that capacity. However, BJ ain't getting her ass up out of that house and acting a fucking fool in states.
Yep.
Doing what Betty does. That's one thing that we can all agree with.
She's held down because of kids and laziness. Betty will move. Yeah. Voices behind the shed. Yep. Like I said, I've never seen any proof of the money transaction, but it has been said. So, yeah, there's a lot of questions that can be asked. There's a lot of different things that I don't talk about true crime. And again, for me, it comes down to my concern with the Sebastian case was always because, like, I'm not a true crime creator. My purpose was watching how they were treating parents based on no information on either side. It was just one went crazy. The other one, there was so much to keep up with. There's so many different twists and turns and accusations and shit, but I wasn't covering it from a true crime perspective. It was the creators that were just concocting. BJ and her panel were wild, but there was like, I did a stream, and I say this because it gives a better feel of how many 75 plus psychics, mediums, tarot card readers who had all done coverage on Sebastian's case. And they had done like 2 to 10 videos a piece. And I think my list is over 80 something. I don't even know. I'd have to go look at it. I had a count the other day. Now I can't remember. It's over 80 though. Of those channels independently. Like, this isn't just in the true crime genre. It's flooded into so many different areas that use these cases and these tragedies for a means of, this is what they do for a career. Like, it's wild. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, that's the thing with, any of these tragedy pimps. With it came to Sebastian, I didn't cover Sebastian deeply. I only covered it just to correct their misinformation. That's it.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if JLR and Molly, I don't think JLR will sue Molly. I don't personally. I do think he'll sue some people, but I think they're both such opportunists. Molly knows what's in it for her right now.
Yeah.
What you got on the screen? Oh, the TPO.
Yeah, let's get back to it. Let's see. This is what the TPO is. The rate in
Jersey.
New Jersey. See, it's low. It's very low.
Yeah.
And it has the same amount of percentage as a regular restraining order.
Yeah.
Dismissals. So I'm sorry, and this is just my opinion. If Julie thinks she's going to walk out getting a TPO, she's sorely wrong. I'm sorry. It's just how I am. Because I go by the statistics in the States of where these are being covered. She's not going to get one.
Well, unfortunately, here's the problem with TPOs, and you guys can disagree with me, but here's my opinion on it, which is going to be really unpopular. TPOs come down to, because the judges don't have enough time to read through appropriately, gather all the evidence. They are what's in front of them. Like, they're not going to go through. I guess they can draw them out extensively. I've seen that happen. I've seen one drawn out for a couple years with different hearings and different days and stuff, but that's rare. But judges go off of what the victim presents, like, unfortunately, in a lot of it, and their emotions, and whether we want to think that they go off of evidence. We want to think that they do their homework. They don't have time to research on all of these different cases, no matter how much we would like them to. So they're very limited. So if she presents well and she can convince this guy, granted the police reports are against her in this, because she was denied charges, they didn't pick up charges. I think that will play a factor. Oh shit, there goes my dogs. Hold on.
What do you mean, Body? You have no idea about the RO? What do you mean, honey?
That plays a heavy factor, though, of how the victims present. And I hate to say that. I would hope, it would be able to go off of the actual evidence, but for a lot of these are complex situations that are not straightforward of, it's not this direct threat. And I don't know if she can convince. I don't know.
I don't know the process.
Yeah, this with the TPO, we don't know if it'll have to go through the Silver v. Silver. Like, there's just a lot of questions still. New Jersey is not straightforward. It's not at all. So there's one in place right now, Tara. There's one in place currently.
Yeah, we're just looking at the statistics of what they are in New Jersey itself.
Yeah.
And most dismissals happen later with TPOs. And it's almost like it says here, while TPOs are almost always granted, approximately 80% of domestic violence cases are eventually dismissed at the final hearing stages.
But is that a VASPA or a SASPA? Does it say?
No, it doesn't. I mean, I can look at the women's law, which I can take this down and go look.
Oh, you don't have to. It's fine. It
won't
really
take me long.
depends. There's so many different variables that could go into this. That's why it's hard to say exactly what's going to happen here. Like now, I don't know. I know I've got the list of the different, of course, per the law, like what happens after mediation or the options. I just don't know which way. And I'm going to have to read up on that to see what the different options are. It'll be interesting to see now that she denied mediation. If she did deny mediation, like it's being claimed, what now? It goes back to the judge, and then what? The judge has options. He'll be within the law. The next process is XYZ, but who knows?
Right.
Just such a waste. Like, for what? For fucking what? At the end of this, you're saying you don't want her channel gone. She's not threatening you. No matter how many which ways, all you have to do is stop doing content on her. She'll forget you're there. Craig does too. Craig's very fucking, he might bring you up down the road because you took him to court and he'll remember your name now. Before, he wouldn't have had a fucking clue who the hell you were. I hate to say it. Craig talks about the people that are making him money, that they can fucking talk shit about and make him money. Julie isn't one that they can make money off of.
But all the while, you got Belinda, who found that little nugget on the copyright claim board that only has one more month. Well, actually, no. It only has, I think, a week left to expire.
Yeah.
And right there, unless Julie files for that, and she has a week to do it, that right there should have been an indication that she wants to take BJ's channel down. So you got her wanting to do that through the copyright claims board, and yet she's taking her to court. Did she just ultimately forget that she filed that copyright claims on that board that she was going to file, or what? That's where the confusion comes in. However, I really don't think it's confusion, considering she hasn't really gone through with it yet, because the filing hasn't been filled out yet.
But she hasn't gone. She did all of that no matter what, like whether she goes through with it or not. That was just part of her plan optically to like get them to snap, in my opinion, and start doing crazy things.
But what I found interesting going through it and reading what she had put in her copyright, not only was it only just maybe like 10 to 12 minutes or so, is what she wrote in there.
Yeah.
That is what interests me. Look, I'm not going to lie. I did have a good laugh at her expense for what she put in it, because it was fucking ridiculous.
Yeah.
Because she only copyrighted just a little bit of a portion of that stream of BJ's. But look at it this way. She struck Nonsense's 8-hour stream, claimed the whole damn thing.
Yes, she does.
And it was that's kind of what makes me laugh at this. And makes me laugh at Julie for this, because she's so fucking dumb.
Yeah,
she's stupid.
But she's the brightest one in the bunch, don't you know? She's well researched, she's thought out, she's methodical. She has, all these credible people around her. We're all peons. Yeah, it's a fucking joke. Okay.
Oh wait, no. Hold on.
What?
BJ called me the peon channel, okay? I got called that the other night.
You did?
Fuck yeah, I did. I triggered the shit. I triggered the shit out of her.
Oh, there goes the vacuums. The dogs are like fighting the vacuums now. Bella, move. Okay, come on.
No, I showed a screenshot of something that was sent to me back in February. I just never showed it, but until the other night, and then she called me the peon channel. I'm like, well, you know what? Thanks for the nickname. Now I'm going to run with it. Don't do that because I'll eventually run with it. So you're stupid for that.
Listen, JR, this might be, I don't know when you came around, but the whole fear of retaliation, she was very clear, you know. And now I think that she sees that Clues channel, unfortunately, like that's fucking bullshit. Nobody's not saying that. Like, I'm not for channels getting taken. That's just
No.
never, I wasn't for Molly's channel getting taken down until Molly got herself canceled. Like, Molly got herself canceled. She did a horrible, woof. What she said was terrible. She showed
Yeah.
one of her Airbnb guests' IDs. Like, there was a culmination of shit with Molly that happened.
yeah.
Like, it wasn't one clear thing. But I was never for like mass reporting. They claimed they made a list and all this shit that we were mass reporting. That's not how this shit works, anyways.
Mm-mm.
But Julie proudly stated, you know, that was the end all be all. That was her goal. And now to claim, oh no, I'm too scared. It doesn't work like that, anyways. Like, YouTube is unpredictable. Chris and Katie have 4 active ROs on Betty and have had no success sending it to YouTube legal. It doesn't work like they claim, and it's unpredictable. Like, it might work with Julie this one time, but who fucking knows what's the outcome? I don't want that fucking. They should not be able to do the things that they're doing. I agree with that too. But it's just unpredictable what's going to happen. And she had such a plan, and now she's like, I'm so afraid, don't hurt me. Fuck out of here.
But now that comes after what Belinda found out with the copyrights claim. Was Julie scared then when she struck BJ and put that copyright on the claims board, or
after?
What? But I know, but I'm just being I'm just being an asshole. I'm just being an asshole. Because it's mighty funny, Julie. And Julie, I'm talking to you, so lean in, bitch. You aren't scared, okay? So shut that shit down. Quit your lying. I know your people are sitting there licking their backside and believing everything you say, and they're stupid for that, okay? They are. It's granted. We know it. It's noted. It's noted perfectly, bitch. But let me tell you something. You weren't scared when you struck BJ and put down an entire book that you're being fucking bullied and harassed. Okay.
9 points, but most of those points weren't even about her. She included one of the bulletin points about them saying something in reference to me selling merch, or Kyle saying something about selling merch. Like, those bullet points weren't even on behalf of her.
No.
They were the stupidest things. That's not how copyright works to begin with. But then she demanded $1,500, tried to pass it off to her audience that she was demanding it to give it back to Brenda Stapleton. Mind you, I found videos of her calling Brenda Stapleton anti-Semitic. Hold on.
Go figure.
It's got a scorpion.
Uh-oh. Another alien? God damn those aliens. Those aliens are becoming a problem. We got to do something about those aliens,
I think
guys.
he ate it.
Oh my God, what?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he ate it. Come on.
Oh my God.
Coop, come on.
No.
Yeah.
Please tell me no.
Yep, he did.
Oh my God.
It's okay. Dogs are usually fine.
Look, when mine was a puppy, she used to play with pincher beetles, like the big fat ones.
Yeah, he just ate it. It might have been a big old beetle, but whatever it was, pretty sure it was a scorpion, but who knows? He'll be fine. My dog's, Hank had to get a bee sting and he rushed to the hospital. Cooper will probably have to do something to outdo his brother. This is my life. Nothing to get stressed out yet. Until he has an allergic reaction, then we'll be going to the emergency vet. Nah.
But in retrospect, Julie, you're a fucking fool. You ain't scared. You don't fool nobody. So sit your ass down and knock your shit off, because you're too old for this fucking childish game. It's time to grow the fuck up, bitch.
Bark scorpions can be deadly, JR. They're poisonous. But I'll just monitor him. Whatever he ate, he's not like, he didn't get bit or anything, you can tell.
No, I'm done with my rant. The bitch needs to grow the fuck up. Seek a therapist online, okay? But you need one. You seriously do.
Cooper had to outdo you in your rants for a minute. He's good.
Yeah, he's okay.
He's frog dogging. If he ate one, he ate one. He'll be fine.
Cooper.
If he has to go to the vet, he'll go to the vet. I don't know what it for surely was. It looked like a scorpion, but we have these big old beetle things here too.
I
So
don't know if I get these scorpions. I thought ticks are bad. Guys, I can't drop my channel.
oh, hold on. You don't have a wrench here.
No.
On this one, you have it on kick. Okay. I got you. Hold up. Okay.
I know Hawkeye was looking for it.
I got
Sorry,
you.
guys, I can't.
She don't have those privileges.
No.
Hold on.
Only
Sorry.
on Kick do. Only on Kick I do.
Meow. Meow.
If one person over on Kick would turn certain shit on, I can make it rain with emojis over there, but she's too lazy to do it.
I don't ever pay attention. Earth. My mods all went to bed. Go to bed. Actually, I was going to go to bed though too, and I do need to go. I gotta do again tomorrow.
Hell no, I'm kicking it out early.
Here's Belinda.
So
Yeah, I don't.
somebody gave me the night off, thank God, because bitch actually put my ass to sleep.
Did she go to bed?
Brittany,
Or she come back on?
girl, she went to sleep the moment she got her. She fell asleep the moment she got on. Okay, she was out.
That doesn't shock me.
I mean, the whole stream. She was out. She must have said about 20 words, and she's like, out.
Is the one where she actually has the camera on?
Yeah.
Huh.
She was so mad. She was literally out cold.
She's gonna love this shit. She's gonna love. I mean, they're both beneficial from this whole fucking shit. They're like both
So dumb.
benefiting from being the victimhood. Okay, I gotta go. I need to go to bed. Thank you for coming up. Sorry I didn't see that. I apologize. You know how I get going and then I fucking rant and then I'm all over the place and I really don't see it.
Stop apologizing. Goodness.
Well, no, I feel bad though because I don't check my phone. I'll set it down and then I walk away from it. I'll go inside and my phone's outside and I'm like, oh shit, hold on. I'll check it like 30 minutes later and I'll have like 15 messages and I'm like, oops. And you guys are great about sending me shit that you're finding while I'm live and stuff and keeping me up to date on shit. But I get so ADHD on flipping through clips.
You're fine.
I feel bad though every time. So thank you again for coming up and joining me. I do appreciate it.
Anytime.
I am going to get out of here. I will talk to you guys all tomorrow at some point. And if I don't, then I'll see you soon. Okay, good night, you guys.
Good
Bye.
night, everybody. Bye.